Wubsy, thank you so much for the cheers, man.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bro. Caden, welcome
Early
in.
mentioned.
Is it Gleo? Thanks for hopping in. Ark, thanks for hopping in. We're going to get it moving here in a second. Let me get some things updated as we go.
Wubsy was first.
Testament, welcome in. How you feeling, man? Good to see you.
What's up,
Derek?
Testament? Good to see you.
Derek Bennett, appreciate you hopping in, man.
Dirk.
How
How are you guys doing?
All right.
We weren't able to go live yesterday because... Hi, Nin. No, this is an in-between place that we're living until our house is ready. In a few weeks, hopefully.
Yeah. It's been a journey.
Yeah.
Hey, good to see you, Katie.
It's been interesting. We'll just leave it at that. It's been pretty difficult, but honestly, it's okay. Wubsy mentioned. Oh, I'm ready.
I'm ready, Wubsy.
So you just did a completely different rendition of it, right?
What's up, DT?
DT, I was just thinking about you earlier.
John
I was like, I hope he's doing well.
Salinity, what's up? We got the family coming in. How are y'all feeling, y'all? Welcome in.
What's up, fam?
Hey, thank you so much for the heart me, DT. I appreciate you, bro.
DT, what are you doing? What's up, dude? Yeah. We miss you in here.
All right, let me get.
It's just not the same without our OGs.
Let me make sure that this hops on over. I'm gonna sing.
Do you ever wish? Hi, Kaden.
What the heck's going on here?
We could turn the hands of time back. Oh. So it's the same intro, but everything after the drop is different. Nice.
Okay.
I'm excited to hear it.
Let's see if TikTok will pop up. Zarako, what's up? Appreciate you hopping in.
Wubsy, I don't know. I can't remember if we gave you credit last time, but whatever you, if you, next time you donate, we'll add like 10 to your credit just for the heck of it, because you're such a supportive member of this community and we really appreciate you.
Dang. I mean, you, it's been crazy.
The TikTok chat's
over
not
here,
coming
man.
through over here, by the way.
I'm trying.
Oh, got you. Let's see. Exclamation point submit might be what you're looking for. We also have exclamation point website, exclamation point Discord. Yeah, there you go. You got it.
I make most of my music for clients, Duraco, so it really just depends on what they want. It could be anything from hip hop and R&B to 80s synthwave. Hey, thank you, Slim. Thank you for the gift, man. I appreciate you so much. We'll be on for typical 10 songs. You know, it ends up being usually about 4 to 5 hours. Circuit, thanks for hopping in. Thank you so much for the hearts, man. I appreciate that. Now it's
it probably landed on Torvik, right?
I think it did. land on me. I'll take it though. I'll take it though.
That's sweet, Slim.
All genres.
Miss you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, there we go.
Hey, thank you for the heart me as well. If you do want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through and follow all the steps. You'll be headed in the right direction. If you are on our main platform, which is the purple app, then you can just hit exclamation point submit and you'll see all the steps pop up for you right there. You'll be ready to go. JP, welcome in.
DT, no worries at all. We completely understand.
Got you, Wubsy.
But we just know that when you're not here, we do miss you.
100%, man. Let's go, Dave. I love it. Hold on.
No worries at all, Azur. You know there's never any pressure on our side of things, and it's a really generous community, so if you keep hanging out, I'm sure that somebody will put you on.
Absolutely.
Or at least boost you.
And then Wubsy, I think I have something for you, so just let me double check real quick, unless we used it the other day. If you happen to remember, let me know. Wubs.
New car payment and a new girl, lol.
New car, new girl, new life.
You got a new expensive girl.
Making payments.
And then Kaden, and did you respond to Kaden?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, DT is totally okay.
It's totally good, man. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, any type of music.
I hope everything's been going okay though for you, DT. I know that it's really hectic when you're a teacher and a coach and.
100%.
It's almost summer though, right? It's almost summer break. Unless you're teaching summer school, then.
Let me see, Wubs. I could have.
She's a minimalist. Okay, well that's nice. Yeah.
Wubs, I could have sworn, so I got your submission, of course, Wubs. I could have sworn that I had some for you, but I'm not seeing it for some reason. Do you know if we used it recently, Wubs? Or am I missing it?
Either way, it doesn't really matter. We'll just add 10 to it.
Yeah, like I'll get you up there regardless, but regardless, I know we added some, and I'll add 10 to what you have, so that you at least know you have a bigger pocket there. Got you. That's kind of what my brain was thinking, because I think we put a little extra there, but then I think maybe the last paper planes maybe you sent in.
I mean, we always update the line, so I don't really know. Where do you guys come from? We are in Texas.
Texas, baby.
Whatever, Bubs. Either way, you know we got you all the
always,
time.
Man. Go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the steps there, so you can read through the details, follow all the steps, and then if you, which I highly encourage y'all to do, to check the line, see the order, see the minimum, see the structure, then you can go over to our main platform, which you can also easily find by clicking on See the Line or going to Twitch or YouTube. You'll be ready to go.
I hate the way the camera has to be here because it always looks like I'm looking to the side just when I'm reading the normal chat, and it's super weird.
Yeah.
But just be cool about it. Just be cool that I'm looking off to the side constantly.
We got like a month before we finally are able to get into like our next studio setup. So it's a little bit of Bronson. Welcome in, Bronson. Let me get you up there. I got you on my list right here.
Yeah.
We got about a month or so, I think, before we can get into the next space. And so it's a bit of limbo. I
am, as they say, in the hizzle. In the hizzle in the house. Yeah, let's throw this cam away. It's pissing me off, low-key.
I know, man. You know, we technically could. Philip's I do have another
like,
camera.
I love it because it's right on me. So
I'm like hiding behind the chat. I'm weak. Or if you're over here, you can't see it, but on Twitch. On Twitch, I'm like hiding behind.
I kind of do have a lazy eye. Just be cool about it.
Oh, right. Cam 2, baby. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just like, y'all, like, what's wrong right now? Like, I just have no idea.
I've never noticed this, actually. We do. I do agree. We always need a Libby cam. Pops, go to my link tree. Click on Track Talk Submission. Read through and follow all the steps. Yeah, these aren't, for those of you just coming into, these aren't reactions. These aren't reviews. We're not going to give you a poll. There's no ratings. There's no thumbs up or thumbs down. There's no crying, laughing face or smileys. There's no trash or pass or whatever. None of that stuff. So if that's what you're looking for, that's just not the format of what we do here. These are typically long form consultations. So we're going to dig into mix and master, production elements, sound design in depth multiple times through your song. We're going to get into branding, aesthetic, image, things of that sort as well. So if you are looking for a long form breakdown, you're looking for a detailed analysis of what you're doing this is not about hype. This is not about, you know, like being a show or anything like that. If that's what you're looking for, that's just mine is a he's like mine's a reaction. But anyways, that's what the kind of the format of this part of the song structure. It's been a minute, DT.
The no smileys or crying faces for some reason made me laugh.
What's up, Hello Sky? What's up, man?
Oh my god, literally, DT. What the heck?
It's been a minute, man.
Man, I just can't wait till you're able to come in more, for real.
We just need to get
Hello,
DT
Sky. What's up,
full on in his music, and then it's game over.
Yeah, no worries at all. Hello, Sky. Be safe. I'm just glad you're here.
Jordan, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. If y'all want to see what we're all about, if you want to see the details of the format of this live, what we do, why we do it, and how we do it, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, read through, and follow all the steps, and you will be ready to go. Welcome over, Bronson.
The further right I look, like at this chat, I look like I'm just completely looking out the window.
No, you need to ignore that chat.
No, I know, but it still looks like I'm looking to the side. It's just weird. And if I look at you in the camera,
What's
it's
up,
like,
Jordan?
Whatever. Whatever, man. Shit's pissed me off.
What's up, Shani? Welcome in, welcome in. Y'all tap the screen, share out the live as soon as we hit 5K.
I'm just constantly like...
Let's get it to 5K, 20 shares. Y'all know we'll kick it off.
Low-key is kind of one of my favorite emojis, so.
It is funny. All right, let me make sure I got all these updated to Requee.
Like, this is me looking at the camera. It's completely off. Like, nothing is over here besides the camera.
To try to be a millennial, just try to figure out this new technology.
To try and be a millennial. We We love you, Whoopsie. How did cleaning out your garage go, by the way?
Official sports. Welcome in.
Oh my gosh, excuse me, guys. Sorry.
Retrack. Welcome in.
Sorry.
Oh, we're so tired because we're completely overwhelmed with live. It's a new ballad I'm working on,
Our life
guys.
has just been so interesting lately.
I'm completely overwhelmed, and I'm such is my creative mood lately. Retrack, good to see you, man. How are you feeling today?
No, literally, Wubs. All this random shit that gets in the way of shit you really want to do, right?
Almost done.
Retrack, what's up, fam? Good to see you.
I'm saying.
I hope you're doing well today. I don't know what that means. It wasn't my job. Nah, for real.
I'm telling you.
We're really, really gonna try to be better about
Let's go retrack.
like how we structure our time and how we utilize our time so that we can still make time to work on our own music and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's never gonna happen, and we can't just keep using, some certain things as an excuse. It's like too bad. We got to make it happen somehow.
Gotta do the things we're actually passionate about. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you so much.
What's up, Dero? And thank you so much for the follow, Big EFL. I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say EFL because that seems safe. I'm doing great. Just got off work. I love that retrack.
DT, welcome over to the dark side, baby.
I like that emote.
just pressure shit. We just be doing shit. Nate Lorenz, what's up?
Yeah, I actually
Y'all keep
still
tapping the
don't
screen.
really understand how emotes work on Twitch and Discord. It's kind of like you have access to everyone's emotes or something. I don't really know. It's interesting. Reading Rainbow.
I'd have to hear it.
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow.
Rainbow. Let's go, Sky. Let's go. Allie, thank you so much for hopping in. If you would like to submit or even just read through the details of the format of this live structure, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see steps. You'll see all of the stuff there to get into the nuance of what we're doing.
I missed that show. I loved it. Bro, Reading Rainbow went hard. I have a question. You don't mind listening to my song? I'm first verse, the guy, second verse. Yeah, definitely. If you do ! submit over on Twitch. Yeah, you're over on Twitch. Perfect.
Anything.
You can see all of the details on how this works, what we do here, all the kinds of things that you need to know. But we would love to have you.
Let's go, Nate.
I can do anything. Between the lions. I don't really remember how that went besides that. I just remember when I was little, I would be like, between the Zions, but I don't know why. No way. What? I love that. You guys do songs like that for your shows? Sing Reading Rainbow in the style of Kiss from a Rose. Kiss from a Rose? I can't think of what that is, to be honest. I'm so bad at names, like titles and celebrity names and shit like that, guys. It's like I will know the song half the time, but I just don't know the titles and I don't know who. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to hear it. There's no way. It's not in the noggin, right? It's not just right off the dome, you know what I'm saying? I bet I probably know it, though. Ayo. Just starting out, Joseph. You haven't missed too much. No worries. Thanks for being here. Yeah, when the crowd feels like they're distracted or not paying attention, we play one of those. I love that, Nate. That's a really cool tactic. I like it.
What's up, Lee? What's up, Joseph?
Thanks, Joseph. It's going pretty well. We're having an issue with the fridge at the house we're staying in, so it's been this whole thing. It's the reason we didn't go live yesterday, because the technician was supposed to come, and then he didn't come, and then he came today and then said there's this other part he needs to order, so he's gonna have to come back on Friday. And it's a hopefully Friday type of thing. And he said there's no way he could have known without actually getting into the fridge, so that's why he had to order it after he got here. And it's this whole thing. And I'm like, look, if it was the oven, if it was the laundry room, all the things, don't care. Would have been, it's fine, right?
Yeah.
But we need a fridge.
So basically, we've gone through 3 full fridges of groceries that have gone bad in the last 3 days. And it's been
guys,
stressful.
We wasted so much money on groceries. And
We've spent
groceries
4
are already a waste
driving
of money.
to the store.
It's so
it's been
annoying.
Chaos.
So yeah, besides that, we're doing pretty well.
Besides spending 6 hours driving to the store over the last 3 days to get new groceries.
$300 to $500.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's been great.
I don't know the difference between cheer motes and bits. I don't know. Honestly, ask Joseph your Twitch questions. He is our Twitch go-to.
They are the GIFs on Twitch, though. So the difference with that is like they don't come with. Like
Joseph.
They don't come with like a whole video like they do on TikTok, but you get 100% of it on Twitch, which is different. Like on TikTok, they take like 60%, 55 to 60%. I'll keep tapping the screen, shouting out the live. We'll get started here. Once we get to 5,000 likes, we'll kick things off. Yeah.
I'm out here about to have to freaking sling a deer or something.
Sling a deer?
Well, I was trying to get creative so TikTok wouldn't get mad, so I don't say pew pew or something.
I'm about to sling a deer in my sleep.
Sling a deer. You have to say slang. Just
even our bread is frozen retracted.
Slang a deer. Exactly, DT. DT got it. It's not sling a deer. It's slang a deer.
You guys have any tips for vocal layering? That's an incredibly broad question, but what I would focus on is healthy gain staging. Like just focus on gain staging and positioning. There's a lot of nuance to what you're talking about depending on the processing you're going for. But the way they're positioned and how loud they are probably the 2 top things you should put your focus on.
I love you guys. Y'all get me.
Not your tuning settings and stuff like that.
I'm using my time off as a way to push me updating my socials and stuff. I'm going to try posting TikToks and YouTube shorts on Tuesday. I love that, Joseph. Let us know if we can help. If or how we can help. Literally, PB&J sandwiches for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No kidding. I'm like, I need some freaking nutrients, bruh. That sounds like a fancy ceiling ornament. I should listen to what he's actually playing.
No, you shouldn't, because I'm missing a bunch of notes.
Oh. Yeah, Joseph, it's a lot of work for real. That's why our motto in here is always just like, do what you can,
Exactly.
Utilize what you have.
Precisely.
So if you're going live, then try to pull clips from that, which is really funny because we don't even do that.
Turn you into a pretty princess. Okay, we need. You're a pretty princess now.
Yeah, I don't know. We're failing at posting on social media, so
we've been.
Torvik does decent.
Honestly, I've barely posted. I've been too overwhelmed with all the shit that this life brought me. To find a couple more things. I wanted to see small clips, not music and small clips. 100%. 100%. There it is. There it is, Bronson.
Smart. Catch some fish.
I've been
Literally what's funny is like we're on a lake pretty much, but it's so low because there's like, I guess most of Texas is in a drought, which we didn't know because we were in Dallas and Dallas isn't in a drought.
Dallas is outpriced. It actually gets rain there, basically.
So there's that, and then apparently the lake we're on specifically is like mismanaged. So they pump too much water out of it, and like I don't know all the ins and outs, but basically, long story short, it's more like a pond. So we keep joking that people like our family and friends and stuff should come visit us out at the pond.
Out at the pond, man.
We're like, hey, come visit at the pond. Like literally, it's actually sad though, because it's so low that like boats can't even barely go out on the water. Like it's really weird.
Out on the pond.
So
I caught a fish, but it was already dead.
Hashtag pray for Texas.
It was floating with an odd look in its eyes. I don't know what I'm saying.
Like basically, if we wanted to go fishing, I still don't even think we could. I don't really know if there's fish in there, but if there was, we wouldn't want to eat them.
Nah, I think it's just mosquitoes at this point.
We would die. I mean, we would be unalived. TikTok. I'm sorry.
Being unalived. Kurtastic, welcome in. We don't want any. We don't want to eat the fish coming out.
The amoeba.
Out on the pond. Out on the pond. Yeah, if y'all want to submit, we're going to get started here in a minute. We're just waiting on another 1,000 likes and 20 shares, and we'll be ready to go. If you want to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission.
Out on the pond with
read
a
through
nice
and follow all the steps.
Beer.
I need to write a country song. Got you, Sky. You're up on the top, ready to go. Actually, you're not. I need to reorder them. Good call. Good call. Hello, Sky. Got you. All right, y'all. We're just waiting. Yeah, we're just waiting. Raven, welcome
Mosquitoes are the worst.
They really. That is the brutal part.
Nice.
Nice.
Instead of the vampire gala, that was the clown gala.
Mm-hmm. That's the carousel. Down by the lake.
Down by the pond.
I'm trying to get out of bug season territory, Bronson. I'm telling you, man. I'm over it. I never want to see another bug.
What does that look like, though? That looks like being in a place where it's
cold.
Really cold year-round. I don't think I would like that either.
You must be north.
I love cold weather, but I wouldn't want it most of the year.
Love to slang some mosquitoes.
I don't know. I just want all seasons, but I think that's too much to ask for. In Texas, it's mostly hot year-round.
It's like if you want to be in a place that doesn't have as many bugs, you got to be willing for like
slang some mosquitoes.
4 or 5 months out of the year for it to be pretty damn
slang
cold.
Some skeeters.
Down to slang some skeeters. Wubs. Yeah, Wubs. I got you. Wubsy in the building in the chat. Yeah, we've only ever lived in a bug-centric states. Sam, welcome to the building. Baskara, appreciate you hopping in too. Y'all keep sharing out the live. We're just waiting on 20 shares.
I'm sorry. Once I saw a horsefly remove a chunk of my shoulder.
Well, hold on.
I'm sorry, Bronson.
I'm gonna need you to expound.
What?
Excuse me, what about? Excuse me, but what about?
Remove a chunk out of my shoulder? What? The fuck?
I will say though, the horseflies in like New York, I don't know where you are, Bronson, but the horseflies in New York are massive.
That's making me itchy.
We had some friends that we visited, and they were in Schenectady. And the horseflies are literally, I mean, they're like an inch. They're massive. They're insane. Oh,
that's making me so uncomfy.
Yeah.
I feel like we should play some music because it's just our annoying voices coming through.
Wait, y'all don't know our voices?
Saying the most random shit. It was a crumb of a chunk, relatively speaking, but yeah, Pop-Tart crumb-sized chunk. It was a dare. I had to let it tear me.
Let me get you up here, Pop. Let me get you on the
How
bug.
big is a chunk? Chunk.
All right.
What's up, Pop Rock? Good to see you. You're getting him on. Dude, horseflies in Louisiana are the devil's minions.
I just hate.
I don't think I'm familiar with horseflies, and I don't think I want to be.
Just think of no, not poop Pop Rock.
Okay, fine. I'll look up a picture.
They're just giant ass flies. They're just like
I
half an
just
inch
want
to
to
an inch
know what
flies.
he means by take a chunk out, though. Even if it was the chunk the size of a Pop-Tart, like that's still insane. What does that mean? Like they eat you? Why do they eat you? They're just chonky flies. Big boys.
Just chunky. Honestly, It's not wrong at all.
I don't understand how it took a chunk out of your shoulder. It's
I just
freaking me out.
Pop, pop. I'm going down. Tap. Thank you so much for the follow. I should still have you, Pop. You should be good to go. I got you back up on the board.
Looks like a cicada or something.
I mean, that's about the size that they are sometimes.
Jeez, that's huge.
Bot flies are scary though, man.
Y'all can kind of see.
Eesh.
Think of the biggest fly you've ever seen. It's bigger than that by 10 times.
That doesn't even make sense.
Better than a bot fly, but they're angry fellas.
There's my boy.
I don't know. Oh, just
go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. You can read through and follow the steps there, and you'll be ready to go. We're about to kick off the music. We're at 5K. It looks like the shares just kicked off, so let's get into it, y'all. It is
the
time.
Thought of like it taking some meat out of my some meat out of my bones, off my bones, is like sicking me out.
It took the meat off my shoulder. Then I ain't getting any older.
That's taking me out.
To fly in here, any chance they get.
It took some meat out of my shoulder.
God, I'm so tired. All right, y'all, let's get this might be unhinged today.
I'm really glad you shared it, to be honest, because that's such a weird random fact for today, and I'm never gonna stop thinking about it. And every time Bronson comes in, I'm gonna be like, dude, he got a chunk taken out of his shoulder.
God, why is it like
he had a chunk taken out of his right shoulder? It's the Fly Guy. That's way better. It's the Fly Guy.
It's Bronson Fly Guy.
And it sounds so much cooler. And then people ask for the background, and you're like, yeah, don't worry about it.
He literally just told us about bot flies. All right. It's time for the music, y'all. Let's get into it. True Gospel, thank you so much for hopping in, y'all. Keep tapping the screen. Keep sharing out the live. Please join us on our main platform, Twitch, the Purple app. Join us over there. That's where
we have to say it like that for TikTok, so the bots can't pick up on it.
So they don't know what we're actually saying. If we say, hey, y'all, join us over on the Twitch, and then they have no idea what we're saying, like their AI is not smart enough.
Stupid.
So dumb. We got...
Pretty fly for a Fly Guy.
We got Hello Sky kicking us off today.
Something's really wrong with us. Sorry, guys.
We're overwhelmed and we're too tired for this life. I
think we're going crazy.
Was that a harmony? Was that a fucking harmony? Let's get into it, man. Let me get this downloaded.
If you want to see the queue, it's up on Twitch and YouTube at any point. Hello. I don't know. I wish I could hear how you were saying it, but I had to make it up, and it wasn't that great. I know, right?
Oh.
Maybe I would never believe. I don't drink energy drinks.
And I've had a
cup
and a half of coffee,
consume any stimulants because I can't handle it. I wonder why.
A horribly 80-year-old lady. I might have missed some chat, but why are we imagining this? All right, let's see. Okay.
Oh, that's how he responds to it. I mean, that's how he.
I see.
Ooh, what the heck?
I already like what's going on here.
I'm excited. Hello, Sky.
Had these vocals for a while and haven't been able to use them because of the BPM, and every time I tried, nothing felt right until now.
Ooh.
It's time for Hello Sky. Ooh. This is Hello Sky, and this track is called Take Us Home. Let's get into it. Last chance before we get started. If you're on our main platform, the Purple app, hit ! Submit if you would like to submit your music. If you are on TikTok, then go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow the steps, and then join us on the Purple app.
So really quick, I think that Bronson is like, he answers the phone to spam calls like, hello.
Hello. What are you calling us for?
That's warbly to me.
Hello. Are you calling about my extended warranty?
Yes.
Has it run out once again?
All right. Take us home. This is
Hello Sky. Let's switch up the vibes and make it actually vibey up in here.
Let's be serious about this. This is serious music. Take Us Home by Hello Sky. Talk to me if there's anything that you're wanting me to like kind of lend my ear towards, or if you're kind of ready with this track, so on and so on. You know the deal. All right, let's run. Any genre. Let's run this back.
Lately I feel like I'm paper thin, walking around like I've got everything to lose.
Let's go, Sky. I'm pumped.
It does.
And I feel like I'm
I know, right?
cause I fear that
Love the space here, man.
So don't let me go a little too fast now. Maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should slow down. Don't wanna go until we've run out of road now. Maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should slow down. Let my heart take the wheel, 'cause it
Let's go, Sky.
knows how to feel, how to take us to where we need to go.
Oops, sorry about that.
Let my heart take the
Fucking ruining it, bro.
we don't know what is real. All we need is something that can take us home. Take us home.
Always so
Yeah.
talented.
Oh, this is fire, man.
Take us
Thanks for hopping over to Twitch.
Love the like simplicity of the movement while still feeling busy where it needs to. I like it a lot, man.
Really, I feel like a house of cards. Won't go away from crashing down into the ground.
Love the crunch and saturation of the drums too, bro.
To the stars,
Yeah, that would be cool enough.
I knew that we were safe and we were sound. You said
Don't worry, Hello Sky will be releasing soon on YouTube.
fast now. Maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should slow down.
I don't feel like they're too forward either, though.
Wanna go until we've run out of road
Sure.
now.
For sure.
Maybe we should slow down.
I think there's definitely room to.
Should slow.
But this is fire.
Let my
I'm obsessed, Hello Sky. You're so, so talented.
'cause it knows how to
Can't say it enough, man.
how to take us to where we need to go. Let my heart take the wheel. We don't know what is real. All we need is something that can take us home. Take us home.
This is nice, man. Super nice. Crunchy mix on the percussion. I like it a lot, bro.
Yeah, for real and on. Yes, Hello Sky.
Super spacey. Let's go, man. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Hello.
Mini course by Hello Sky coming soon.
Dude, so good. So, I mean, it's just the
Literally
texture.
DG.
I hear where
The
there's
vibes are so right.
I hear where there's space you can fill. I hear where you can kind of glue it together towards the end of like your process with this. But this sounds lovely, man. It is like soft, easy to listen to, spacey where it needs to be. Let's get straight into it, man. You need to switch it over.
I have to fix this, yeah. I got it.
Let's go. All right, let's run it back from the top. This is Take Us Home by Hello Sky. I'll just lend my ear towards like a couple things. I don't think I don't feel like it's too far forward. If anything, sometimes once the drums come in, maybe just because of the way the compressors are triggered on your buses versus your master like mix bus or anything like that, could even just be where you're actually losing some vocal in that. But honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. It feels very musical, feels really well balanced. So let's get into some of the nuance of it. But honestly, I think you're like on the right track. In my opinion, you kind of just need to keep going with it.
I do think there's room for some vocal airs in there.
Yeah. Actually, there was a part, I think it was after the second, seriously, bro. The second verse, there was a time I think where I wanted the dynamics to come lower and then layer there, even adding a like vocoder chord layer to, I think it's a D major, right? Let me hear I'll get into the progression, but it would be cool to like when that comes down to have have the doubles of the vocal and your lead and a chord followed vocoder layer, really soft and wide underneath it that kind of stacks that a little bit leading into like the next hook. Something like that, right? You know the way my brain works. But let's get into it. So cool, man. This is sick.
I like how we got you pregnante.
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
Like I've got everything to lose, and I feel like I'm caving in, 'cause I fear there's nothing left for me to do. So don't let me go a little too fast now. Maybe we should slow down.
So even this right, kind of in that pocket. Even there, I could hear for me the effect that is the effect that keeps bouncing around my brain is like a vocoder underneath that. Having really tight
Get
vocal.
Pregante.
Get pregnant. Dude, it sounds so good.
I love
it's
pomegranate.
so good.
Do you feel bonita?
It's the but what does stand out to me is having like a vocoder layer underneath the vocal that follows it would be like the D major, the G major to D major to the B minor that kind of sticks underneath that vocal really soft with a bunch of reverb, nice and wide, maybe some chorus on it, in the background. As soon as the kind of like pre-hook here of the da 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 da, as soon as that kicks in, having some layering to the vocal there, I just think would be super tasteful. I think it would just add a lot of
How
like
to get
warmth and vibrancy.
Pregnant.
Too fast now. Maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should slow down. Don't.
Albie, your first message was filtered out.
Yeah,
we didn't see it.
It got apparently TikTok didn't understand it either, so it must have blocked it. I'm sorry about that. I will be honest too. If you hop over to Twitch, it's way easier to say stuff over there because they don't really censor anything over there. But I think your first couple comments.
Oh, we love you, DT. No worries at all. I hope
Hey.
you have a good rest of your day.
Thanks
for
so much,
stopping
bro.
in.
Appreciate you. It might be. They're already on edge. They're already on edge about you. But YouTube and Twitch
No, I
tend
don't
to be
think
pretty.
so.
pretty clean.
I'm not positive, Joseph, but I don't
Go until we've run out of road now.
I don't think I've seen it.
Maybe we should slow down. Maybe we should slow down. Let my heart take the wheel, 'cause it knows how to feel, how to take.
Do you have like a really soft stutter behind that as well? Dun, 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 dun. And I hear like a da, 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 da. Like in the background, there's just a little bit of movement behind it. It sounds like the starter back there. If you did reintroduce that early, it sounds beautiful. So like a really small, tasteful, almost like premonition of what the rest of the production is going to do.
Albie, we
Sounds
would love to
super
have you.
cool.
All the info can be found
Yeah.
in Torvik's profile. At the link tree, you'll see a link that says Track Dog Submission, and all the info will be there.
I love that, dude. That little, it's hiding right behind here. It's like a little premonition of like kind of what's going to come going into the next structure, like the next part of the song, which I think is awesome.
My heart take the wheel, 'cause it knows how to feel, how to take us to where we need to go.
Yeah.
Let my heart take the wheel.
Arps are great.
Yay, Keith, I love to hear that. I'm so glad.
Love this. I love this breakdown so much.
Take us home.
I'm curious if you could dry that up even more. Like right now, it still has a lot of space to it. And on the Take Us Home, dry up all of the reverb. Maybe still have, you have like a small reverse reverb, I think, that goes into it. I also did the game trick you taught me last time. Let's go. Dude, I'd love to hear y'all coming in and actually like executing some of these things, dude. It makes me so happy. It could be interesting, cool. I think, to dry all of that up right there on the Take Us Home, on that little pocket right there, super dead, super dry, and then let the reverse reverb fill any of the space you have there, and then just go straight into the hook from there, just so it has like even more like classical dynamic range, like even more of a contrast between those two elements would just be sick. Something to play around with. Like I kind of want that Take Us Home to be like kind of almost punchy, like really dry, really dead, really forward.
Take us home.
And then boom, the beat comes in. It's super impactful. And that breakdown, I think you nailed it, dude. It sounds really nice. Love that seventh right there. That whole structure feels so rhythmic. I really like it. I'm listening through the second drop here too, but there's not really too much I think I would really touch about that.
Yeah.
There's something about the movement of it, the pacing of it. Just, it really draws you in. It feels really emotional. It's really, really well done, man. So I'm already loving the direction of it. Like always with any drop, like you can tighten up some of the actual structure behind that. Like we talked about, drying up your transitions to make them a little bit more impactful and a little bit more, give them a little bit more dynamic range. So it doesn't feel like your ambiance bleeds section to section too much. But it really just, that just really comes down to your taste as well. But I think some of those moments I feel like could feel more emotional and more impactful by messing with your wet dry and really making sure that it's doing exactly what you want it to do. And I think drying up in some places I think would definitely help you. When the kick is tripled is bouncing, the chop, dude, I love it. The way that you've triggered and chained those things, I think sounds fantastic. It's really,
so
really
talented.
nice.
I feel like a house of cards. Won't go away from crashing down into the ground. If I could, I'd
Just filter down probably on your arcs, right? Super simple. So then you switch here. So this is where I think like we were talking about like drawing up some signal and then like adding vocoder and stuff like that. So when you switch into this pre-hook once again, that's where I would play around with some version of changing dynamic range lightly, just so it doesn't get too much of the same sound design just because your drums carry through to that second verse. So I think having like either a different accent that you have in there, maybe a different layer, and then on the flip side of that, having some support from the vocal layers, whether you just create your own vocal layers or use a vocoder to place like a nice wide chorused kind of chord progression with those vocals. I think these B sections right here would be a great place for something like that. I want to
hear what that would sound like.
I know. That'd be...
If I could, I'd take us to the
Welcome in, Saturn.
If it was following, let me hear the progression again. To the seventh, so you have this.
Saturn,
the
all the
seventh right
info can be found in Torvik's profile. At the link tree,
Yes.
you'll see a link that says Track Talk Submission. It has all the info there. There's even an FAQ section. But welcome in. Really happy to have you.
Exactly, Sky.
Welcome
That's
to the live
exactly what
tribe.
I'm hearing. Should I have the same bio for YouTube, Spotify, and Twitter, or is it better to make them all different? Each one optimizes differently, so they're all going to have different character counts and stuff like that. You know, one's going to be 1,500, 1,000, one's going to be 140. So you can use ChatGPT to be like, hey, here's all the platforms I need. Here's their character counts. Can you optimize this same structure for those? But you usually want them at least pointing in the same direction at the very least. Let me hear this.
YouTube is 1,000. Spotify is 1,500.
Yeah.
Instagram is just a couple lines. Instagram is mostly just like a tagline or, just a few bullet points.
Right. And let me hear. So it's going to be off the G and then following the D to the B, I think.
You can copy Spotify and YouTube over if you'd like.
It would be like around that like progression, but it would be following the whole chord. That whatever.
Ooh, I like that a
the
lot.
pedal tone, and imagining it being kind of digital and warbly, and you know what I mean. I think to me it just sounds super. It's so textural. It's got a lot of character
I don't
to
know
it.
when you redeem that hydrate, but thank you, Joseph.
Thank you. I got you in a sec. I think it would be a cool texture to play around with. Okay, we got it backlogged in. And let me hear something real quick. I think last little thing. I think, dude, you're on the right track. I'm loving the balance of this. I don't think the vocals too forward. I think some processing things that will be cleaned up as you go through the process with the song. I just want to focus on the structural things. Honestly, dude, it's beautiful. I can't wait for it to be done. I love this style of kind
I'm
of
pumped.
like lo-fi R&B stuff. Like I love it. If you haven't already, you need to check out Galdives. They're super cool. I've been kind of obsessed with their music lately and listening to
Very similar
a lot of their
vibes, yeah.
stuff. But it's a duo. You might know them, but they're a duo and they do lo-fi R&B. So they have some really, really cool textures in their music. Her voice is similar to this, and he's a great lo-fi producer. Definitely check out their stuff if you haven't already. But I want to hear the drum pattern here real quick. Okay, so what I'm listening for is that kick pattern being in basically through the whole verse, the post verse, and the pre-hook, like kind of all three different sections there. That kick stays in. I'm wondering if there's a moment you could pull it out in order to leave some room leading into your next hook. But let's hear it. Same pattern again here. Like I'm almost curious, and again, mess around with this on your own, and you can just decide. I don't have a clear answer on this, but I'm almost curious if this section with the hats and the kick would be a step down, and you do it 4 bars earlier, right? Like do it when on that first section, go from like the full beat down to just the hats, and then on this. Like when it goes into that section there, what if you emptied out all of the drums and went like a little bit more cinematic for a second, brought it down to just like bass, piano, a couple other layers and movements, maybe still have the little chops in there, and then pull the dynamic range back even more and then hit your hook. So the dynamic range is even broader instead of going kind of full verse, bring it down, bring it back up, and then hit your hook. And the dynamic range isn't nearly as like vibrant. It's not nearly as distinctive. I'll just be curious. I don't think there's, what is there sounds good. I don't mind it at all. But it's kind of just a decision, something you could look at. Yeah, of just like going bigger on the verse, bringing it down a step for that pre, and then cutting almost completely out to like just piano. Whatever. There's not a right answer to that. Something to mess around with. Just mute a couple channels, honestly. Mute a couple channels and then trigger them back on and see if it feels a little bit different.
We talk with our hands so much that the camera is like, what do I focus on?
Hello.
It's funny.
of imagining that if this was just like sub bass piano, like building a lot of anticipation and building up a lot of energy, and then adding in that arpeggiator just kind of automated in, the levels of that arpeggiator automated in would just make it really swell and grow before the drop. Something to think about.
Take us home. Take us home.
Beautiful, dude. So good. That's what I was hearing.
Yeah.
That's what I was hearing on the first intro. I think more energy comes in, it gets lost a little bit. You'll just have to be careful of that. You might need to push forward or run. You know, one easy way to do this too would be to have like a parallel saturation, like parallel compression on it, and you just push that fader another 3 dB up, you know, or 2 dB up to just give it an edge when the energy builds a little bit more without pushing the actual channel. You know, a little bit of automation can go a long ways there, but it does get lost a little bit, especially the lead. The chops, they act as an instrument to me, so I like where they sit, but the lead vocal does fall in the mix just a little bit. So I would just be careful up to affirm what you're already hearing. Be careful of that. Make sure you look for some ways to maintain some prominence for that lead, especially when you're introducing the actual "take us home." You're introducing the actual vocal line. Sometimes it does get lost a little bit. I love when you start layering them both though. Sounds great. It sounds like it's getting ducked by the I don't know if anything's chained, but it sounds like it's getting ducked by the compression a little bit, which is probably due to your busing, right? Maybe the compressor in the bus or the mix bus. So yeah, look, you know, tune your attention to those different layers right there, because it sounds good sonically. In love with it, dude. It sounds so cool. But you'll just have to, it looks like it's probably like your bass, the drums, and your extra pads when they come in are probably triggering your compression. So all of your high end is getting kind of ducked down.
The foundation is there. The
Oh, yeah,
structure is phenomenal. I'm obsessed.
Crazy. Yeah, I absolutely love your sound design on this. I think it's great. It's crunchy and
I
saturated,
just
which
literally
I love.
like I can't wait for you to be like consistently releasing
Literally.
for shit to be out on YouTube. Like it's like just painful
Yeah.
to
I'm
be
just
in the middle of the waiting game.
a fan of
It's
what
like
you do,
I
man.
feel as desperate for your music to come out as I feel to work on our own music.
know,
which
man.
is really, really incredible. That
Seriously.
it's just proof of how much we love you and your stuff.
And I can't wait for you to be doing more of this stuff, man. There you go. That makes sense. So just look for the correlation to that. Yeah, that makes sense. Look for the correlation to that and how it's affecting the vocal, because it's a good effect. It's a good pump in the mix. Like it gives you this grab on the signal that I think is what you're looking for. And I love it. I mean, I love it. I think that sounds great. Just look for how that's correlated to the vocal. And if it's affecting that too much, you might need to like take that vocal out of all of the chain, right? Like if there's a chain of instruments that are being affected, that are being pulled down or side chained, or anything that's clipping and that's causing any ducking in the mix, you might pull the vocal outside of that chain running in its own vein. That way it's not affected by as many of the other processes that you have, right? You just have to kind of look in that direction. All I'll say is tune your ear that way and then make whatever stylistic decisions you want to affect it or to address it. But honestly, man, your sound design, gorgeous. So good, man. As always.
Of course, yeah.
Not surprised.
You know we love you. So talented.
What's up, Savage? Yeah, dude, you like, I mean, this is one of those things where like you could put it out now and people would love it just based on the context of what they're hearing, and it'd be perfectly fine.
Literally.
I know your perfectionism with your music is the same way that I am. So dig into a couple things if you feel like it's necessary. Like you said, you might want to add in a couple of elements to fill it up a little bit, make sure they're polished well, that the vocal maintains prominence, that your
Of course it'll
transitions
be
are
worth it.
dynamic, but I just think you are on the right track. And I think it was, who was it, Retrack or whoever earlier, or maybe Joseph said, worth the wait. Like, I feel like you found the right sonics for this vocal, right? Like you sat on this vocal for a long time and we're struggling to know what to build around it because of a little bit of a slower tempo. It's a little bit more mellow of a vocal sample, but you did a great job of building out the sound design around this, where it does add energy to the vocal, where it's really mellow, but it also like matches the saturation and matches the feel of it, which I think just sounds fantastic, dude. So y'all show some love. If you haven't already, you got to be following Hello Sky, about to release a waterfall of incredible music So please make sure that you are following and supporting the family. Amazing, man. Freestyle rap with the word onion. Onions. Bunions. I eat Funyuns. Bitch.
Nice.
Beautiful. Oh no, my kind of vibe didn't work. I was going to be a moment. Just kidding. Show some love one more time. Show some love one more time to Hello Sky, dude. We love you so much, man. That's absolutely the family. Please let us know if you have like any other questions, as you already know, man. I honestly think
so. Bars.
Bars, man. Yeah, let us know. Let us know if you have any other questions or any other way that we can help you out, man, in any capacity.
You know, we're always here for you, however.
Bitch. Yeah, onions, bitch. Thank you for the rose. Happy bones. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for hopping in. We got Wubsy in the building. Wubsy in the building. Wubsy, we got a Paper Planes remix version 2.
I'm excited.
A pop EDM version. If you would like to submit, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, follow the steps, read through the details. If you're on our main platform, the purple app, you can easily hit ! Submit, and the submission form will present itself. Dude, love you so much, bro. Seriously, I can't wait for you to get going with what you're doing.
We love you
man.
More, Hello Sky.
I can't tell you how hyped I am for your future, man. Seriously, so talented.
We're both gonna probably start putting music out around the same time.
Yep.
And by then it'll be the perfect opportunity to collaborate.
Hell yeah.
I'm excited.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
Let's go, Wubsy. Hell yeah, brother. So with this version, I added a little spice to the intro and dumped the jar of spice in it for the drop. Hope you like it. All right, this is a pop EDM version of my song, Paper Planes, which, shameless plug, Wubsy's always telling me to plug. So shameless plug, I just released a YouTube, just for the fun of it, a YouTube video of a piano and vocal version of Paper Planes.
It's absolutely beautiful, if I do say so myself.
So if you want to go hear the song in its piano and vocal glory, then you can head to the Torvik Music YouTube channel and check it out. So make sure you subscribe, make sure you like and comment, all that fun stuff. I'm releasing multiple videos a week now over on that channel, so definitely tap in. Self-promo! Literally the first time in like 8 months that I've self-promoted anything, so go check it out. The irony
we need to get better at that.
What's up, Jenna? The irony of just the fact that we're listening to Paper Planes here. So this is a pop EDM version.
Awesome. What? Yeah, that's so cool. That is a really fun coincidence.
It's fate. Thank you, Wubsy, man. I appreciate you so much. I'm putting a lot of time and energy into a lot of things right now, but YouTube is one of those things I'm going to do a lot more. So if y'all have ideas, if you have questions, you have things that you like, things that you are wanting to get answered, things you want videos on, please drop in the comments over on YouTube. I would love to
definitely.
I would love to try to help y'all out as much as I possibly can. I mean, hard now that I'm mobile, but especially once we reset up the studio in San Antonio, then we'll be able to do a lot more. All right, Paper Planes.
Pretty well, Jenna. Thank you for asking. How are you doing?
Paper Planes by Torvik, the Wubsy remix.
I'm ready.
Let's get into it, man.
Yeah, I love that.
Mommy, caught in this moment with you, I can't control it. Hey, the way I feel with you, love me fragile. Hey, baby, I'm broken.
Thank you, Jenna.
It would be tragic. Hey, for us to never see this through.
Totally different feel with the pacing there.
I know, yeah. Perfect on the sky. Right here. I love when they go to the beat, bro.
I know. are way stronger. Let's go,
Nice,
Wubsy! Y'all show some. We did this track. That was me with Happy Heartache. I remixed Happy Heartache like probably 17 times. I was like never happy with it. And I probably still am not happy with it. Sometimes it just happens and you just get it out. You just put it out and live with the consequences. But y'all show some love to Wubsy. This is another one of the. We got a lot of the family in here today, man.
I love it.
Show some love to Wubsy. Wubsy Music. That is the family, the brother. Appreciate you so much for sending this in, man. Let's go straight back into it, man. I'll just remixes from yes,
We
dude.
need to put like a community album out or something, or at least a playlist.
I still want to do that. I still want to do that on like some specific songs. Get the track outs for specific songs and have a multi-genre remix EP. Whether that's like one house, one EDM, one lo-fi, one acoustic, one cinematic, and just
cool.
have like 5 different versions of a song.
One metal.
And if that goes well, then I'll outsource the tracking for that for a bunch of different songs. The next thing you know, like I have the capacity off of songs that are already released to build albums and EPs on my entire catalog, which is like 60 songs. So it'd be fun, man. Remixes would only have the have the original FL session file.
What's up,
right?
Banner? Good to see you.
What's up, Banner? Appreciate you hopping in. Daniel, thanks for hopping in as well. Okay, let's run this from the top.
Man,
Okay.
Hello Sky, I'm sorry. That sucks.
Dang. I mean, I have been going through hell and back with Pro Tools and some stuff lately, and I finally found one of the biggest pain points for me. Well, one of the pain points is that I have 980 gigs on this computer and another 1,100 gigs on another hard drive, and it was like pulling stuff from the cloud still, which was another 200 gigs of files. Shows how much music I've worked on. There's just like so much stuff, and it was corrupting all of my files. So I had a bunch of old client files that were corrupted because it was only pulling like half of a session or half my audio files from the cloud and not connecting. Nightmare. Anyways, I have. So yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Anyways, storage and organization is, I think, probably one of the main things that like needs to be taught to engineers, not how to parallel compress. Storage and organization, especially if you do it for a living and you have terabytes of client files, storage and organization should be weeks of
There is still
stuff.
something that I noticed about this track that feels like a lot of compression or some kind of distortion or something. And I just don't know what that is exactly, and I wouldn't know how to translate it well, but it's just something that I always notice with these tracks that
I'm wondering if do you hear this bass here? Let me play it real quick. That crunchy kind of crunchiness there. I wonder if that translates into the hook is maybe some of the distortion that we're hearing.
Right.
Which I don't mind a whole bunch.
Maybe.
It might be it could be artifact from the vocals itself.
Dude, that would actually make sense because it
make
honestly is giving it. I don't mean this in a derogatory way because I know how we all feel about AI, but it's just it almost is giving it an AI feel, and I'm like, I know it's obviously not AI, it's Wubsy,
right? It's the chorus, and it's me, so it's we both know both sides of the coin. The vocals are stripped.
That makes sense.
I might be able to. I'm trying to think. I'll just have to see where the actual session for this is.
I built this lead to sort of follow the vocals, which I used in the intro to kind of bring in the drop vibe early, like a hint at it. I like that.
It's so hard to get them clean. You have all this artifact in there, so you have to like oversaturate them to make them good again and like stuff like that. It's tough. It's tough. So one of the issues that I'm running into is Melodyne stuff corrupting all of my old vocal files. So I was gonna say I might be able to give you the track outs for this, but I would only be able to do instrumental. I don't know if I would have the track outs for the vocal. I'd have to really dig and figure it out. I would have to like re-Melodyne every single vocal layer from scratch and make sure I have all the old waveforms. That was one of the issues that I ran into. So I'll see, but obviously that would make a huge difference in the vocal quality. Before we even kick into the song here, one of the things that I did here is I really do want that lead vocal to breathe. Your drops feel way more powerful in this one. I'm really, it feels so much more impactful when like the sharpness of that kick comes in on those drops and the double time hips. hits. I like that a lot. It's giving you just so much more energy, but the vocal still feels really mellow in the background. It's kind of like soft and a bit mellow where it doesn't really cut through the mix anymore. So I know you kind of went from a pendulum swing of a bunch of multi-band stuff and high EQ pushes, and then kind of went the other direction with it. You might need to find a bit of a middle ground to brighten up that vocal again. Give it a little bit more punch, a little bit more power, past like 6K again, just to let it slice through the mix again. Something to think about. Let's run it from
And
the
then
top.
Wubsy, really quick, let me know if there's anything you want to go over. I know we're about to start working on your branding and all your visual stuff like that. So I'm really excited. But let me know if you want to go over anything for today's consultation in that regard.
100%. Yeah, you have that little squarey that follows like the lead vocal melody up at the top there. I do like that. It's subtle enough that it's not overwhelming me.
Interesting, Joseph.
Mommy,
I guess it kind of makes sense.
caught in this moment with you. I can't control
Yeah, you have to be able to claim your account through your distribution.
the way I feel with you. Nothing
Okay, sure.
fragile. Baby, I'm broken.
So like even here on the which has even the sample you pulled probably has a low octave to it. Even right there, it feels really, really mellow. So I'll go back into those vocals, give it a little bit of sharpness, give it a little bit of a punch, just because it is competing with a lot of noise. You know, grungy, gritty basses, bright, square arpeggiators, big stacks of sawtooth waves. You know what I mean? Like it's got a lot of energy in this production, which I love. That's the point of it. Just make sure the vocal can compete, right? And it's always that balance of like, am I over compressing? Am I over suppressing a mix, or is it dull, right? And there's a sweet spot between the two that I would look for, that I would aim for.
Baby, I'm broken without you. It would be tragic for us to never see this through. But I'm falling like ribbons in the sky. Let go of
Like,
what is it.
is the fuzziness only in the vocal? No, right? Because I'm hearing it outside.
I think
the
that's
vocal
the
as well. It's like
actual-
there's like something on the whole track.
That I think is that bass there too. Is the synths. So let me. It always starts.
For us to never
So you hear this.
It's like
That noise right there is probably it's the sawtooth, but it's probably like a noise filter on it too. It's the sound of that bass and the sound of the
okay.
the high end elements there too. And then the vocal has its own like metaflanger and like stuff on that too, like other effects that are probably making it sound a little bit like that too. Stem Splitter in FL Studio. I've never used it. I should probably try it. I need to like update FL and dig
Yeah,
into
you
it.
should.
Might as well. But I've never tried it. But even though I have FL, I don't know if it's with the version. I have like the second level. I don't even know which one I have. But I haven't heard the best thing. Yeah, there's a big old crunchy bass in it. I haven't heard the best things about it on the vocal side. I've heard people be like, hey, I got a 2-track, and it allowed me to kind of get my drums and 808 separate to kind of remix them slightly, right? Maybe with some bass issues, but it was like fine. I haven't heard like the best things about the vocal isolation with it. So you might want to do something like Vocal IO or like one of the online ones. There's one. Yeah, that's what I heard. And if your priority is the quality of what you get, like I've used stuff for splitting stuff, for like when I'm recreating someone's track, like when I recreated Kate Bush's track, if y'all saw the video on that, or if I recreate, I'm working on a recreation of a Billie Eilish song right now, and I stripped their vocals using, I think with Vocal IO or a couple other online ones and stuff like that. And when you hear the ending song played back, it sounds like the original. Like it sounds sharp, sounds clean. No, I'm remixing it a little bit. I'm adding my own reverb. I'm adding my own EQ lightly, but I'm barely doing anything to it. They do a pretty good job of just splitting it on their own. So you might want to look in the direction of something online based. You maybe pay $5 a month for a couple credits with them, or I don't know how they all work. But I just haven't heard the best things about FL with their stem splitter for vocal quality, just because vocals is such a unique, variety ridden instrument, right? Like there's so many nuances to it. It's difficult oftentimes for a vocal to do with a bunch of layers to it and stuff like that, for it to isolate it versus a sub bass that's like stuck in its own vein, its own frequency response. Or drums, where it's really easy to pick up on its transients in the mix and stuff like that. It's easier to isolate stuff like that sometimes than it is like a vocal that moves around a lot and has a lot of different tonal characteristics. Iris cover from you? Okay, maybe. I want to do more stuff like that, dude. Mm-hmm. It'd be super fun. But okay, something to think about. You might, now I know you're deep into both of these remixes, so take it with a grain of salt. But I would maybe look in the future, at least, unless you want to redo some of this, look in the future to do something that focuses a bit more on vocal quality specifically. And that would be my loose recommendation. Let me get a little bit deeper into it. But I would re-EQ the vocals. They're a little bit muddy with the synths and a little bit mellow at the top range. So when those high vocal runs and stuff right there, they get kind of drowned out between all of the wall of sound that you have, which I like. I'll try this guy. I'll try it. I'll check. If I can, I got you. Come on. I go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission. It's like even here, when there's not as much to compete with, you're still losing a lot of that like high-end high-end clarity and distinction and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's too much noise going on when you really just want to hear because I can hear the elements you're adding, and it's really cool.
Sure. But
there's too much noise getting in the way of hearing the different elements that you're adding, which is just a shame. We don't want that.
Hey, dude, no one talks about it. I don't know if I've literally ever posted that So Long exists. I do like the song. It's not mixed very well, if I'm honest with you. It's not mixed very well.
I'm trying to think of that one.
I can only wait for so long.
Oh yeah.
I do like this song a lot. It was I had a lot of fun making it, but I rushed that one. I just got it out quick. I didn't mix it very well, so the vocals aren't very prominent, but I do like it. Do you think that crunchy bass is too prominent in the mix? Okay, let me get through this next hook here. I think it's an element of it being very, very full all the time, right? So you do miss a little bit of like clarity, right? And I know some of that here is also like having to disguise some vocal textures. You know, that's a hard thing with with isolation and splitting and stuff like that, is sometimes you got to overdo certain things to just hopefully make it fit into the structure of a mix. But there are some moments where you might want to even just take that bass that's really crunchy and filter it down for the second verse. Literally what I did. So I had a Moog on there, a mini Moog on there, and it's that low at the bottom there, and on that song I literally just take that and I filter it down and I open it up for the hooks again. Something like that might help you create some distinction and some clarity out of the mix, just because it does get kind of swallowed up because it's so big and it's all the time. You just might need to kind of get a little bit deeper into your automation, a little bit deeper into the mix to make sure that you have all of the sounds that you want, all the sound design that you want, but you're not sacrificing clarity by having all of the things that you like in the mix. And you can still like maybe bring some of that noise down, bring some of the grit down for the verses to give it some cleanliness, and then noise it up when you go and you go crazy, bring up the noise, bring up some of the saturation, right? You can crunch it up a little bit more. I don't want to direct your stylistic choices too much, but I do think that because there is a lot happening at many, many different points of the song, even from like the first intro when the drums come in, that it can start to get noisy. And I think you got to play around with it just a little bit. Let me listen a little farther. Because there's the bass handling your progression at the bottom, but then there's also this kind of almost ring modulated middle synth too that's kind of it's kind of sitting in this pocket right there that also sits really wide. I think that's the one that you're doing a filter sweep with that kind of is giving you that kind of noise at the top end too. Watch just how those correlate. Watch how they fit together. That's some of the things I'm listening for. There's not a perfect answer for it. You just got to find where you want certain things to be, how loud you want them to be. But I think you have a gritty bass, so lots of texture, lots of noise to it. I love noise. It's one of my favorite things on the Juno is that noise filter. It's so great sounding. Same on the Poly D. It sounds so good. But if a lot of things are gritty, saturated, noisy, ringy, if they're all working together and they're all in a stack making a lot of noise, then you are just going to run into some issues where they individually sound sick and in certain pockets of the song sound really powerful. But sometimes if they're there over the whole course of the song, you're just going to lose some clarity. There's no way around it. So just be careful with how those things present themselves in the mix. I love those changes from the original though, man. And then same thing here, you bring in a ton. I mean, I love the vibrancy of this production part here. It makes you feel like you're floating. It's and it just opens up. It's massive. It's a wall of energy, and I love that aspect of it. Make sure the vocals can compete, right? And that's tough because you have stripped vocals, right? But you are dealing with a wall of energy sonically. A lot of just your frequency spectrum is just maxed out, right? There's a lot going on. It's bright and it's vibrant. The drums cut through beautifully there, though. They do feel punchy and powerful, which is something that we were looking for in your previous version too, of opening up that compression and letting them really snap through, like letting the drums feel like they do drive the song.
I think because I've also heard it in the, I think you named it Colorblind, right? I've also heard some of that in that track as well. So the good thing is, I think once you figure out
that dynamic,
then you'll be set for all of your tracks.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Definitely.
So that is the good news there.
Yeah. But you'll just have to, go back through like these massive moments and make sure that, and a lot of it just comes down to like your decisions, right? There's not really like a right or wrong way with a lot of this stuff, but if your desire is vocal clarity, then make sure you bias towards that, right? Right now, I think the wall of energy
I love
is
that,
at the
a little
forefront.
lad coat.
Let's go.
Also, sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but thank you guys for hopping in on TikTok. If you're interested in what we do here and you're interested in submitting your track, all that kind of stuff, all the info can be found at Torvik's profile. There's a website there. Just scroll down to the link that says Track Talk Submission and you'll find all the instructions there.
Hell yeah.
We'd love to have you though.
But yeah, I think you can just go back into the mix and reprioritize. I have to do this all the time, like even whether it's my own mix or it's a mix for a client of mine or something like that, where I'll go through like a dry mix of the song. I'll go through like a bass level mix and organize everything. And then I'll kind of go back into it and I'll need to reprioritize, right? Like everything sounds good, right? I'll go, I'm like, okay, well, I like the way this vocal sounds. I like the way this bass sounds. The drums are nice and punchy and stuff. But I need to like, I need to reprioritize what I want in the mix. And if the vocals are one of those priorities, you might need to dip some things. You might need to pull some things back that they're adding loudness, but they might not be the most beneficial. They might be, whether it's the crunchy bass, whether it's the kind of distorted synth in the middle, whether it's the lead melodies, they might not be adding as much as you think they are in the mix. Besides noise and loudness, they're not really adding a lot of texture or character. So you just have to kind of go back and maybe address some of those things.
I think it really just comes down to figuring out what you want your sound to be.
Yeah.
And then really honing in and perfecting your, production and engineering in that way.
100%. Yeah. 100. And
it's just going to take, honestly, a lot of practice, probably.
Definitely. I have to do it all the time.
WJ Kelly, all the info is at the link tree in Torvik's profile.
Yeah, and this is why I will typically go, like we talk about this all the time, I'll do a stripped, so I do a dry mix first with nothing on it, right? Just get everything as loud as I want them and position where I want them, right? So before I'll do an initial mix. I'm doing this for a client right now. I'll have an initial mix with nothing on it. It's just there. It just exists. And honestly, what this also does too is it keeps you from adding things nonchalantly, right? Where I'm like, these drums sound good without anything on them. I don't have to compress them. I don't have to EQ them. I was like, oh, these, like this bass right here, clear, it's way underneath this other bass. I don't have to add a chorus to it. I don't have to put it in stereo. And I think if you do a really, really solid dry mix, it just allows you to get to a space where you don't overdo initially and like throw up a template where everything's got an SSL bus compressor on it and you're starting from a place of color. I think sometimes it's easier to just go dry and then bring them in. But that's a great idea too, and something that I'll do all the time. If I do add some things, like I know I need some processing on these vocals, I'll oftentimes bypass things and bring them to make sure I'm actually doing anything. Right? Sometimes we'll just like add 1176 because we should, right? I should have something on here, right? And then I bypass it. I'm like, dude, it sounds no different. It's not doing anything. And you just take it off, right? Free up some processing power, free up some phase issues you might be causing by re-EQing everything that's in your mix and high passing everything, right?
And allow the track to breathe a bit
allow
more.
it to breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you're doing a lot of synthesis. You're creating a lot of space where you need to kind of control
Sure.
where things go, and that's slightly different, but still, what's nice is that you have a lot of control when you're dealing with a lot of synthesis because there's 800 program parameters that you can adjust to make it all fit. But yeah, that is definitely something where it's like I oftentimes will strip it down to bass, drums, and vocals. If those are clean and clear and those sound beautiful on their own, then I can just start to slowly bring up like a synth bus and be like, okay, where do the synths need to be? Boom, right there. As soon as they creep up to overwhelming the vocals, they're done. I don't need to push them past that, right? And if I push them past that and then the vocals are too quiet and I turn up the vocals, right, you're getting into a really muddy space. But I oftentimes, like, it happens all the time, right? Let me just strip everything away. I need punchy drums. I need a chest rattling bass, especially if it's a style like this. And I need a clean, punchy, open vocal. And then if anything is encroaching on that, then I need to reassess a little bit. Let me hear the outro here really quick, but I think you have a couple things you can lean into a little bit. I love the changes. The pacing here sounds really, really nice. I love the subtle distinctions from the other version too. And this is something, I mean, you can always have 50 different, versions of a song like this. There's you can go and look at songs on Spotify and there'll be 20 different versions of a song. So
Totally.
you play around with, you just have a different inspiration for the same song and same tempo. Switch it up, run with it. I love it. I love it. So like even here from a loudness standpoint, all my brain hears is the pumping and the side chain on that saw stack that you have there. That's all my brain's. It's like it's missing the warmth of the bass, even though I know it's there and it's actually pretty loud. And then even the vocal, I'm like missing that because all my brain's hearing that. So that could probably come down 3 dB, right? Just to kind of restructure some of the energy in the mix right there.
Thank
right?
you. Also,
Subtle little
WJ
things
Kelly,
to-
just make sure that you read through and followed all of the instructions. Otherwise, it
Yep.
won't get you added up to the board.
100%.
But yeah, it's really important, especially when it's your first time, that you read through all the steps.
Definitely. But y'all show some love to Wubsy. Dude, you're the family. I love you. I feel so honored that
We love you.
you're spending so much time and energy tackling these tracks and learning so much, man,
Absolutely.
for a song. I mean, I know you're working on a shit ton of your own music, but for a song
This,
that happens
like
to
I
have
said,
my vocals on me, man, it's an honor. It's an honor, man.
benefits every single one of your tracks, 100%.
100%.
So I'm excited. I feel like it's gonna be like a dam. Like once that you just. Sorry, just want to be clear. Do I have to pay as well? Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, make sure you read through all the steps there.
And no worries at all. Feel free to ask questions, but all of the info is listed out for you. That way you understand exactly what we do here.
Love you, Wubsy. You're the man.
No worries at all. It's gonna be like a dam. Like once you
No
get
worries.
it, it's just gonna be like a light bulb moment where it's flooding through. You know what I mean? So it's really exciting. Keep working at it. I think it's really gonna come soon.
Like I literally remember Wubsy, and I really look forward to this moment for you. There was a client's track that I work on and never actually got released. It was one of the first. This is years ago, probably 5 or 6 years ago. And it was not one of the first, like I'd done all of this training, I'd done all this stuff. And it was one of the first mixes that I did that it just worked. And all of the tools aligned and it was clean and clear and bright and open. And then the band that I mixed it for, they disbanded and they never released a song. That sucks. But I remember the moment of just like, oh, I did a good mix. I did like I've done all this. I've worked on all this.
Like one
music.
of your first good mixes.
Right, like
type
yeah,
thing.
like I'd worked in studios. I'd done music my whole life, and it was one of the first times that I tracked for all these people.
Solo.
I'd gotten all their stuffs in, and on my own without any overreach.
I feel like I
that.
remember when you got good.
Yeah, and it was
like night and day.
and it was like
from
all
one
of a
day to the
sudden I was
next.
like, oh, dude, it all worked. And then from then on out, everything was pretty good. You know what I mean? Like, I think that right there is such a powerful moment. I think every engineer goes through it, right? Every engineer goes through it. I mean, sometimes it's like subtle little things. And then sometimes there's like, oh, I get it now. And everything works and everything fits in the mix. This is difficult. This is more challenging when you produce as well. Because then you're also dealing with needing to self-limit some of your input on the production side and be like, that synth doesn't have to be there. You have to make that choice. Besides, like they tracked guitar and I'm going to fit it in there because it's got to be there, right? You have to be like, it doesn't need another bass. It doesn't need 2 more layers of the vocal, right? So it's harder to self-edit sometimes when you're producing and mixing your own stuff. But I know how that feels, and I know the moment that happens when all of a sudden you're like, oh, it just works, man. It just works. So I'm very, very excited.
No worries at all, WJ. We'll get you up there.
It's like installing a sub panel unless it's still in front of this or screwing on level at that point. There's like, yep, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it catches fire and you gotta be okay. Back to the drawing board. We spent 3 years doing it this way, and you gotta
Literally.
do it all over again. And I'll get you updated too. But y'all show some love. Show some love.
And then just a reminder, WJ Kelly, everything it can be found at that link tree like I told you, and then also at that same spot you can also see the line. So there's a link that says see the line. It'll take you over to Twitch and you can see the line at any point, just because it is modular, so it does tend to move around, but you can easily keep track of where you're at in the line, and how many we have left for the day, all that kind of fun stuff over on Twitch.
All right, let me get you on the board.
And then would you mind pulling up Wubsy's Spotify on there? I have it up on my iPad, but I just want to see it really quick from a desktop angle as well.
Absolutely. Boom.
Oh yeah, perfect, Bronson. That'd be super helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much for the follow
Yeah,
on
thank
Twitch.
you
I
so
appreciate
much.
you.
Blackbird
go.
singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly.
Of course, of course, of course. I'm excited.
Life. Yeah, perfect. Thanks for hopping in, and welcome to the Vibe Tribe. Okay, Wub, so the first thing that I noticed on your Spotify is that we need a banner, and that honestly, it depends how quickly we're able to work on your branding and stuff. But if you want to just get something up there from one of your shows or something, it can be like, you know, some kind of neon lights, or honestly, just
Something graphic.
yeah, just something graphic in the meantime. But ideally in the future, your banner would reflect your brand, if that makes sense. So just get something up there in the meantime, and then we'll start working on your brand. I'll get with you as soon as I possibly can. That way we can start working on that. And then with your description, so your photos are really great. I'm glad you have a lot of good photos on there. You have a good profile picture. With your description, it's really good as well. One thing that I noticed you could do that would enhance it even more is just to, instead of saying profound love for many different styles and genres of dance music, list out the genres. So the way I want you to think about it is any, you know, specific keywords that you can offer Spotify and YouTube for that matter, the better.
Yeah.
So anything you can give them that is going to function like a keyword. I'm glad to see that you have Washington State. That's helpful.
The tagged
Maybe
artist,
even
awesome.
putting, you know, a couple of cities you frequent, you know, that you do events in, stuff like that. I see actually you do have George Washington, so that's perfect. George Washington sounds really funny. Just realized that. But yeah, so that's good there. But anyway, whenever you're, you know, thinking about your description for Spotify, YouTube, anything like that, I want you to just really try to frame, like, if you were an algorithm, what would help you know where to place you, if that makes sense.
Right.
And then I would maybe feed what you have into something like ChatGPT, Claude, some kind of AI. I know AI can be kind of annoying, but it is really, really helpful in making things sound a bit more professional, cohesive. And especially if you're really specific and good at your prompting, and making sure that you say something like, make sure this is maximized for Spotify's algorithms specifically. It can really, really help. So what I would do is give it what you have, tell it to do that, and then make sure it still sounds like you before you copy and paste it to your own Spotify. But that's just a little way that I would enhance, and that's if I'm being really picky. You have a pretty good description there already, so really good job with that. And then I do just notice that, of course, we can clean up your link tree, which I can help you with when we go through your branding process. So I'm not worried about it. It's good for now. It's good enough for now, I'll say. And then we can hone in on it and make it even better when the time comes. Hopefully soon. It just really comes down to what I can afford, because we are struggling right now. But we'll get there. Yeah. So yeah, I hope that's helpful, and I hope that gives you some peace of mind with where you're at. And I don't think you're in a really bad spot. I think for now it's get buyable, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then we'll hone some things when I am able to do that.
100%. Y'all, show some love to the family. Show some love to Wubsy, dude. We love you so much. I feel honored that you're doing this with
so much.
With my music, with the other music that you're working on, man. It's really, really fun to watch your journey, man, and your progress as a self-engineer, your progress as a producer, man. Super, super creative and super talented.
More a little this way, so that way you're not cut off by the line. I mean the line and the chat.
There we go. But y'all, show some love to the family. Dude, we love you.
We love
Absolutely,
you, Wubs.
man.
I hope
Absolutely.
work is going okay. And I'm just super proud of you, how hard you work to provide for your family, but also how hard you work at your craft. And it's only going to get better and better. And I just know that you know already, but we'll say it and repeat it a million times, that we're here for you throughout the process, however we possibly can be. And we're honored to be.
All right. We got Bronson Bragg in the building. Bronson, just let me know that I've seen you in the chat, but just let me know that you're here, so I know you haven't dipped out for a second. And let's get into this track here. Let me get this downloaded.
Wait, Miley
here.
looks super odd right here. I don't know. I didn't know that Miley. Oh, it's coming out May 30th. She's got a new album.
Nice.
I love that.
Of course, man. Of course. Got you, Bronson.
Absolutely,
All right.
Wubs.
If you do not know Bronson is a phenomenal musician, creative.
I don't think that we've ever gone over your branding and stuff, though. I feel like the last time we played you in this live, I was probably in the chat. I was more on the modding side. So I'm excited.
And I never know what I'm about to hear with Bronson. This could be alternative and emotional, or it could be quirky and hoinky doinky. You never hoinky. You literally never know what you're gonna get with Bronson. So I'm excited. Okay, so you've got your Spotify, YouTube, websites currently being worked on. Beautiful. All right, this is, and then let me know if this is released. Let me know this is released. This is Small Victories version 10. Lightwork version 10. Let's see. Then we got the lyrics here too. Beautiful. Let's get into it, man. Any context you? Obviously, I've heard some of your stuff before. Anything you want to let the chat know? Any context you want to get me or give me on this song in particular? Where you're at with it? Let me know. This is Small Victories by Bronson Bragg.
You won't see where you're headed when your head is hanging low. A man walked into a bar. They welcome him to the show. Cool. And now you got no choice except to laugh it off. Show a small victory in your stride and try to smile. Nobody cares where you're going when you look like a crocodile. And then your friend will tell you they'll see you in a while. And now you got no choice except to nod and wave. Show a small
Nice vocal ears.
victory on your way and try to smile.
Progressions are beautiful. imagine.
I know, literally,
Seriously,
Joseph.
seriously, man.
No one will notice you're losing with your good attitude. Tip your hat, exhale, lean back and join her dervo.
Is that your wife in the background?
Some
of those layers?
All your money, you have found
No, some of it's you.
a friend. Show a small victory.
It's all you, isn't it?
I hear some of you in the higher falsetto, but I thought I heard another. Yeah. That's your layer in the background there. There's another part where I thought I heard a female vocal. Maybe. I just used.
Now you got no choice except to laugh it off.
Got you. I think that's what I heard.
A small victory, at least you tried.
I can hear that, Sky. I love this
Oh,
like
yeah, I can see that.
RC20.
I miss them, actually. I used to listen to them a lot.
Let's go. Y'all show some love to Bronson. Let's go. I love your music. It is quirky. It's interesting. It's got so much dynamic to it. It is such a unique expression, but I feel like you have such laser focus with what you're doing, whether or not in your world, maybe you might not. If you're anything like me, it might be a little bit chaotic sometimes. But what comes across is like these really tight structures that are really engaging to listen to. So let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. We'll dive into a couple aspects. My favorite spot and kind of favorite part of the structure of this song is your followed melodies, where you have like your guitars and your piano and even some other, maybe even like synthesized layers and stuff in the background, all following your melody breaks. It reminds me of like early Queen records. It reminds me of a lot of some really, really cool records. I think you're doing that part of this really, really well. On the other side, on the mix side, what I hear immediately, and then we'll dig into it a little bit, it's a little bit like high, mid, forward. So there's some elements of it, some intentional, some maybe not. It's like a little bit brittle and tinny on the top end that doesn't feel as almost like warm and saturated to mix or to listen to. That I think if you could kind of rebalance slightly between, I think like your piano, your vocal, and I'll listen for maybe one other element. Soften it a little bit and kind of re-warm up the track. I feel like it would just be easier to listen to. Still punchy, still vibrant, but a little bit more palatable to listen to.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I love it.
Bronson, I'm also very, very curious what you would say your top musical inspirations are. And I think that will help me know what direction to go in as far as your branding and all that kind of stuff. But I did pull up your website and everything that you provided. Thank you so much for sending that stuff. It's always so much more helpful when you guys send details like that. So I really appreciate that. And I'm checking out your website and stuff, and it's really, really cool.
Y'all are so talented. I mean, you and your wife are both so talented as musicians, as writers and stuff like
cool.
that. So I love it.
It's so fun to be a tag team duo.
I love it, dude. I mean, it's one of my favorite things in life right now. And then, did you do all the production on this? Did you do like most of the musicianship that I'm hearing? Is that all? Is that pretty much all you? Maybe some wife sprinkled in.
Okay.
Did everything? Beautiful.
I don't know a single one of those. Okay, let me look into it.
Okay, cool. Mr. Bungle. All right, let's get into it.
Do you know any of those?
No Scott
See
Joplin
where you're
Okay.
and Bare Naked Ladies.
headed.
Oh yeah.
Your head
Naked
is
Ladies.
hanging low. A man walked into a bar. They welcome him to the show. And now you got no choice except to laugh.
Let me download. I have a. Let me see something. Let me see. I'm gonna see something and just gonna see how this goes. So give me just one moment. I'm gonna download this
I definitely remember Bare Naked Ladies.
And let's have some fun here. I just have an idea. I just want to be able to kind of visualize and understand what's going on in the song. So we're going to open that up right there. And we're going to drop this bad boy over into here. And let's make this a bit bigger. Yeah, you have a very, I mean, this is nice. Well, I mean, just like literally just looking at the waveform here, this is a very open mix, right? Very little transient control here, which I like. I mean, your mix is very dynamic. It's very open, but there's very little control at all over all those different dynamic elements. So there's kind of one thing I'm gonna look for here. Y'all should be able to see everything on there. So let's play this and let's see.
You won't see where you're headed when your head is hanging low. A man walked into.
Okay, so I'm gonna try a couple things here. So give me 1 second, and I'm gonna, just for the sake of kind of seeing how this responds to your track, I want to do something really easy and really simple here. So we're gonna do like a clean and open, basic, unfluttered, unnoisy master here, and then I'm gonna add an EQ, and this is the only two things I want to do. And I just want to kind of see how it responds, because I think it'll give me an idea of how we could potentially soften this a little bit and give you a little bit of dynamic control, a little bit more control over your mix, and to make it a little bit easier to listen to. So let's get it.
You won't see where you're headed when your head is hanging low. A man walked into a bar, they welcome him to the show. And now you got no choice except to laugh it off. Show a small victory in your stride and try to smile.
Love that bass movement.
Yeah, that's so pretty.
Nobody cares where you're going when you look like a crocodile. And then your friend will tell you they'll see
yeah, there she
you
is.
in a while. And now you got no choice
So-
except.
What I'm just gonna kind of do here, just to kind of lock a couple things in, and then I'll bypass this so we can hear the difference. I'm basically this is just I'm just doing this for tape saturation essentially on a master, but I'm just pushing the preamp here enough to where most of your like high clips, because you can see on your you can see in your transients here, I'll make them a little bit bigger. You can see in your waveform here that there's like no control over any of these transients, right? Like they're not, and you don't need an EDM. I love the Kramer. I use it all the time on masters. I use it on drums. I use it on a bunch of stuff. But there's very little control at all. Maybe a little bit of glue and that's it, right? But most of your transients here are very free flowing and stuff like that. Using this, you can see like when I play this, let me put it to where, let me get into this main part here. You're just gonna see your top clips. Your top clips are just going to hit that preamp, the peak of that preamp a little bit, and just break it up, kind of shatter it, saturate it, and soften it quite. It's going to naturally compress it and soften it a bit. That's going to help just, yeah, I usually do it on the master or at least on a bus, right? Obviously, there's so many different ways to do this, so many different answers, but I will tend to do it on a master. But the more control you can have over your buses too, that is definitely helpful. But in this case, obviously, I'm doing it on the master file that I have, since that's the only control I have. But you'll see right here, I got it on a few of the drums, right? On the vocals, maybe. Okay, cool. Yeah, I would definitely have one saturative plugin on the master in order to help tame some of that you already see there. And you'll see like right past 0 here, I'm going to get probably 2 or 3 dB of peak that's going through that and being compressed and saturated.
Nobody cares where you're going when you look like a crocodile.
But it'll dip below 0 a decent amount. So now that's on there. That's going to help soften it a bit and it'll kind of warm up the top end of the mix. And then I'm going to get into the EQ here and see what we got.
Nobody cares where you're going when you look like.
See right here, these peaks right here in this little pocket right here.
Nobody cares where you're going when you look like a crocodile.
That right there.
And then your friend will tell you they'll see.
There she is. And I what I tell most people too, and you're great at this, you already know a lot of this stuff too, I'm preaching to the choir, is I try not to sweep stuff, right? Like if I am like hearing something, then I'll find the frequency and dip and make sure I control it dynamically if I need to. But I don't like to just find issues in a mix because like what are we doing? If it doesn't sound bad, don't touch it, right? You're just going to create phase issues. But you can definitely see even just in the waveform, there's a big peak between like 1,000 and 3,000 hertz. I would first address this in the vocal, in the piano, where some of that like ringing is coming from and some of that resonance is coming from, and then address it in the EQ, address it in the mix. Now, obviously, I'm doing it on master. I'd prefer you do it on the instruments first and foremost, and then do maybe some small corrections on the master. But dig into piano and vocals initially, and then we'll re-soften this. We'll see how it sounds.
Nobody cares where you're going when you look like a crocodile. And then your friend will tell you they'll see you in a while. And now you got no choice except to nod and wave. Show a small victory on your way. And try to smile.
That alone, excuse me,
That right there alone.
that right there alone. I mean, you can see, yeah, right, exactly. I mean, so you can see like I want to maintain the brightness. This should be a punchy, bright record. I don't want to leave that out. But there's a lot. I mean, you could hear it when I boosted it by like 2 dB and it's unbearable, right? There's a lot of resonance, a good like non-good resonance, right? Like resonance is just the sound, right? Resonance is not a bad thing. This is sound, but like unbeneficial resonance to the mix happening between like 1,000 and 3,000 hertz. So if you like maintain your warmth, like maybe a little higher, like maybe like 400 hertz here lightly, maintain some of the warmth, make the bass and the piano feel nice and meaty, make sure it's got some body to it, maintain a little bit of the crispiness at the high if you want it. But I'm bringing this down and I'm keeping it dynamic. So it only is doing it if it's really punching through, like when the vocal and piano comes in, but otherwise it'll let up a little bit. But I'll go about 3 dB down or so right there. Maybe not even that much. And a little bit of so control with saturation, a little softness and a little bit of saturation with the Kramer and this EQ curve. And this is the difference. I'll bypass both.
Nobody cares
This is original.
where you're going when you look like a crocodile. And then your friend will tell you they'll see you in a while.
So much easier to listen to. Let me get into this big section here. So this is the current ones. Original. Here, it immediately just gets so much more ringy. Honestly, that little pocket right there, I think you said you still some things you need to address. You might Melodyne once you get the vocals locked in where you want them to be. But this is why I wanted to drop it into Pro Tools, just because I feel like it just gives you a good visual of like, oh, this is actually what's going on. There's no transient control. So every instrument is just kind of poking through the mix. A little bit of saturation, maybe a 2 dB of compression on the master, a little bit of saturation. Yeah, it feels a little tighter. It feels a little bit warmer, not as brittle and resonant in the mids. Right. It feels, because, I mean, you can see, or you can't anymore. Boom. You can
like
see.
not in a good way.
Yeah, you can see how sharp it is. If I were to print this with the saturation, you would just see all of that tighten up. It would just feel controlled. It would feel like you like ran it through tape, which is what we're emulating, right? And when you run through tape, it's generally, especially in the style of music that to me feels very nostalgic, very retro, but with some modern production edge. You don't typically get these bright, brittle high ends and these big, boomy low ends. You get this like warm, low mid, a like kind of filtered, soft, saturated high mid, and a very well-balanced mix, which is the benefit of a good, mix run through tape. But in this instance, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. In this instance, I think you could benefit from re-softening the mix a little bit, controlling those mids between 1,000 and 3,000 hertz. They are, like you said, they're poking through the mix. They're really leaping out. They're nice and sharp. Your musicianship, fantastic. I like your voice in this too. You can tighten it up with Melodyne, but I would address some of those mids between 1 and 3. Address some of that in your vocal. It's probably mainly piano that's cutting through, but you hear the change on a master, and it does make a big difference. You just don't want to make as dramatic of a change on the master. Obviously, preferably you're making very small, subtle changes there. Okay, beautiful. All right, now let me just get into, I think that we listened to it a couple times in Pro Tools. Let me just hear like the outro here. But dude, you're a talented musician. Like,
absolutely.
It's not even a question. You're so creative. Your brain just works in such a unique way. And I really, really like the direction that you go in your music. It's not for everybody. Nobody's music is for everybody, and it shouldn't be. I really feel like I could hear this in a movie. I could see this as an intro. I could see credits rolling. This is like an intro to a Netflix show. I see so much potential.
It's so blurry.
It's focus.
There we go.
There we go, kind of. I think there's so much potential for your music. It just has to find the right audience, it has to find, the right thing. But yeah, I think you are not far at all from a really, really nice mix on this. Let me just hear the last 30 seconds here or so. But yeah, just address a couple of those things, dude. I think it's going to shine. You're fantastic. This is almost giving Trans-Siberian Orchestra kind of stuff. Like, I love those octave walks between piano and guitar and bass. So fun. And I love the warbling there. That modulation's great. Yeah.
That's a hell of a reference.
Let's go. I love it, dude.
Beatles, Queen, those are some fantastic references. Yep. I love that so much. Okay, Bronson, let's dive in a bit to some of what you have going on. So like I said, I really do appreciate the fact that you're working on a website, that you're adding some cool elements, making it like a game, stuff like that. I think that speaks to your quirkiness and just the fun that you like to have. And it's really, really cool to see you do it so differently than a lot of people do. No worries at all. No. Not scared at all. Just fun. It's honestly, let's just continue the fun, right? And that's what I want to talk about mostly, is how can we continue the fun of your music and the genres that you're tapping into on the visual side as well, and just make sure that it's really cohesive and identifiable as like, oh, Bronson Bragg, like I know that style, it's really cool, it's really different, it's fun, it's quirky, it's I'm kind of getting Mr. Deeds vibes, but like in the best way. So yeah, all of that really cool stuff, I feel like you can maybe hone in a bit more and just make, even more identifiable and even more specific, I guess, in the aesthetics that you end up going for with your brand specifically. So I really like some of the photos that you have on your Spotify. Like I said, I feel like they fit the quirky vibe, so that's really fun. Specifically, I feel like, can you pull up the banner on the desktop version? That way we can see.
Definitely. And then
sounds good, Pop Rock. Thanks for letting us know.
Also, let me know on Spotify. Let me know if you did email the song. I'm not finding it for some reason, but let me know if it's under a different name, because I was looking for it. There we go.
But yeah, so okay, perfect. I really like that. See, that's a really, really good banner that you have up on your Spotify. That's perfect. So yeah, all of the photos I feel like are really good on your Spotify. I wouldn't really touch those. I think that they're great. One thing is you would definitely want to expand your description. That way you can help Spotify's algorithms find you more people. So they give you 1,500 characters to work with. And I always say, that's for a reason. Make sure that you're utilizing those characters. So I'm not saying you have to write a full 1,500 characters, but I am saying that you may as well use more of the characters than you're using now. So basically, like I was telling Wubsy, anything you can offer Spotify's algorithms in the way of keywords and SEO specific things is going to be helpful. So things like locations do well, genres you like to tap into, and then specific inspirations you pull. So some of those people that you listed, I would even, go as far as listing out like the Beatles and Queen and just, I mean, maybe not Queen, because people can get kind of
protective.
Yeah, and just like, oh, this isn't rock and whatever. You can do whatever the fuck you want, to be honest. Let's be honest, you can do whatever you want. But whatever you feel confident listing out as your inspirations, who have audiences, larger audiences than you that you can tap into, is a good reference point there. So when you're typing out your description, just make sure that you're fully logged into Spotify for Artists and that you go ahead and put Meshuggah. I don't get it. You're too funny for me sometimes. And shit goes over my head because I'm like so literal and stuff. Um, but yeah, no, definitely. The way Spotify functions is very similar to any other social platform where it's very algorithmic and they have algorithms constantly looking and trying to figure out like it's I tell this to people all the time. Spotify wants to help you out, right? The more successful you are, the more successful they are. So, okay, got
Yeah,
you.
heavy,
Got
heavy,
you.
heavy.
Okay. Um, so they want to help you out. A lot of times artists, especially smaller artists, just aren't giving them enough to work with, so they don't even know how to help you, if that makes sense. So anything that you can give them to know where to place you and help them figure out who your ideal listener is going to be awesome, right? That's going to be the most helpful and where I would advise placing a lot of your energy and efforts. So like I said, location, specific inspirations, and then just make sure that you fully tag the artist whenever you do list them out. What genres you specifically like to tap into, a little bit about who you are, what you do, why you do what you do. Any information is going to be helpful. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm glad that that's helpful. I do feel like if you wanted to hone in, like I said, that aesthetic a little bit more, you could always, and I do really like the vibe of your Spotify banner. I feel like you could run with that a little bit more. Maybe kind of develop some kind of color scheme or something that you can put on your website that you would put on merch that you can, then, funnel your album covers through a bit. I'm not saying you have to strictly stick to it, but it would just kind of give you a home base to like run things by and be like, okay, this fits my vibe, or nah, it doesn't really fit the vibe. You want things to be as cohesive as possible. And so that's what I would try to work on is getting some kind of like really clear identifiable aesthetic and color scheme if possible. And like you may have heard us mention, I really, really like utilizing Pinterest in this regard. Their algorithms are really, really good at helping you do some of that self-discovery. So if you're open to that, then
Hell yeah.
Okay,
Love it.
Cool. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. And then, like I said, I really, really love what you're doing with the website. You said you're still working on it, so I completely understand that. But overall, you're really killing it. The other thing I think I wanted to mention was to make sure to tag your Instagram in your Spotify and stuff like that. So basically, any social platforms that you do have, including Spotify. So Spotify, YouTube, Instagram, all that stuff, you want to make sure that they're all tagged to each other as much as possible. Anytime there's an opportunity to list out any of your platforms, you want to make sure that they are that they're there. Anytime somebody finds you on YouTube, you want to make sure that they can go and follow you on Spotify, go and follow you on Instagram. Basically anything that you're doing is getting support. I got a few. Okay, yeah, I already read that. The other thing is having something like a link tree. Oh no, you have your website. So I kind of like having a link tree even if I have a website. That's just how we like to do things because Linktree is a really kind of quick one-stop shop for people where they don't have to do too much digging. Okay, perfect. Then I don't even have to convince you of it. You're doing a lot of things really, really well and really, really right. So I don't have too much to say then right now. Once that stuff is done, of course, you can come back and we can do another little consultation on it all. But you're really, really heading in the right direction. I'm super proud of where you're at and where you're going.
It's just an acorn. It's just a tiny, tiny little link acorn.
No, for sure. Yeah, and then if you want any tips on how to set up your link tree, we can always go over that as well. But overall, I think you have a really good intuition and you're doing really well. So mad props to you, Bronson.
I love it, dude. I love what you're doing, man. You're in your own vein, which I think is a superpower if you can execute
really cool.
well. And I really feel like you have the potential to execute well. You've got the talent for it. It's not even a question, man. So y'all show some love. Bronson's been here for a minute, well over a year. I would say that Bronson's been in this community. So definitely show some love and support. He does have music out that is pretty fantastic. It's quirky like he is, and I love it. So definitely show some love to Bronson. Bragg.
Hey, well, it's really working for you. So good job.
Hey, I mean, that's a lot of what artistry is. that's a lot of what it is.
Any
It's
creative job, really.
deciding, over time, and then it changes and morphs and evolves a little bit as you do. So that's a lot of I feel like what artistic.
One more thing,
expression is.
Bronson. YouTube functions very similarly to Spotify, so they like a really long description as well. So just go ahead and look at that. Honestly, I tell people if you want to make it easier on yourself and you just really don't have the time to work on little details here and there and maximizing on each individual platform, go ahead and copy and paste. Once you do have that longer description from Spotify, go ahead and copy that over to YouTube just to get you by. But they do give you 1,000 characters to work with, just to give you a reference point of like, oh, they want to see a lot more there,
Yeah.
So music and shenanigans can be the first line, but definitely recommend expanding that as much as you possibly can. And then make sure to get all of those different platforms linked on there as well.
Hell yeah. Pop rock. I'm not seeing an email from you. Let me know if it's under a different name, because when I'm searching up those things, it's not popping up. So let me know if you did send it, if it's under something else, that way I can search it up. Or if it's out on all platforms, let me know.
Absolutely.
And I can easily pull it up from there too. Just let me
Thank
know.
you. And thanks for being
Dude, of
patient with
course,
us.
man.
I know our live schedule has been so random lately, guys,
know.
but
I know.
we're here.
It's been crazy.
I'll say we're here when we can be, as often as we can be. I think we'll already be going live again tomorrow.
Okay, got you. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's the name it's under. Got you right here.
Love
Hey,
you, host.
love
God,
you,
thank
bro.
you so much.
Appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for stopping in.
Your track. It was amazing.
It's time to start releasing, bro. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is SoundCloud. We have Back to You by Brett Harrington. Let's get into it. Okay, so update me really quick, Brett, on the details of your record. Talk to me about who is involved in the production and the mix, what role you play in it, all that kind of stuff. Let me know where you're at. And of course, give us some context on what you're wanting out of music, what you're looking to do.
Yep.
That way we can break down the social and brand side too,
Exactly.
and give you the tools that point in the direction of your actual unique vision for your own life and your own music. So let's get into it. This is Back to You by Brett Harrington.
I remember your stuff. You're so good, dude.
Yeah, solo. All produced by you, right?
I toss and turn all night, looking out my window, hoping to see some sunlight.
Love it.
I see the moon is bright, moving oh so slowly across the sky. I'm working my way back to you.
Very nice.
I'm working my way
Got a classic 80s and 90s
Yeah.
sound there.
I'm working my way back to you. I'm working my way back to you.
Nice harmony stack. What kind of guitar is that? A Les Paul? Or are you playing?
I've got so much to say. I'm on my way, and ooh, I just can't wait. And I'm counting down the days, like an open book. I turn another page. I'm working my way back to you. I'm working my way back to you. I'm working my way back to you. I'm working my way back to you.
Hell yeah. miss mine. I used to have a custom.
Beautiful.
Yeah, you're so talented, man. It's got that classic rock tone. Can't get it anywhere else. This feels very late 80s with the synths and everything. Beautiful, dude. Let's go, Brett. Is this out only on SoundCloud right now? Hey, Quad, let's go! I love that. Classic fade out. Let's go, man.
Yeah, Brett, I am trying to remember where you're at as far as distributing and like what your goals are and stuff like that. So if you want to remind us, that way we can know how to best help you on that side of things. But that was killer, dude. I mean,
so good.
There's absolutely no doubt on your talent.
Yeah,
I think I remember last time we heard you, we had a YouTube video to watch, if I'm remembering correctly.
Maybe.
And it was really, really cool as well.
Y'all show some love. In the chat, you're going to see Pop Rock. But this song is Back to You by Brett Harrington. I'm currently seeing this song on SoundCloud. I want to release on streaming platforms. Okay, but this is not released on streaming platforms.
Have you released anything on platforms yet? Or are you just working on building up that catalog and stuff like that?
I love this, man. Let's get straight into it. I'm going to run it from the top. Honestly, man, it's a beautiful mix. It's really well balanced. Your vocal layering is punchy. Got you. Okay, perfect. Vocal layering is punchy and vibrant. Musicianship, tight. Phenomenal, man. Let's get into it. I'm really excited for you.
Okay, so get your questions ready for us, Brett, or feel free to drop them in the chat as we do the second playthrough. That way we can help you as much and utilize, your time wisely in your consultation today.
Album isn't finished. Okay,
awesome. So it's going to be an album first.
All right, I think my portion is gonna be pretty quick. This is very nice. I'm gonna run through the song. We'll track through a couple things, but sounds really. I think
sounds incredible.
The music side of this got it unlocked. This sounds natural. It sounds like a full band. You're crushing it, man. Really nice. Are these Get Good drums? What are you using for your percussion? Beautiful, like pinch harmonics and squeals, dude. You're crushing it on the guitar.
And then
so good.
WJ Kelly, just making sure that you're still here. You're up next.
Really nice, clean double track guitar too. It's really subtle, but it offers so much. Easy drummer, okay, nice. Easy drummer's great. The really nice open width on your guitar structure too. It's a beautiful, clean double track with no phase issues. It's open, it's wide. You get that doubling in there, but it doesn't sound too chorused. It doesn't sound like you're getting any phase issues. Nothing's collapsing. Sounds nice, man. I can just tell. You can tell when someone knows their genre and they know their instrument, and this is a great example of that, where you're not running into any accidents in here. It sounds really clean.
Looking out my window, hoping to see some sunlight. I see the moon is bright, moving oh so slowly across the sky.
What's up, Bex?
Working my way back to you.
so good to see you.
Here's the only thing. This is completely stylistic. Pop rock, it's completely up to you what you want out of the song and what you want out of the fillers of the song. The only thing that I think could make this a little bit maybe more polished and complete would be automating like slapped delay tails at the end of your vocal lines, or even just like single delay tails on some of your vocal lines, just because your vocal is fantastic. It's awesome. I love your layering. It's really, really dry though, which is not a bad thing. In this genre, I like that everything feels really tight. It feels really dry. But sometimes when your vocal, it back to you, when you hit your last vocal line, the mix just kind of dries up right there and it's strictly guitar. And it would just be nice to back to you. Just like subtle, like way, way, way in the background. Just as like a sonic glue or something like that. You could literally add like one to your stack or something like that, or one just to your lead on an aux that's very tastefully. And then when you do the I, and then having like the I, na 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 na.
Yeah, I can picture that.
It's like that little bit of glue. That little bit of like space and ambiance to me like connects the vocal to the production a little bit more, and you can be really tasteful with it, really subtle with it. This is not a modern pop song. This is not supposed to have a bunch of crazy automations and sidechains and stuff, right? But I think just a tasteful like RC202 old like 80s style delay, like an 80s style like Alesis reverb kind of a thing or something, right? You know what I mean? Like something that just kind of glues your vocal back to the production, I think would be nice. That's also taste. If you don't want to do that, don't do that. Go with what feels authentic to you.
Totally.
Something that I heard, something that I think you could play around with that would be interesting to hear in some of these records. I think it helps you fill in some of the gaps since you don't have the ad-libs that like a pop R&B song or anything else would have. This is classic rock and roll, right? And so I think you can find some creative ways to automate your ambiance to make sure that your gaps are filled as necessary. Literally only thing in the whole song that I heard, everything else is balanced gorgeously. Guitar tone, phenomenal. Vocal stacks, chef's kiss. Like you're crushing it, Brett.
Working my way back to you. I'm working my way back to you. I've got so much to say.
Welcome in, Jarlhound. Thank you.
I'm on my way.
Okay, just got you. Thank you so much.
Take back control. Got you up on the list right here.
This is awesome.
Counting down the days like an open book. I turn another page.
Like when you have those automated layers in the structure, the da-da-da, and
Nice job.
you have the echo
you
in
did
there.
that better than a lot of other people when it's their first time.
That little extra echo, right? I know, honestly, that little extra echo and space right there adds so much dimension to the track. So those are the things that I'm listening for and looking for. Man, but this is Brett Harrington, phenomenal structure.
I see you everywhere. And soon I know we'll have so much to share. I'm living on a prayer. When my time comes, I know.
Great, like fried mixed voice, man. So good.
It's so catchy too, which is great.
Yeah, you see, this is perfect. So on this like last hook in the structure, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. This last hook in the structure here, you do get that delay that you input with your it fills the space so nice. Like this is exactly what I was looking for in your like first two hooks that I still think would be nice to have tasteful. You can still build your dynamic range if you feel like it, but this little pocket right here is exactly the movement that my brain wanted to hear early on, so you don't lose any steam. That's what I would listen for. Perfect. Locked in. Like that delay of your actual vocal there it fills that gap beautifully. It's exactly what I'm looking for. Beautiful, man.
Classic fade out. Perfect.
Yep. Yeah, you're locked in, man. You're locked in. Y'all, show some love, man. Show some love to Pop Rock in the chat.
Yes,
but that
that's
is
Brett Harrington.
Brett Harrington. The song is called Back to You. Gorgeously done, man. Really, really well established.
Okay, so Brett, really quick, let's go over the rough process that we tend to recommend whenever somebody has yet to launch but is aiming to distribute on all platforms, wants to do the, maybe waterfall release or put out an album like you mentioned, and what the best way to go about that is according to us. So, and then of course, if you have any questions throughout, are chatting right now, then feel free to drop them in the chat and we'll get to those after this. So the rough process is going to be developing that identifiable brand, something that goes along with your genre, but on the visual side, if that makes sense. So I do feel like you have a pretty good natural intuition for that as well because of some of the covers, which I don't know if they're going to be your full-on covers once you actually release them. But some of what we've seen as far as your visuals go in the past, you have a really good intuition for I haven't
made or have made? It's either
I would think you meant I haven't made any steps towards releasing. No problem. I'm sure that we have answers for you,
Yeah.
whatever the question may be. And if you do feel like you need a longer form consultation where we just talk face to face, you get us for an hour. And of course, we're not as distracted with so many things, keeping up with chats and stuff like that. You have our undivided attention on those consultations. Then feel free to reach out to us via our website, theobsidiankey.com, and we can get that set up for you 100%. But as far as the consultation goes today, we'll go over bullet points. And then, like I said, feel free to ask any questions. No, don't apologize. You're totally good. So, like I said, that foundation is truly the identifiable brand that you would ideally want to get. That's going to be your aesthetic, that you have on basically everything that you do as far as your music career goes. So, your events that you end up doing, if you do any live shows, any merch that you end up having, your banners on your different social platforms, your album covers, basically all of anything visual that pairs with your music is ideally going to be in the same aesthetic and is going to be identifiable as Brett Harrington. It's like, oh yeah, he's got a killer vibe visually, he's got a killer vibe musically, and it all really works and flows together, right? So that's going to be the foundation. From there, you're going to build every single one of your social platforms with that identifiable brand in mind. So like I was saying, any visuals that any single one individual platform has, you're going to want it to be in that brand that you've established. And depending on who you work with, when it comes to your branding, I hope it gets to be us, but if not, it's going to be really beneficial for them to see some kind of visual, like mood board or something along those lines. So that's when I highly recommend hopping over to Pinterest if you don't already have one. It's a really, really good platform where their algorithms are specifically set and catered to helping you discover what that identifiable brand could be or look like. So it's really specific to just honestly aesthetics. That's like what they do. And there's no one that does it better. So I highly, highly recommend it if you're not already over there. It's a really good, helpful platform. And whoever, like I said, you end up working with in your branding is going to find that really, really helpful. We have every single one of our clients do it. And I honestly won't really develop a mood board, an official mood board, or a brand without it. Specifically in when we're working with artists and musicians, because it's such a specific thing that we just want to make sure it's cohesive over a span of so that I was just mentioning is Pinterest. We can go into distribution in just a second. From there, once you have all of your platforms established, it would really just be about marketing well and, posting on all of those different platforms that you do have, which we can always help with as well. We do have a marketing team through Obsidian Key and all that kind of stuff if you ever decide that you need help in that vein. But that's the rough process that we tend to recommend. If you have any specific questions about that, feel free to drop them in the chat while we're still on your consultation. And then as far as distribution, are you asking if we like or prefer DistroKid? We specifically distribute our own music through DistroKid, so that's what we have the most experience with. And Torvik can talk to that a bit as well.
Yeah, I've used DistroKid for 12 years, probably 11, 12 years, something like that I've used DistroKid. I haven't had any issues with them. DistroKid is probably one of the biggest platforms. Obviously, there's TuneCore, CD Baby, Symphonic, stuff like that. There's a lot of them out there now. But DistroKid was one of the first to market in the vein independently. So I recommend DistroKid. I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but
Right.
I do recommend them. I haven't had any issues with payouts as long
Same
as
with
you...
Pinterest. Anything we mention, we're not big enough to be sponsored by, but we're mentioning them all the time because we genuinely love them.
DistroKid mentioned. Exactly. So I do. I would recommend it. There's people. Let me say this. There's people that say they have issues with DistroKid. 100%. Every single time that I have talked to someone that has an issue with this with DistroKid, it's been their fault. So I would just recommend. I would recommend doing DistroKid, but just make sure you got your stuff lined up. Just make sure you got your stuff lined up. The issue that people have with DistroKid is they'll pull their album off, they'll redo the artwork, they'll take a song off and re-upload a master, they'll try to change their artist name, and then things get messed up because your stuff's distributed to 200 platforms independently, and then they have to change payout information for all of those things. Like it's freaking crazy, right? So just get your ducks in a row, but DistroKid should be fine. The next one I'd recommend would probably be Symphonic independently. They probably have the best stats for what they do. I think they're a great company.
I personally love a combination of singles and album. You could also do where you release some of your singles to tease the album.
Yeah, exactly.
So singles that are going to be on the album, that's a really ideal way to get, excitement going, build up some what's it called? Like expectation and hype around your album and stuff like that. The biggest thing I want to make sure to recommend is that you don't release prematurely before you have that brand in place and before you have your social platforms in place, because then it's really going to lack that momentum that you could really, really have going for you. And it's honestly just wasted potential. So we really, really don't want that. Yeah, we don't want that for you. You're extremely talented. And there's really no reason that you shouldn't be able to get those things in order before you release anyway.
Yeah.
Since you've been so, particular about the way that you have done it thus far anyway, it's kind of like just take that little bit of extra time and effort and make sure you do that before you end up releasing.
Yeah. And one thing that most music marketers will suggest nowadays is albums are big right now. Like there's a big move for albums. It was a long time. It was do a single every week. That's the way to get big or whatever. But people love a journey. People love a cohesive project. You know what I mean? I think telling a story throughout an album and having a cohesive sound is important nowadays. But most people say release an album, promote singles. So once your album is out, whether you do a waterfall release or a full-on release, but once you release your album fully,
Robbie,
then market as singles, especially when you're early. If no one cares yet, if every single one of your posts is, my new album's out, there's 15 songs you're going to love. No one knows about you yet. They don't care. So if you're marketing a single and they find a song that they love through creative content, through promoting in a way that's interesting and engaging and authentic to you, then they'll go to Spotify, whatever DSP, they'll see that song's a part of a bigger project, and they'll go through if they like you, if they end up enjoying your music, which I think people that find what you do will enjoy it. But most people would recommend that you release an album, get it out to platforms, but then market every single song. If you got 15 songs, then you could market 15 songs straight for 2 weeks and then cycle through marketing all 15 of those songs every day and have a huge new catalog of promotion all the time throughout the month. So
what we do here and all the instructions, all that stuff is going to be found at Torvik's profile if you're on TikTok, and then you can do !submit if you're on Twitch. Yeah, absolutely. So Wubsy over on Twitch said, I've prematurely released, but I've grown since then. It really does make a difference. It's worth the wait.
Yeah,
so what I'll speak to on that point, thank you, Wubsy, for sharing that, because it is vulnerable to admit that, but also it's very helpful to the rest of us to learn from, right? So it's not like it's a hard rule. Of course,
Yeah.
if you know, the number one thing we always recommend is to make sure you're having fun. So if you're having fun and that box is checked, that's all that truly matters
Yeah.
at the end of the
Yep.
day. What I will say with releasing prematurely is it is a bit unfortunate when you have several people come across a you know, a product that you're not 100% proud of, and then that's the taste you kind of leave in their mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it can be a ruined opportunity for your future, if that makes sense. When you know your future releases are going to be exactly what you wanted them to be, they're going to be up to the standard, the industry standard that you wanted them to be, all that stuff. If you would have just been a little more patient, um, and given it a little more energy and effort, then you could have had them from the jump. You
Yeah,
know what I
right.
mean? It's going to be really hard to go back to those people and try to convince them to listen to your stuff when they already kind of have that taste in their mouth of like, oh, I know what his sound is. It's just like it's not really there for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's definitely worth it in my opinion. Like I said, that's not a hard fact. At the end of the day, there's always going to be people that find your music when they're meant to,
100%.
and they're gonna become your fans no matter what. You know what I mean? So it's totally fine, but it's just what we tend to recommend and what
Definitely.
we do personally for ourselves.
Definitely. Y'all show
I
some
love that
love.
so much, Wubsy.
Pop Rock, we love you, man. You're so wildly talented. So wildly talented. And so I think you have some great opportunities in your future.
Definitely.
And so I'm excited that you're getting all your ducks in a row. You're getting distribution in a row. You're building a catalog of music that you can market well. And I have no doubt that you'll be successful as long as everything points in the right direction. Everything's moving in the right direction. I have no doubts on your success, man. So y'all show some
Brett,
love.
thank you so much. And if, like I said, if there's anything we can help you with throughout the process, if you need any kind of hand holding, I know that sounds
Absolutely.
funny, but like it's a
Yeah.
lot throughout the process, and it does feel really good to know that somebody has your back and is literally right there to help you. Please don't hesitate to let us know. You know that we'd be honored to help.
Love
So
you,
thank
Bex.
you so much.
So kind as well. So kind as well. Telly, it's been a hot minute. It's so good to see you in here. I appreciate you
That's
hopping
so
in.
sweet, Begs. Thank you so much. We love you. You've been an OG in the Vibe Tribe, so we really appreciate having you.
And then real quick, let's see, what's the name? Jarl Hound. Jarl, I don't see an email from you, so just let me know if you did send in the track, or if you did, if it went somewhere else. Let me just double check. Of course. Anytime, Brett, man. Appreciate you.
Exactly,
Appreciate
Wubsy.
you so much. Please, yes. Where you sent the same place where you sent the PayPal and all that stuff.
Okay, you were so close. You almost did it perfect.
Almost.
All right, and you did a great job. You got halfway there.
Happens to the best
Included
of us.
the track
Brett.
link on PayPal too. Oh, okay. We might be able to pull that up from here. Honestly, it's just gonna be way easier if you follow those instructions at the submission link.
That's all in the same place on the email for me.
Yeah, because we have different devices in front of us, and it's a whole thing. Trust me. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens in front of us at all times, all running different things.
Yeah,
so-
you're good. You're good.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time.
We have a max of 6 songs left.
So we have 2 in the queue
5
right
after
now.
this one.
Yeah. I'm a new soul. I came to this strange world hoping I could learn a bit about how to give and take. No, we still got some time. If you guys want to pull up the line, it can be found in
In my link tree.
Yeah.
Click on See the Line or head to Twitch or YouTube. Those are our main platforms.
WJ. You got skipped, so you are currently after Take Back Control. Who's next?
Yeah, y'all can see the line, and I would recommend y'all check occasionally.
We
that
highly
way,
recommend keeping that line up, just so like I said, it's modular, so you can keep track of it and keep track of where you are and make sure that you're going when you want to go, all that kind of stuff.
What's up, Robbie? Robbie, I think I just got a submission from you. So let me know what's
He said I messed up.
Yeah, let
No
me know
worries.
what's messed up, and I got you.
Actually, I shouldn't assume genders here. So I apologize for that. Okay, perfect. I sent the credit, but before being transferred.
Got you. Take back control. Got you.
Let's just make sure, because I think Robbie sent something, so I want to make sure that we have the line proper. I don't understand.
Oh, like you mean like a we transfer or something like that? Yeah, just
that's fine. That's okay.
Yeah, you can send your file. There's a couple people that are in front of you, Robbie. So I got your 15. Let me get you up on the line. Let me get you up on the line. Yeah, the board's completely modular, so people move around as necessary if they want to go a little bit quicker and stuff like that. Yeah, completely up to you. Let me get.
So that's what we mean when we say the line is modular. It's kind of almost like bids in a way. And then we always like to give reminders throughout the live that if you aren't in the top 6, since we do have 6 tracks remaining for today, then your credit is absolutely 100% always saved, and you can hop in anytime we're live and just be like, hey, I got my 20 credit, can you throw me back up on the board?
Yeah, definitely. A couple people from today that were high up on the board they came in from like a week and a half ago, and they just came in and said, hey, I'm here.
So just as a reminder, guys, though, we do really like to make sure that you know exactly what you're signing up for. So if you can make sure to go to that Track Talk submission link that you can find if you're on TikTok, it's in Torvik's profile at the link tree. Scroll down to Track Talk submission, read through all of those steps, and just make sure that you understand, how it all works and stuff like that. So there's no surprises. There's even an FAQ section on there. And then if you are on Twitch, you can do ! submit at any time to pull up those instructions.
All right, let's kick it off. So, Jarl, I got you right here. Let me get this in the right space, and let's kick it off. We have Blame Game by Joni Baseball, right? Did I pull up the right song? I think that's the right one. So yeah, let me know, Jarl, hop in the chat. Let me know. I would love some context on this too. Perfect. Okay. Give me some context on the production of the song. Is this a YouTube beat, BeatStars? Did you do it yourself? Did you work with a band, a studio? Same with the engineering. Is this self-engineered? Is it a friend of yours? Is it you? Did you go to a studio to engineer? Yeah, give me some context. Give me some details.
Yeah.
If you want to talk gear that you used, I'm here for all of it. So yeah. I did vocals and my homie did the production. Beautiful. Let's get into it. Yeah.
So there's an additional 10. Is that for WJ Kelly?
Probably.
Yeah, should be.
Okay, perfect. Got you.
So that puts them into 25. Got you, yeah. Hi, Val. Good to see you.
Hold that thought, Jarl. Hold that thought.
Someone just get forward, so we just want to honor that.
Yeah, let me just make sure I get everyone in the right order that things are coming in.
We miss you.
Valenciaga. It's been too long. I hope you're doing all right. It's funny because the name's Take Back Control. That's
honestly, that is funny.
It's just funny. It's like
and
watching
no
an
worries at all,
anime.
Jarl. It looks like we'll definitely get to you either way. It's not too busy today, so it looks like we should be getting to you today.
Okay. And Telly, hold up. Telly wants to go crazy today. All right, Telly, hold on.
Although, you know what? I hesitate to say anything because you never know what's going to happen. And like some people get pissed and I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon. So I can't say for sure 100% that you'll go today, Jarl, without skipping forward. But
can't see the future, but
it looks like as of now you would still be going today, at least.
Hey, happy birthday, Valenciaga.
Oh, happy birthday. Hey, dear Val, happy birthday to you.
Beautiful. I missed half those notes, but it's fine. All right.
It still sounded great.
All right. So currently, again, the line is always up. Same place that you sent. So Robbie, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk submission. You'll see the email. You'll see the steps to submit. You did half of those, right? So
I
just
hope it's been a good birthday, and I hope you have
go.
a great rest of your day. Thanks for coming in and stopping and hanging out.
Okay, I'll double check for everyone here.
We love you, Val. You're so special to us.
Let me just make sure, because we have a couple things moving around right now. So give me just a minute. Make sure everyone's in the right order. The line is always.
Apple Pay usually comes in right away, and I'm not seeing it. let's see.
Happy birthday.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yep, right here. It's 15.
What's the name?
So WJ Kelly. Yeah, okay. And then Take Back Controls 20. Okay. So this is 15 for Stan.
Okay, got you. I don't know why it didn't pop up there. And then I'm going to go ahead and update minimum. Okay, line is always up on Twitch and YouTube so y'all can see where things are at, and we can make sure everything is
Yeah,
working
just make
the
sure
way
you
that
guys
it's
keep
supposed
that
to.
line up so that you know exactly where you are and that you're going when you want to go and all that kind of stuff. Do we have and also to make sure that we have it accurately.
Yeah.
Make sure that you guys check where you're at in the line and let us know if there's anything that needs to be fixed.
Okay, and Take Back Control, I see you too.
Music make me lose control. Music makes me lose control.
Okay, hold on. Just gotta get these in order. Okay, and then I think we're gonna kick it off.
Whoa,
with...
I was like, why did the line get so tiny?
All right, Take Back Control, I got you.
Okay.
Boom. Boom. All right, Telly.
What's up, Val? Welcome to Twitch.
Welcome to the dark side over on Twitch. All right, we got Miracle. Telly, it has been a hot minute. Tell me what you're up to. Thank you so much for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Tell me what you're up to. Let's get straight into the music that we can get to as many of y'all as possible in a reasonable time, especially knowing the depth and detail that we go into. So, Telly, you're in the hot seat. Let's run it. Let's get into some music. We'll get to y'all
we have 5
at
or
a good
6
pace.
tracks left. I think 5,
I'm gonna
right?
update, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought we had 4. Okay. This is cool.
And let me know what your goal is for this track as well, Telly. I'm assuming this is just all instrumental. And the scene's still coming up for me.
Cool.
Got you, Robbie. Yours came in.
This is nice, Telly. This is a pop track that I'm wanting a
you
strong
need a-
female lead with a male, maybe a verse or 2 from a rapper. Ooh.
Who's that female artist would be perfect for this? Not Jess. Is it Jess?
Jess.
Stephanie. Jess.
The fuck?
Jessany. Female vocalist came in more recently. I can't think of the name.
Like someone in the community?
Yeah. I've never seen it.
Yeah, he does.
But it's true.
Cool.
Let's go, Telly.
Nice. Yeah, I could see that. That's what I was picturing for sure.
I'll have to look it up. Let's go, Telly. Oh, show some up.
Very nice.
That is Miracle by Telly right here in the chat. Dude, it's been so long since I've heard one of your beats, man. I'm so excited to get into this, man. You've been building up a catalog, waiting
Super
to
cool.
premiere your music under the Telly name. So I'm excited for you, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've gotten to hear your music or be on this side of things where I'm able to offer any value as far as the branding and the visual side of things go for you. So if you have any questions about the visual side, the marketing, the how to set up any of your platforms or anything really that can fit on in that vein, just let us know. And I'm happy to help however we possibly can.
100%.
So it sounds like you're building up a catalog like Torvik said, and so you don't have anything distributed yet. Do you have any platforms established? I think I saw that you have an Instagram and stuff, but just let us know.
Oh yeah. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it back from the top. That's a Miracle by Telly. Let's get into some details. Perfect. Love it, Telly. Let's get into it. I got one sound design thing that I'm interested in. Of course, these are all stylistic choices. You know the deal. You've been here before, but stylistic choices that I think would maybe better position your power on what is the hook of the song. One thing I do appreciate about what you have on the production structure of this is plenty of space for an artist. You haven't done so many melodic accents in here and so many like nuanced things that there's not even room for an artist to picture themselves on the song. You've done a great job of leaving some space, and if you need to, you can always fill out some production layers later. I really appreciate that. I could easily hear and like pick out melodies as an artist and a vocalist on the song, which is I think something that most producers could learn from. Worked with a lot of producers consulted with a lot of producers and musicians where they kind of do too much because it's cool, the thing that they're doing, but there's no room for anyone else on the song. That makes it difficult to sell their beats and stuff like that.
What's one thing about your significant other that makes you smile?
Her ambition, her passion. I love it.
That's so sweet.
It's one of my favorite things. We're both very passionate people.
I would just say how silly he is in his sense of humor. It's fun.
Oh, me silly, really?
Wait, I feel like I missed something that Joseph said earlier too, didn't I? I feel like I was really deep into the mode.
The music mode.
I might have missed something.
All right, let's run it back. Let's go, Telly. I'm a very silly guy.
Silly guy.
Silly guy. Sound design is cool. I like the pizzicato with the muted acoustic and stuff like that. G sharp minor, right? Bring in the upright bass here, which I love. It's a different texture. It's got like a little bit of modulation to it, which I think is nice. Okay, so this is a personal preference. This is something I hear, something that I have my opinion on, right? But this does not mean you need to change anything, right? Everyone has a different opinion and a different perspective on their music, right? Something that I hear. The upright bass is beautiful on the verses because it allows you to introduce some low-end energy, like mid-low energy without too much boom. And you have this like soft attack. So it's a cool, interesting, like modulated texture because it's like an upright. So it's got a little bend to it and stuff like that. I love that. Once you hit this chug on the guitar, once you chin, 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 and then the main structure of the beat comes in, I don't think that the upright bass offers enough like transients and enough attack to really be and enough far low end information below 200 hertz to like really make the beat feel impactful.
Welcome in.
At
Thank
the
you
top.
so much for the follow.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Welcome to the Vibe Tribe.
And so I do feel like it is slightly a disservice to the energy that you've built in the production structure to stay with the upright. You introduce the 808 later on in the song, and I love it, right? You basically do it only on the breakdown, so you have an 808 only for a second, and then you go back to the upright. Again, losing low-end information below like 150, 200, so you cut out a lot of low-end information and cut out the attack of the 808. Personal preference is the way that I've listened to this track from start to finish now, going back through it. I would love for you to keep the upright bass on maybe your breakdowns and upright bass on the verse because it's a little softer, a little bit less low-end mud. You can let the vocal do all the shining, maybe build out some other, more transient elements in there. And then on the hook, switch to the 808. Because once you hear it, I'm waiting for the beat to go here. I'm waiting for it to get like bright with some electric guitar and some other drums. I'm looking for it to go like sub bass, low 808 and feel really impactful, but you miss that with the upright bass. So, and personal opinion, that's all it is. Personal opinion, I would love to have upright bass on the verse, switch to the 808 because this can be way more powerful on the hook, make it nice and punchy and sharp, and then switch back to the upright for your second verse. So it thins out a little bit, feels a little softer, less attack, and then kind of go back and forth between the two. I think that would make it super dynamic, super powerful, completely up to you. Exactly. It all has to do, what's up, Mindless? All has to do with your preference, your taste, and stuff like that. It's got to be authentic. That's the whole thing, right? But something that I'm hearing that I would be worried that you would miss out on some power that you'd have to overcompensate with EQ on, just because the production element isn't there to really give it the punch that you're looking for. And I do think flipping the 808 would help with that. It will give you a little bit more power. All right, let's get into it. Besides that, it's a really open percussion structure. It's nice and vibrant. Plenty of space for an artist. The balance and everything else sounds really nice. Telly, you've been crushing it for a minute.
Super cool.
The name sounds familiar, Mindless.
Congratulations.
Okay. I thought I heard something about it, so I was like,
Why does my necklace look weird? It's doing something weird over my collarbone.
yeah, see, there's the 808 again. So you're getting, again, that really powerful structure over your verses, and then it's traded away going into the hook. It's almost like flipped, right? Because I like the relationship between the 808 and your drums, but then you actually thin that energy out going into your hook, which I would almost want flipped, right? A little softer, less transient, less attack on the verse, power it up, beef it up with the 808 or a sub bass on your hook to give it as much energy and power as I think you're probably looking for. There's that upright again.
Hi, Michael. The line can be found at the link in Torvik's profile. You'll see a link that says "See the line."
I also would love to hear, what's up, Senna? I would personally love to hear,
Derek.
depends on what you're looking for, right? At least on like second hook, third hook, I would love to hear the guitar actually play into the hook. You have like a loop or like a cut of the but then it lets off and you don't get any of that like mid information and that power in the middle of the mix. I would personally love to like hear
What's
it,
up, fam?
to like hear it punch through a little bit right
Good to see
there,
you.
as opposed to just being a transition element, because you just don't get like the resolution of having it go into. Those are the only two things that I heard in the entire song, man. It's a good simple production. It's a nice beat. You have good sound design. The percussion structure is like chill.
Definitely, it's
easy.
a really great foundation.
100%. 100%. Those are the only two things I noticed. Once that guitar does that, I want it to keep going a little bit. If you go to my link tree, click on my, go to my profile, click on the link tree, you'll see a tab that says "See the line."
Yeah.
Or go to the Twitch or YouTube line, or Twitch or YouTube link, and either one will show it. Because the guitar here, like this being the hook, the guitar here does fill out a lot of that like mid and high end information that could be used right here to beef it up and give it a little bit more power in the mids, support the vocal a little bit more whenever you do get a vocal on this from an artist, so on and so on.
No worries at all, Michael. You're not blind. And it's been a while since we've seen you. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah. If that guitar had that, even like if you, like even if it's like a digital guitar, like a nasty one from like
I could picture that.
a Triton LE or something like that, bleeding that into the hook, to me, for one, it keeps it feeling elevated, distinct from the verses. You add the 808 in there potentially, beefs up the low end a little bit. It feels a little bit more sharp. It feels a little bit more vibrant, versus technically in some spaces switching the bass and not having the guitar coming in is almost softer than the verse a little bit. Outside, if you have a high pad that kind of follows a high melody over the top. I hear that little drone up there. That helps with some high-end shimmer over the top of the mix, but you're missing a little bit of those mids. Those two things tell you, if you can address those, however feels authentic to you, right? However feels good for you. I think you got it. You got a sick beat, man. You got a lot of potential here, man. It's killer.
Sick beat.
Sick beat, Telly. And I can already imagine what the vocals are doing here. It's a great little breakdown. It's a very like instinctual. I like it.
Do we have any mods that can help answer questions on TikTok?
If that guitar's there, beautiful. Fills out the middle so much. Right under the pizzicatos. What's up, Slim? Welcome back. Let's go, dude. Y'all show some up to
Sick.
Telly. Telly, it's so glad to hear your music again, man.
Sick, dope,
been-
awesome, love it.
It's been too long, man.
Thank you so much, Joseph.
I'm not. But y'all, show some love. Telly, you're a beast,
I'm
man.
always drinking on the job, bro.
Such a good producer, man. I love what you do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just over here like snorting coke on
Those are-
TikTok.
that's
Like that'd be
crazy. You
crazy.
can't say that.
I
You
know.
can't say that on
Oops.
TikTok. You can't say that on
Oops.
TikTok. Not on the talk. Not on the talk. But yeah, dude, I would address those two things in whatever way feels solid for you. But I think you're in a solid spot, man. I think you're in a solid spot. So y'all give it up one time for the family.
Absolutely. I'm so used to you doing the little. I didn't know if you're gonna do it.
One more time for this. There we go. I'm excited, man.
I'm so excited. Yeah, that's really, really cool. And I'm so glad. I think this was my first time I got to hear you. I must have been probably in school or at one of the 2 jobs that I was working last year when you got played. Otherwise, I was
Exactly.
often in the chat as a mod. But I don't think that I ever came across you, Telly, so it was an honor to do so today. Let us know how we can best help you. Like I said, I know you said you wanted to pick our marketing brains. I don't know if you got to hear the rough process we tend to recommend whenever somebody is in your position of building up a catalog and has yet to distribute. But I'll do the quick rundown.
Gotcha,
It's
Michael.
basically getting that identifiable brand and aesthetic set as the foundation. Then from there, you would get every single one of your platforms established with that identifiable brand in place on each individual platform. And then from there, it would all just be about the marketing and consistent releasing of music. So that's the rough process we tend to recommend. I would like to encourage you that you're in a really good spot because it's what we tend to recommend when somebody wants to make more of a career out of their music. It's the best, most foolproof way to do, most professional, I guess I'll say, most professional way to do it. So as soon as you launch, everything's in place, and anyone who comes across you on any one platform knows exactly what to expect.
Yeah.
And if they like what they hear and if they like what they see, they're of course going to become followers and fans, right? So you're in a good spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got you, Telly. And especially
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
you do have a recognizable brand, the whole television DJ Mike
Mhm.
Marshmallow style
I like that.
aesthetic, right? Where you have a distinct character as a producer and as
So
a DJ.
you already have something going for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just like, let's make sure everything lines up with that. Let's make sure
Absolutely.
everything points in that direction.
So if you would like to check out our website, theobsidiankey.com, that's going to have all the information on, what services we're able to provide. Right now, it really is just like kind of like music services, branding and marketing services. But there's of course little nuances within those umbrellas. And if we don't handle it specifically on our own, we probably have a contact of somebody that we would feel confident is trustworthy and can point you at least in the right direction. So
Absolutely. Y'all, show some love to the family. Telly.
sounds great, Telly. Thank you so much.
It's so good to see you back
You're
here.
really, really talented. I can tell. And honestly, I'm so excited to hear more because I know that was just barely scratching the surface of your potential. So I'm really excited to hear more.
I've heard some phenomenal productions from
And
Telly.
I would love to have you also join the Discord if you're not already in
Definitely.
there, because you never know, you may be able to find some vocalists. You might be able to find some collaboration opportunities there. And we would just love to have your presence in the Discord as we're trying to grow it. So
absolutely. If you're on the Purple app, Twitch, that's our main platform. If you hit ! Discord, you'll see a pop up right there, or you can go to my link tree, and at the very top you can see the icons for all the platforms that we're on. Make sure y'all are following and tapped in with all those different platforms, of course. But y'all show some love one more time.
TikTok is tough because I'm just being constantly blocked.
I know.
He's got a big old head,
because
bro.
I have to like lean forward to like
Nah. He's just got a big old head, bro.
Big ass head over here. It's insane. All right, let's get into it. So now, let's go. It's so good to see you back,
love
bro.
that so much. I love that. Really.
Much love. So good to see you back,
Then
Telly.
the Vibe Tribe is really lucky.
Jarl Hound, you're back. Let's go. I've already got you pulled up or ready to go. As soon as I see you in the chat, we'll hit play on your
Let's go. Take
song.
back control. I'm excited.
This is Blame Game.
I know, bro's always wearing a hat. He's like, well, it's because you need to cut it. And I'm like, oh,
also
really?
because my hair would be 4 times bigger than this hat is right now.
Oh,
So
really?
yes, this is actually aerodynamic, Slimothy. Let's get into it.
Try Me,
Me's in the
good to
building.
see
What's
you.
up, Try Me? Welcome on. Jarl's in the building. This is Blame Game, Joni Baseball.
Okay, after this first playthrough, I need to run to the restroom really quick.
Let's go. Jarl, give me all of the details. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about mix, right? Just remind me really quick. We had to jump around a
Super
little bit.
good to see you, Try Me.
All right, let's get it. Blame Game by Joni Baseball. Let's run it. Perfect. Yeah, I remember. Gotcha. Did you mix it or did they mix it? Or go to a studio, something like that?
I like that intentional distortion there. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
It's kind of giving Cashmere Cat again.
Cashmere or The Count? If you know The Count,
I don't think I'm as familiar.
The Count, he does a lot of saturated production like this. It's cool.
Both on our lappies.
Your vocal there, right? I see the potential in this, man. I do.
Absolutely. I like shampoo bottles that sit on my lappy. I'm sorry.
Love that little bit of swing on the beat.
Cool. I like that switch up. Okay,
Let's go.
really cool,
Let's
different.
go.
I like
see
that.
I see the potential. Let's go,
Yeah,
man.
I like how
Show some
unique
love.
that was.
That is.
While you do your first run through, I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
Got you. That was Joni Baseball. The song is called Blame Game. If you like what you hear, that song, I can hear that, Slim. That song is out on all platforms. So you can go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go like the track, go follow on Spotify, all that good stuff. Go show some love to Joni Baseball. You got 1,787 monthly listeners. You're not doing nothing at all. It looks like Dream carried y'all for a minute. So you got a good chunk of monthly listeners from that song. It's got 75K. Great job, man. Y'all show some love. Joni Baseball. The song is called Blame Game. Let's get straight into it. Okay, so I have a couple things, man. I'm an idea. It's your first time in here, I believe. I'm an ideas guy. So I'll have a bunch of ideas. These are never things that you have to do. There's nothing that you have to do in music when it comes to mixing or production or the way you structure things. There's things that I think that objectively maybe sound better than, but most of music structure, it's artistic, it's subjective, right? So I'll say some things that I think would add to what y'all are doing, right? Like the vision that you have, the perspective that you have on the music. There's things that I feel like would actually elevate that and make it more prominent and actually make it more impactful in the way that y'all are producing and mixing. I'll roll those out there. Feel free to dodge them and ignore them. There's no right or wrong way to do music, right? It's a creative world, so feel free to ignore some things that maybe you don't agree with. But I'll throw some ideas out there. But I can see the vision, man. I do like this like count oversaturated, bit crushed, kind of noisy production structure. It has its place. It's a really, really cool structure. It feels very underground and gritty, and I like that. My goal in what I'm listening for here is that the vocal structure feels as intentional as the production structure does, because the production structure is saturated, overdriven, pushed to the limit, super big and boomy and noisy, but very pocketed and intentional. It's got light swing. It's very structured, even though it's noisy and saturated and stuff like that. I want to hear that same level of intention behind the way the vocal's structured and the way that it's like chopped and mixed. That way it doesn't just become noise, but it's like intentional noise, which is something that Cashmere Cat, I don't know if you've ever listened to them, but Cashmere Cat is great at. Crazy, weird, intricate chopping and sample cuts and vocal movements, but hyper intentional. But I mean, for mixing the vocals bad, there's right off the bat, they're just like very, very quiet in the mix. They're like 7 dB too quiet. They need to be just pushed way forward. So that's one part of the vocal side. Beat sounds cool. It's got a lot of tension, but your vocals do just fall way back in the mix. And so you're kind of leaning in, waiting to feel them, and you miss out on that a little bit. So that is something I think would be worth addressing in the future, but I see the vision. I don't think you're far off. I think a couple intentional tools would be in a good spot. Slim thought it was a sample. Oh no, it's a Jarlhound. Jarlhound's over on Twitch right now. But it's their vocal. It's their vocal, and then a friend of theirs produced it.
I blame my homie for mixing the vocals bad. It's so funny, bro.
I love
Coming back to that, I love
just
that.
under
It's
the
so
bus.
funny.
All right, let's get into
Yeah,
it.
just throw him under the bus. Skirt, run him over a couple times. That's so funny.
I love it.
That's how you know you're actually homies. You know?
Right, you gotta be able to roast a little bit if you're actually
Exactly.
friends with someone. Like all this movement right here. Like it's like nasty, it's gritty, it's got a lot of tension to it. This is good content music, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot of people that like this style just on streaming. This is good content music. This is like a fashion show. This is like a cool commercial. This is like an Apple commercial with all the colors that bounce around each other or something. You know what I mean? Like this got a lot of potential in that vein. Of course, it's got to be balanced well in order for that something like that to happen. I don't want to say something so loosely. Like, this could be an Apple commercial, but it's far off from the quality it needs to be there. I just mean sound design wise, you have a lot of cool intricacies in there that I think could take you really far, especially if balanced well.
It's got a trippy feel. I like it.
I like it, yeah. There. Sorry, slow down a little bit there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got It's got that trippy feel. Like you imagine, like when like Apple comes out with like whatever 8 random new colors for like their Apple Watch or something like that.
They're like
whatever
doing
it
the
is.
phones like 360s. Yeah.
Whatever, you could picture it like. And this is another good way for you to market your music too, is like find visuals that have already worked for people and either add your music to it and tag them or something like that. But you can kind of recreate like, and then have a post that's like POV, you made an Apple commercial song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like something like that. And then you put it to it. You got to make sure they get the credit where credit's due, right? But you can do stuff like that to like, it shows your potential. If you're having like a hard time, if you want to score, if you want to like, have rappers on your song, if you want like whatever it may be, right? Find a way to connect it. Like, let's say you want to get rappers on your song, find an isolation of Jay-Z's vocal or something like that, or M's vocal, and put it over a beat to the same thing and be like, POV, I remixed an Eminem song, and you put their vocal over your beat so that people can imagine what something like that would be like. You never know what opportunities would present themselves as such, right? So something to think about. All right, let me get back into the vocal structure here. Yeah, so you can hear how just like right off the bat, your vocal's so far removed from the production structure, right? Where it's so back in the mix, it's 7-8 dB way into the background. And then the other side of that too I could hear that. It also, I would love for Melodyne to be used on your vocal to tighten up the melodies that you have, because you're kind of in between a lot of different notes, right? So you're at a halfway point between a lot of different notes where your raw vocal is hitting one note right here, and it's halfway between. It's like 50 cents.
He said, "Thanks, Slim."
It's 50 cents between each note, and it's having a hard time finding the note. So it modulates between the two. And so sometimes it'll like tune up and I play the blame, that you'll hear it bounce around a little bit trying to find the note, as opposed to if you run Melodyne before that, either in ARA or if you just run Melodyne as its own plugin, and you manually place every note of your vocal exactly where place the blame game. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the notes are like locked in where you want them to be manually. Then if you want the auto-tune effect, if you want the retune speed, if you want all the effect of like metaflangers and chorus and all the fun production stuff on there, you can have them, but they're on a vocal that's hyper intentional. Just like the drums were quantized and the synths are hitting the notes you want quantized, and the synths are hitting the notes that you want, and like whatever, everything else is super intentional and it's pocketed. The vocal needs to reflect that same thing, right? It needs to be hitting exactly the notes you want. Otherwise, I hear the effect happening on your vocal more than I even like hear your vocal. I hear auto-tune doing auto-tune stuff before I hear what you're actually doing. Oh, mix and be back. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I would love to. Because the production's mixed pretty well. It's nasty. I like it. It's clipping and it's doing, it's doing the underground stuff I think it's supposed to. But I do think that your vocal isn't like service hasn't been done to your vocal. Like I can hear the potential, but it's like certain things are happening that I don't think like really reflect the quality that you want out of your vocal. And I would address those things personally speaking, right? Let me skip forward a little bit because most of the vocal structure is the same in the song. And I really do like this production. But I think of a lot of potential. I think there's a lot of great ideas in this that can be worked out, that can be thought out. I like the tension of it. I really do like the aesthetic and the sound design. But
the vibe is there.
The
foundation set.
That's not unimportant. That's not unimportant at all. Like just being able to feel the movement of a song is a very important part of it. You can always improve on mixes. All of us can always improve on mixes. It's not about being industry standard and whatever. It's just making sure that like the idea that's in your brain, what you want people to feel, is it actually what they feel? If you're too disconnected from it, then there's a missing piece along the chain, whether you're underground or you're mainstream, right? It's just about representing whatever emotion you want people to feel in the beat or in the song, right? So the biggest thing I would focus on is your vocal production, is your vocal mix, and making sure that it's intentional. Every note is exactly where you want it to be, whether you perform it that way or Melodyne fixes it for you and then you auto-tune, right? Hyper intentional, and you're right in the pocket of where you want to be. Let me skip into this last minute or so here, but I like your vibes, man. I really do think like I don't say that loosely, like yeah, it's a cool vibe. I just mean like the aesthetic of the song is moody. It's got tension to it. I think you have a lot of potential.
I like it. It's something that I will listen to for sure.
Yep. And I'm excited to see the contrast between your own vocal mix and the person that you worked with on the production on this too.
What's his hair doing, bro?
There's some like rhythmizer, gross beat stuff happening there too. Some reverses, some linked out, samples and stuff like that. It's cool. What's up, Blue Icy? Been a minute.
Hi. Yeah, it's been so long. You're still a mod. That's awesome.
Y'all, give it up for Joni Baseball. I'm excited.
So good to see you.
There's definitely there's definitely things like you need to tighten up and work on. And like you said, some of it's in the vocal performance itself, the intention of it, but some of it is also on the mixing side. It's just making the right decisions. The decisions that I say right loosely, but making the decisions that
we miss you.
Serve this song the most, right? Like if you have a certain impact you want it to have, are the decisions that you're making pointing in that direction, right? Those are the things I'm kind of thinking about. But I definitely see the vision. Like I think you could send this to some people and be like, it just doesn't sound good. move on, right? But I see the vision. I see what this could be. And so I want you to keep chipping away at it. I want you to keep really being intentional with your vocal structure. I'm excited to hear more from you. I'm excited to hear more of how you approach your vocals and maybe what a different mix on them feels like and stuff like that. But I think you have a ton of potential. Y'all, that's Joni Baseball. The song is called Blame Game. So if you do like what you hear.
Joni is Joni.
Yeah. If you do like what you hear, it's out on all platforms. Go stream it. Go run up the numbers. Go show us some love and support.
Yeah, so Joni, on the visual side of things, I feel like it's kind of similar to where you're at with the the music side of things or the sound side of things. It's like you're like right there. I feel like you have an aesthetic beginning to take shape, but you are kind of lacking the identifiable full-on aesthetic and brand, if that makes sense. So if you're not already on Pinterest, I'm gonna highly recommend that you hop over there because it's the best platform. Whose algorithms are specifically catered to helping you, do a little bit of that discovery. Hey, at least you're aware of it, and it is. I do like to give a little spiel that it is just as important as the quality of your music and your sound, right? Just because if somebody really, really loves the vibe of your music, maybe they stick around, but they're not going to be as motivated to, follow through and become like a fan of every little thing that you do. And those are the kind of people that you want to find. You want to find your people that like support you no matter what you do, support everything you do, and just become, really hardcore fans. So that's why I would recommend hopping over to Pinterest and starting there. It's a really good starting point for you to do a bit of self-discovery, to figure out what you would want that visual aesthetic to look like. And honestly, it's just a really fun platform. Like, I'm not going to lie, once you get the hang of it, it's really fun, even outside of the branding side of stuff, to, just get inspired about what, like, maybe how your outfits would look at an event, or what you want your album covers to look like, or what a specific event could look like, or what your website would look like. Possibilities are literally endless, right? So what I recommend doing is starting a Joni Baseball music board specifically on Pinterest to start. And then just pinning anything and everything that you feel inspired by. At the beginning, if you're not already utilizing Pinterest, you will have to do some specific searches. And like I'm saying, it can be literally anything from, cool architecture, nature, specific outfits, like I said, any kind of art. Like, literally the possibilities are endless. So don't hold back when you're pinning in that board, and don't overthink it. Just if something's ringing true when you come across it, if you like it for any reason, just pin it. And then once you get about 10 posts in there, their algorithms will get really, really good at feeding you more of what you like to see. So yeah, that's a really, really good starting place. And like I said, it's just fun, honestly. And anytime you're feeling kind of like you're in a weird, like, creative slump or something, honestly, hop on Pinterest, get inspired, guys. It's a really, really good platform for that. It's the best visual platform that I can possibly recommend. Instagram has their like collections and shit, but it's like nowhere near, and their algorithms aren't specifically catered to aesthetics and stuff like that.
Cosmos is a great blue icy. I'm actually surprised you said that. Not many people know about Cosmos. I got on the app really, really early because I was able to get like an invite when it was like really, really new, and they were only taking on like 50,000
Yeah, I
people or
have
something
it.
like
I
that.
don't utilize it as much as Pinterest, just because Pinterest has perfected everything. Cosmos is
Yeah.
still very new.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to confidently recommend it to people. But of course, if you get Pinterest down and you feel like expanding even more, then by all means. Pinterest is going to be much more helpful because it's already so established. There's already so many users, so it's that much more content that you're going to have access to. But yeah, Cosmos is really cool. If you're into aesthetic and stuff, like aesthetics and visuals and stuff like that, design, things in that realm, there's so many platforms.
Yeah, it's like a vibe app.
Definitely.
Where you get to just
It's all vibes. I love it.
For the follow. Nathi, I'm not seeing a submission
Yeah,
for
good
you.
to see you again,
so
Jenna.
Just make sure, Nathi, if you haven't already, go to my link tree, click on Track Talk Submission, and follow through all of the steps. Read through all the details, follow all the steps. The minimums have changed, so y'all make sure y'all read the line, update, go check the line anytime that you feel like
I'm
you need
so
to.
glad that we could do that That's
love
what this
that, Jerome.
community is all
I love
about.
it.
Yeah, that's what this community is all about. So I'm really, really grateful that you hopped in today. I'm glad that we could offer that a bit. Once you get that Pinterest board established, just keep posting in it for a few months, you know? And then you can establish your branding from there, whether you hire out or you do it yourself. It's going to be much more clear once you've been posting in there for a while what kind of cohesive aesthetic you have going for you. And it's going to ring really true to you because you know that you've been posting consistently and that it's staying the same, if that makes sense. So from there, then you would just make sure all of your platforms are established as well as they possibly can be. And then that they have that clear aesthetic on all of the platforms as well. And then from there, it's all just going to be about, you know, releasing consistent music that has that vibe that you want and is up to par with the standard that you want. And then, you know, marketing, of course.
Definitely.
That's just a quick little rundown. Yeah, we got a bunch of OGs in here. Good to see you guys.
Blue IC, our main platform is Twitch. So we over on Twitch, we have the line, we have the chats from all the different platforms. So like Twitch, YouTube, and
yes, if you haven't experienced our live stream on Twitch, definitely hop over, guys. You won't be disappointed. It is 10 times better.
It's also I can show Pro Tools over there, so I can like pull up, I can like hit a button and show Pro Tools, which
so
we did for an
artist.
Michelle.
We miss you. I hope you're doing well.
Get icy.
Thank you so much, Charles. Thanks so much for hopping in. And
so excited
we really
for you.
Appreciate you. I think this was your first time, right?
Yeah.
So that's really cool. Welcome in. You can also hop in the Discord if you're interested, just so you can have more access to the community aspect, even outside of us. There's like promotion channels in there. There's, you know, you can get a community review type of thing. So we'd love to see you in there. And just a reminder, guys, that you can feel free to invite any of your creative friends to that Discord as well. Anyone who would partner well with musicians. We don't just limit it to musicians. Anyone that does, you know, photography, videography, editing, personal styling, branding, anything in that vein, graphic designing. We would love to have them in there. So feel free to share it with your friends.
I'm waiting for other videos with the Poly D. I know I need to.
Dude, Slim, I hate when that happens, bro. I end up actually getting pissed. I'm like, no, low-key, I gotta get off the app.
Man, well, I'm in the middle of a move right now, and it's like a 4-month move. So all of my synths are packed away right now outside of my MIDI controller. I mean, I could technically get them, but like they're all packed away. Like my whole studio's packed away. That's so nice, though, Manuel. Until the probably a month from now, I'll be able to get into a new studio, and that will be nice. And I'll get the synths out, and I'll make tons of Poly D videos. I know I need to make more, but I appreciate you hopping in. More is to come, I promise.
Yeah, that's so sweet.
Yeah, I'll show some love really quick to it was Joni, but Jarlhound over in the chat. Joni Baseball, appreciate you so much. Let's get straight into it.
Big love.
We got "Love Me" by Nano. So this is WJ. WJ, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here, and we'll get straight into it, y'all. We're getting into our last 4 songs. If you are submitting or you're wanting to move forward or anything like that, then absolutely make sure that you are checking the line. It's always updated. The minimums are always updated. All that good stuff. So we want to make sure y'all are good to go. WJ Kelly in the building. This is Nano, and then the composer is WJ. I'm assuming. Give me WJ Kelly. Give me all the details. Give me what's happening in the production. What's happening vocally, if there are vocals. Give me some of those details, some context on what I'm about to listen to. Your role in the track, all that good stuff. I appreciate you sending this in so much. I'm excited to get into it. And then also, it's all you. Beautiful mix as well. Mix and master as well. I'm a rookie. I'm excited to hear it. I'm excited to hear where you're at. And then, also just let us know, what are you looking to get out of this? Is there anything we can direct our attention and kind of our resource towards as far as what you're looking for help with? Or if it's just general, like, hey, I do this. How can I get a little bit better at it? Let us know. Let us know. But this is "Love Me" by Nano, which is WJ Kelly right here in the chat. Let's get into it. And this song, for context, is released. It is out on all platforms. So definitely go stream it if you like what you hear, so on and so on. So production, vocals, mix, everything's you.
How'd you get your streams, though? You have a shit ton of streams. Congratulations on that.
How many versions of me can change. And you hate that. And you want the old me back. You can't make it. Neither can I.
Do you do any marketing on any socials or anything?
I think we got 3 songs after this.
Yeah, feel free to check the line at the link tree. No marketing. Nice.
I like the depth on this mix. Use of reverb is really nice. Oh no, you're perfect, Robbie. We had a couple earlier. You're good.
Yeah, no worries. We get bands all the time.
Yeah. All the time. We've had a lot of producers today, honestly.
Yeah.
A lot of like EDM, lo-fi, stuff like that. You're totally
Thank
good.
you so much, Blue Icy. So sweet for hopping over.
How did you start to get movement on this track? Was it through like editorial?
Yeah, it seems like you got playlisted, but I'm just trying to figure out how.
Yeah. Or like
I know that that's pretty popular in this style,
Yeah.
but
like different social platforms, stuff like that.
I think she said no marketing.
Like no paid marketing, maybe.
No, I asked specifically on socials. Thank you, Blue Icy. We appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow.
Previously successful-ish track.
Got you.
Just trying to figure out where that success came from. It's rare that it comes just through Spotify without any info.
Because I mean, both of these are old. Both of these are 2018 and 2021.
Yeah.
So they've had some time
Sure.
to build up, especially if they did really well initially.
But Spotify doesn't typically just take off like that. But
It can if you
if
have
it's
discovered.
going to in this genre, it's more likely.
Yeah. It's usually big playlisting.
That's really lucky though. Like that's really cool. Okay,
Yeah, that's
so
that
cool.
makes sense.
That's really cool. And
Yo.
don't get me wrong, you are like good enough to be on those playlists 100%.
Crushing it.
But that is very rare. You
Yeah,
got
yeah.
super lucky.
You got the jackpot. Yo, show
Yeah,
some love.
so
That is
amazing.
Nano. The song is called
Congratulations
Love
on
Me.
that.
I know another producer where they didn't really have any social presence, but they, through a connection, through some cool opportunity, they got on Sirius XM and they were just on a loop for like 2 years and they just got so many streams from that. And it
Yeah,
just pumps.
such an easy listen. That was so nice.
Yeah, 100%. So yeah, it happens. It's just rare. It's that's why I was looking. It's like
Definitely.
there's only 2 songs. They're both really big.
In
but
a way,
they-
you won a version of the lottery.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
the music space. So
Props to you.
congratulations on that. Yeah,
Props
that's
to you.
awesome.
You made a good enough song to be able to allow something like that to happen.
Absolutely.
So props to you.
Absolutely.
That is usually like when I see a big jump like that and it not translating usually directly to either following or consistent monthly listeners
Mm-hmm.
over a long period of time. It's usually through big jumps in playlisting, which can happen organically through editorials. Like you said, you got editorial with Apple, which is very rare and huge. It's even more rare sometimes on Spotify Zen now. It used to be a little bit less
And
saturated than
Sirius
it is.
XM is so cool.
Yeah, and because that was baked into all of this this car and stuff like that.
It's just very rare. So I'm wondering how like even Sirius XM found you. Like it's very rare that it's without any kind of social media presence. So that's super cool.
Sometimes they will find them through the playlist.
Right.
That's happened to like so like
right.
they'll search through like major editorials. They'll search through like up and coming like Viral 50 on Spotify and Tidal and stuff like that. Yeah, and you can also submit, just like you can submit to
Oh, that's
editorial
cool.
through your
Okay, I
distribution.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
you can get, if you get like a publishing deal with like
Oh,
Sirius
that's
and work directly with
amazing.
them, you can get paid tens of thousands of dollars more than you would
Yeah.
for stream. So
No, that's so cool.
I love it. I'm super excited for you. So yeah, let's dig into this. I already just love the direction that you're going.
Mhm.
And honestly, like right now, my first piece of advice is do it again.
Do
You-
more.
Like, yeah, do more.
Yeah.
You got a song from 4 years ago and a song from like 8 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. Like you just more darts on the board. More darts on the board. This is super cool. I love the sound. The mix is really nice as well. I love that you
We're
did all
gonna
of this
close
yourself.
the line in one more track. We have 3 people in line, and we're taking 3 more tracks for
Yeah.
today. So you still can get in line for today, but we are gonna close it in just one more
Yeah.
song.
Yep.
If
All right.
you want to see the line, you can find it at the link tree in Torvik's profile.
100%. All right, let's run it back from the top. This is Love Me by Nano. I'm super excited.
So Nano, really quick, let us know, is there any advice we can offer or any helpful tips we can offer on the social side of things? Like, do you have goals to grow your, social platforms or, build an online presence? Or are you kind of just going to ride this wave and see where it takes you? Let us know.
100%. Eric, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would encourage the fact that you just done this twice in over 8 years.
Yeah.
I would encourage you to lean in. I mean, I just think
Amazing.
your sync potential, your licensing potential for this genre is huge because you have the social credit to back it up. So if you start to focus on some of the other parameters of what you're doing, I think you have the skill and you have the sound.
The one we
to
just
support
heard
it.
is from 2021, I believe.
Yeah, this one's from 2021, and the only other
They
song
only
they
have
is
one other song out, and it
in
was from
2018.
2018. Yeah.
Yeah. Just let me see something real quick. Yeah, so you're also still getting pushes from other small
That's
playlists
incredible.
and stuff like that.
I'm open to any advice. It is just happening on its own, and if I can grow, I'd love to hear advice. Okay, perfect.
Chill satellite radio.
I mean, I feel like you're not gonna have as much to go over. You're probably just
Yeah,
wanting to
it's
talk
nice.
about the marketing as well.
Sure, for the most part. Yeah, I mean, I think that's your missing piece. I haven't heard enough other music that's like less streamed, right, or something like that to have a holistic picture of like your quality. But I do like the depth of this mix. Your automation is great. There's a lot of we'll chop through a couple things, but it's a nice track. I like it a lot. Obviously, it's done well for you.
Yeah, super cool.
Maybe should I follow you on here too? When y'all do the same.
Yeah, it's Nano, and the A is a triangle. So I don't know exactly how to do that on the keyboard. That's the toughest part about having stuff like that, like
Right.
symbols in the name.
Well, you gotta keep the page now because
It's really cool. That's the thing. It's really cool, but it's tough in that regard.
The benefit is most people now, 2018 would have been different. Most people now are going to find you socially and they're going to follow a link. That makes it easier. That's a good thing, right? When you're finding someone on satellite, which is a big push for you a couple years back, they have to search you like that. That was Love Me by Nano, and they look up Nano and you're nowhere to be found. You're 50 artists down or something like that. Thankfully, you have more streams on here. It's going to
There's
make
more
it easier.
options, yeah.
But now people are going to find you through a tree of links and stuff like that. And they're going to find you socially, which is better. Because they're like, hey, do you like what I hear? Go to my link. It's right there. And you can just tap
You
on
can
Spotify.
change your name. It just gets a little difficult with distribution. It can get kind of muddy.
It's just a
and
nightmare.
Yeah, it is a little tricky.
You can, the other option would be to continue distribution with a new name. The downside to that was you won't get the benefit of your monthly listeners and your followers being notified of your release and added to their library. That makes it tough, right? Because like right now with 2,500 followers on there, anytime you release something within 2 weeks of distribution, they're notified and added to their library every time you release something. You won't get that on a fresh profile. And you also won't get the social credit that comes with when someone searches you up and they find you and you have 100 monthly listeners and in 3,000 streams on something versus sing songs with millions. It's like tribal. They're more likely to click on something that already has movement, right? So I would keep what you have here. You're just gonna have to find some creative ways to funnel people there.
Which we can talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me get a song. I'll skip through a couple parts of the song because you're fire. The mix is nice.
How many versions of me can you take? I fight harder the longer you
Good voice
wait.
too.
And you don't understand
100%.
that I'm stuck in my ways. I don't think I can change.
I know a lot of producers that would love to get your vocal on their track too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you want the old me, but you can't make it. Neither can I.
Really smooth like automation cuts too on your reverbs, like on your form, like a little altar boy, like form and shift of vocals and stuff like that. Really good automation cuts. It keeps it like really engaging. It's not just open and ethereal. It feels rigid and choppy while still feeling fairly familiar, which I like a lot. Let me get into your hook. But yeah, this sounds really nice. This is really good. Warm, punchy. Really, you're really tasteful with your sound design. You're not doing too much. There's plenty of space. You're tying a lot of things together with those reverses, so on and so on. Like you have like a lot of great movement behind what you're doing vocally with the reverse reverbs leading into your vocal lines and the way that everything's structured. It sounds awesome. I'm really excited. I just want to hear so much more from you. I would love for people to see 40 songs to go back to that they could just dive into, have an entire house playlist or EDM playlist of all of your records that they could just stream and really boost those monthlies. Because you absolutely have the talent. Yeah, it's a nice, broad, really like deep, like full of depth mix. It's really, really nice. Let me skip into this next section. I don't
So Eric, really quick, we always encourage people to read through the instructions fully. There's also an FAQ section at the submission link before you submit, just so you know how it all works and so that there's no surprises on your end. But like I said, 15 isn't a skip in this live. This isn't a typical like review live like you would see like Trash or Pass and stuff like that. These are thorough consultations on the breakdown of your music, your brand, and any visuals and marketing stuff that you have. So we go deep in here, and we would absolutely love to hear your, is it daughter? I think you said daughter's music. But
course.
right now, 15, if you didn't want to send any more for today, that's totally fine. But 15 will be saved for the next live, which I think will already be tomorrow, guys. We'll probably be live tomorrow. Yeah. So just make sure you read through all those instructions, though, just so you know how it works, and so that there's no surprises, like I said, later on. But you can double check the line right now at the link tree as well. You'll see the line. It'll take you over to Twitch. You can also pull up YouTube. The line can be seen on those. It says 3 tracks left, and we have 3 in line. You're free to skip to the front of the line if you absolutely want to go today. But yeah, guys, we always recommend keeping track of the line and keeping track of where you're at in the line. That way you know, and you're going whenever you want to go.
You're still up there right now, Michael. I still have you up on the board. I just have to continually change the minimum, because if we only have 3 songs left and there's already 3 people up there with the 15.
Yeah, you're still there.
Another 15 or something like that would put you 4th, and we only have 3 songs left. So I try to update it as much so as clear
that
as
way
it
we're
can
not
be. That way,
misleading anyone that they would definitely go today if they're not. But yeah, you're 3rd right now. You can pull up the line anytime so that you can see if you're going today.
But it just changed. Like we started the live early and it was all the way up to like 35, 40, and it changes a lot over the course, which is why we always encourage y'all to try to keep it up all the time. But once again, we put this in the descriptions and everything too. But if you ever miss your chance, you got to leave for any reason, you head out, you got to go work, you got to sleep, it's too late for you, whatever, anything like that. Or we just never got to your song at the end of the live, it wasn't within our 10 songs, you're always going to be saved. We'll never listen without you. Never have to worry about like missing out on your credit or anything like that. We'll always, I have a detailed list of your credits, so I'll easily put it over there, and then just hop in the next time. Half the people today were just from another live too. Just hop in.
Another quick reminder that if you want notifications before we go live, we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram that you can be added to, and we do have a Discord that we do announce it as well.
100%. All right, let me get into the last minute of the song. But Nano, the song's awesome. I think you have a really good balance on your mix. I can only imagine 3-4 years after this, or 4 years after this, your mixes are even better. I'm excited for the potential to hear something more modern from you, because these are like tight, like low fidelity house records. The formants are great. Your balance is awesome. I'm just excited for it. I think you have just a ton of potential in front of you, especially
Honestly,
if you
a
lean
cool
in.
classic sound. Yeah.
Yeah. This is great commercial stuff. This is Nano. So WJ. Let me see where I'll get it pinned real quick. Right here. Boom. This artist, this is their track. This is their track. This is Nano. The song is called Love Me. Nice, sharp, punchy drum structure. Beautiful. Great, like instinctual high pass movements. Awesome. You're doing so many things right. So many things right from a production and mix standpoint. What's up, Plant Dad? So much great movement. So much great automation.
Yeah, definitely make sure to tap in at the Discord, guys. That way you can keep in touch with each other and stuff like that. And specifically, since you don't have a online presence yet, it would be a good option for you to still kind of have that anonymity through Discord if you wanted it.
100%. Yo, show some love. That is Love Me by Nano. I'm so excited that you got so much movement early on for stuff like this. I mean, especially like working with Satellite, this is also going to be the stuff that they start playing in the background of like restaurants, like, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. Like it's good commercial music that can just have plays, and if it's in 1,000 different places at once and all these different playlists, and each one is giving you 100 streams a month, you're going to constantly get this pickup. You're going to constantly get this like pickup of streams, which is just shows you only have 2 songs out, both from many, many years ago, and you still have 10,000 monthly listeners. So huge props to you. You're doing so many things well. Y'all give it up one time. That is Love Me by Nano. So fun to hear.
And then Plant Dad, if you want to pull up the line, that's always going to be the best way. So as soon as you see that we're live, pull up the line and see if you're able to fit in. So right now we are on our last 3 tracks and the minimum is 20. So you wouldn't go today. But we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram, and we also, announce it on Discord before we're about to go live. So if you're interested in that, the earlier you get in to use your credit, especially if it's a lower credit like that, since that's the minimum, it's going to be easier to get in and secure a spot the earlier we go live, if that makes sense. And then if you ever need a refresher on anything, just make sure to read through those submission rules, the FAQ, the terms and conditions, stuff like that, just so you know how everything works.
Sure thing. Yeah, of course.
Did you want to make sure that we have that credit, though, just to give them peace of mind?
I got Eric on there just so I have it, and I'll save it.
Is it Eric?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Or are you talking about Plan Dad? I got Eric on there just so I can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was getting confused.
Yeah,
I want to double check for Plant Dad just to give them the peace of mind.
Yeah.
And then really quick, Nano, we can go over some things as far as what we would recommend to grow even further. So it's really cool the amount of momentum you've been able to build. Do you not have it?
Is it what's the name that it would be under? Because I think I remember it being under a different name.
Yeah, maybe it's not under Plant Dad.
Let me know what name it would be under.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for hopping back in.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you coming in to use your credit. It helps clear up some of our bank here.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so we're always going to recommend that you have some kind of online presence, ideally, you know what I mean? And it's like you may as well only, keep that momentum going, because inevitably most of the time. It doesn't last forever, right? I can't confidently say that because you've already hit the jackpot. You've already kind of won the lottery in a lot of ways. So maybe it will continue happening for you no matter what. You know what I mean? And that would be really sick if that is the case. That would be so dope. But to guarantee it and to honestly grow even further, because, you know, the growth can be exponential, right? There's no cap on that ceiling of growth that you could tap into, especially with how good you are, that it's like you may as well you know, really capitalize and maximize to the best of your ability. So what we're going to recommend is having some kind of online presence on the biggest platforms, right? So who knows what the fuck is going to happen with TikTok. I don't know to confidently recommend that anymore, just because I don't know if it's kind of a given that it's just going to be on the outs. So with that in mind, you can either start a TikTok or not, but highly recommend Instagram, of course. Highly recommend YouTube, of course. Especially if you're a producer, DJ in that realm, like that's going to be really, really helpful. And if you don't really want to show face, since you're sticking to this kind of production style, you don't have to. So that's kind of just a decision. That's really based on your personal preferences and how vulnerable you want to be and stuff like that. This is one of the, you know, few genres that I can confidently say, if you want to be faceless, you can. It's always going to be 1,000 times better if you are willing to show face and personalize your you know, your marketing a bit more. And but it's easier in the production, in like the producer you know, EDM electronic space,
Definitely.
instrumental space, to be faceless. So if you wanted to, you could do it. So that's just totally up to you, but highly recommend at least getting an Instagram and a YouTube going. And then, like I've been saying, and you've probably heard me say a million times, so I won't go into it too much, but getting a Pinterest to, you know, maybe develop a bit more of your aesthetic and do a bit of self-discovery there to make sure that your aesthetic and the brand that you put forth feels really true to you and feels good, and you feel excited about it and excited to, you know, it motivates you essentially to have some kind of online presence is going to be ideal. I feel like in the future, I would also recommend a website for you. Even if it was as simple as like just a landing page or something, it's going to be really good for you to have some kind of hub where all of your fans can go and know that they can support you in many different ways. So, because I feel like I could also picture some really cool merch for you and stuff, you know? So, really, the sky is the limit. The possibilities are endless. It's really just up to you on how much you want to grow, how much effort you can and are willing and able to put in. And you know, just what direction you want to go in. So a bit of self-discovery, I feel like,
Definitely.
is your next piece of homework or recommendation that we're gonna have. As far as name change, it really is up to you again. If you want to kind of build up, it would essentially be like starting over and building up a whole other platform again, because it's, from what we've heard at least, it's not very easy to change your name in distribution. The distribution platforms tend to get really confused, and it gets muddy and it gets messed up. And if you were to just, then some people are like, well, I'll just start over completely then, and then I'll just release the music I already had. Well, then you're going to run into copyright issues because they don't know that you're the same person, essentially. So there's all kinds of issues with that. I'm not saying it's impossible though. If you're really motivated to make that happen and you're like, dude, I don't want Nana with the triangle anymore. Like, I'm so sick of that. And it's just, I'm running into too many issues with it. It is possible. So just know that it is an option for sure. It's just going to be some hoops that you need to jump through. So yeah, just, you know, factor all this in when you're thinking about your next steps, and do a bit of self-discovery and really think about, and maybe even, you know, write it out, what your goals are, how much you're wanting and willing to show up in your content, and then how much energy and effort you're able to put in and wanting to put in, and that will serve you really well with next steps. And then, of course, we're here throughout your journey. So if you ever
100%.
need any help, you can find us at theobsidiankey.com. This goes for anyone in the chat, of course. And then you can also find us in our Discord.
Absolutely. Last little detail that I would mention, depending on the direction you want to go with your music, if you want to be able to be on list for festivals, if you ever want to DJ or play sets live, if you ever want to be able to do small sets in a restaurant or at a party, what stuff like that, I will. What's up, Judah? Let's go. I'd love to hear it, man. I would
Really cool.
I would highly encourage you to get an EPK together. That's an electronic press kit. This is what anyone who's going to want to work with you as a DJ or as a producer or anything like that. This is going to be like, and you can look up kind of the details of what you want to put in an EPK. But if you ever want to do a venue, if you ever want to do festivals, if you want to open for someone, you ever want to get your stuff into like a major distribution, then I would highly encourage any producer, and some artists too, but producers, DJs, stuff like that, get an electronic press kit together.
There's a lot more I have to say, and that we would have to say, of course, on all of this, depending on and once you decide what your route is going to be, essentially. And we would have so much more time depending on how much you feel like, how much help you feel like you need. If we just did a full consultation. So we do offer those, guys, if you're ever interested. This is kind of just like a little taste of what our full consultations are outside of this live, where you have us by the hour and we're on a Zoom call and we're face to face and we're not distracted by chats and all that stuff. Nice. Yeah, you have our undivided attention, of course. So if any of you are ever interested in that, you can sign up for it or at least inquire about it through theobsidiankey.com. But yeah, of course, we can utilize these little mini consultations as much as possible as well. So if you come back and this is what you can afford right now, we could always go into next steps and go more in depth if you submitted your other song or however you want to do it. But yeah, those are just a few options for now. I hope that was helpful. And I really appreciated getting to hear your talent today. Absolutely. That was really cool. I don't know if I've ever had anyone come in here that doesn't have basically a really obvious way that they blew up. They just did. And that's really, really cool. So I would say you've got some luck on you. And that's really, really cool.
Do what you can. Do what you can with it. Yo, show some love.
Thank you so much, Stan. That's really sweet. We appreciate you being here.
Show some love. Show some love. That is Absolutely. WJ Kelly. It is Nano with the triangle as an A on all platforms. So definitely go stream those songs. They're already doing incredibly well. Go keep boosting them. If you like what you hear, I'm sure in the very near future, we're going to hear a lot more from WJ Kelly, AKA Nano, on all platforms. So definitely go stream those songs. Beautifully done. I love your production. I love your mixes.
Absolutely.
Really, really nice. All right, y'all, we're getting into our last three, which means I'm going to start closing the lines. You can move around the lines if you want to. If you want to pop around and stuff like that, of course you can. But we're going to close it to new submissions. We have Eric up next, I believe, and I'll read through the details here in a second. So we got Eric.
Did Plant Dad share what the name would be under?
They didn't, or if they did, it got blocked.
Oh, darn. Okay, Plant Dad, are you still here by chance?
I'm sure it's.
I sent one of her earlier releases with a self-produced music video. Her Instagram is okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for that reminder.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Get this closed. All right. Last three songs, y'all. Last three songs. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Okay, here's one of our earliest releases and first music video. 14 songs out, 2 music videos, 50 unreleased songs. Love the catalog.
Nice. Awesome.
Love the catalog. And I have the YouTube here, so I think this is going to be one of the music videos. Excited. Okay.
We also love when the supportive parents come in here. So thank you so much, Eric, for being an awesome supportive parent / maybe manager. You're really killing it, and we really appreciate seeing that.
I think I think the name they sent it under wasn't I think that's all of their profiles. Dad and Jerry, I love it. I love it. We had a couple in here that I just love. I love the support. Yeah. We had he came in another time with but I think the name on the artist, the email, was a different name, which is what I have saved to my credit list.
Exactly. And so that's what we were trying to figure out.
I don't know the connection.
But that's okay. We'll hopefully get him next time.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's pull up the track. This is Angelise Maria. Let's get into it. I'm excited.
Mariah, I would think.
Or Mariah, yeah. And then real quick, before I run it, I'll run it from the top. Before we run into it, let me know if you happen to know any of the... This is all dropping down because the stand is broken. Yeah, that's fun. So it's closed right over my head. It's fine. I'm reading through this thing. So let me know if you happen to have any context on the production structure, who's mixing it. Are you going into a studio to track all of this? Stuff like that. Let me know if you happen to know, if not, don't worry about it. I just, on the production side and mix side, I like talking through those things. Just in case we run into anything. Let's get it. And again, we're watching the entire studio recording. That's what I figured. Perfect. This is a music video that we are watching. Same engineer to mix. Perfect.
Yeah, so you guys can look this up under Angelise Mariah -Control official video.
Perfect.
Definitely go tap in at her YouTube. Follow her on Instagram. She's obviously clearly doing big things. It's really exciting.
This is awesome because this video got a huge push, and you can maybe talk to us about that too. This video got a huge push compared to her subscriber count. Her channel itself is really small, but this video took off. Maybe y'all are doing some promo stuff like that. You can talk through that if you want to. Let's get into it. Angelise Mariah. The song is called Control. Nice.
Nice. Very cool.
Baby, I'm the only one that I'm seeing. Everything you're saying to me, I breathe it. The way I'm feeling when you're touching and teasing. Believe me, you please me. Got me up all night, straight pleasure. And I squeeze
Very quality video.
like pressure. More pressure is better.
Yeah, 100%.
Baby, coming like ooh la la la. It's you and me tonight. So come and make it right. I'll let you cross the line. Show me, baby. Do just
Do you know where she got the production?
Bailándola toda la noche until the morning. You got me so high, don't wanna come down. No espacio entre tú y yo. Just our bodies making sweet music. I'm losing control. Yo pierdo el control. You got me so excited. I'll never let you go. I'm losing control.
Muévelo, papi. Muévelo, papi. Muévelo, papi. Baila conmigo y muévelo así.
Yo quiero que tú vengas conmigo. Enséñame
Nice.
tu combo y corrido. No me extraña que quieres conmigo. Dale, estás bajando, comete un delito. Chiquito, dame el chamaquito. Este ritmo está bonito. Este ritmo está pegadito. Suelta control, ya no sea carajito. Can't stand being all by myself. When you're not here, I'm so lonely. See me blowing up your phone all crazy. So anxious, my baby. Well, you got my body in
Got you.
motion. Backstroke like swimming in the ocean. Got me feeling staring in your eyes. So get
yeah.
ready for one hell of a night. Bailándola toda la noche.
Wake up, wake up, wake
Till
up.
the
Hey.
morning. You
Absolutely.
got me so high, don't wanna come down. No espacio entre tú y yo. Just our bodies making sweet music. I'm losing control. Yo pierdo el control. Got me so excited.
Mix is killer. Love it.
Yeah.
Sweet music. I'm losing control. I'm losing control.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
Let's go. Y'all, show some
That was
love.
nice.
That is Angelise Mariah. The song is called Control. Yeah, this is all the way. That's what
Very
we have.
cool.
Okay, beautiful. So
Nice.
she's signed right now, right? Do you know anything about the structure of that? Like what like limitations she's have with that, or what any of that kind of structure looks like for her? Professional. This is gonna bother me so. I'm just gonna take away the close thing. It's gonna drive me nuts. Whatever, y'all. It is what it is. Give me a sec.
Independent. Very good. That's what we like to
Let's
hear.
go. I love it.
That's what
Sorry.
we like to hear.
This is driving me nuts. It's like blocking me. I can't see y'all. It's different on the iPad, I think. Independent. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. Professional, top to bottom. Audio mix, gorgeous. Production structure, cohesive. It's tight. It's punchy. Visuals across the board. Vocal performance across the board. Fantastic. This is ready to go. Top shelf stuff. I'm excited. Let me pull it up on Spotify so we can get the streams, and I know you have some of that pulled up too. So let me
Yeah, her description on Spotify is fantastic. Honestly, the way her whole Spotify is laid out is great. I don't have really any notes, so if anyone wants to go check it out just for inspiration and to see, a prime example of what we tend to recommend in here for what your Spotify should look like and how it should be laid out, definitely go type in Angelise Mariah and you will not be disappointed.
So this is from a year ago. Let me see under the singles here so I can pull up the track on here so we can get you the stream. Or did this one not release to platforms? VIP shelf.
Just type it in, maybe.
Yeah, let me see.
Okay, Control is not on Spotify.
Oh, I see. What's the reasoning behind that? That's a great record. Let's get it. Okay, let's run it from the top. I'll just run it on the video. We'll talk through a couple things here. But yeah, I'm curious why that one's not on Spotify because it's got movement. It's got movement for it. All right, let's run it. I'm excited.
There's maybe one thing I can mention about the Spotify description.
Yeah, let me keep that.
Baby, I'm the only one that I'm seeing. Everything you're saying to me, I breathe it. The way I'm feeling when you're touching and teasing. Believe me, you please me. Got me up all night, straight pleasure. And I'm squeezing on your body like pressure. More pressure is better. Keep me coming like ooh la la la.
This is a great example. So just to preface everything, mix is fantastic. Beautiful, super vibrant, really punchy, vocal performance, layering, all that movement is long story. There's usually, and again, you can go through or not explain how much, obviously it's hard on TikTok too. There's usually
if you want a bigger character limit, guys, TikTok and YouTube does definitely allow you.
Twitch.
TikTok, Twitch. Twitch doesn't have a character limit really, or it's a lot more anyway. So you can type everything out fully.
It's usually, and again, I'm not speaking for Angelise in this, but when I hear stuff like that, I see stuff like that, it's usually some political thing with a label or a single deal or a 360 deal that happened that kind of got robbed of, and then you lose the rights were lost or someone else owned it and you want to pull the release or not release it in order to gain control independently of your own catalog, which kind of seems like what you're doing now with 50 songs lined up ready to go that y'all have been working on. I just know a lot of artist starts to get some movement, someone tries to pick something up, and then it just gets messy really, really, really fast. There's a lot of moving pieces to that.
Definitely.
But the structure of this, other tracks when you see. 100%. I don't deny it for a second.
Absolutely. Very, very, very talented.
Vocalist, writer.
She's got it all.
The dancing, the choreography, doing it all. It's like reminding me of like some like early 2000s like pop and R&B and stuff that was happening in the era that I just think is
you guys have done a fantastic job. Mad props.
Yeah. Quality across the board. This is a great, well-saturated mix too. Exactly. That's exactly the era that I'm like imagining.
Totally.
I completely agree.
Very cool.
But it's a nice, punchy, well-saturated mix just on the practical.
It's honestly
engineering
reminding
side.
me too of a lot of the things Selena Quintanilla was about to tap into before she passed away, which is just devastating. So it's really cool whenever I see younger artists able to carry that baton.
Yes, definitely.
And so I really respect that.
Yep, I completely agree.
It's you and me tonight, so come and make it right. I'll let you cross the line. Show me, baby, do just what you like. Bailando loco.
Yeah, we're in San Antonio, so it's close to home, 100%.
Until the morning, you got me so high, don't wanna come down. Despacio entre tú y yo, just our bodies making sweet music. I'm losing control. Yo pierdo el control. Got me so excited.
Very cool.
I was gonna say too that this is a very tasteful, well-balanced bilingual song too, where it doesn't feel forced. You know, like sometimes when I hear that happen in a song, and of course I just want everyone to write and create authentically. If it feels authentic, run with it, right? Sometimes it does feel like forced, or like I feel like I need to fit this in because it's a part of who I am. So it's like super compartmentalized, and like it's like, okay, here's my like 15 seconds on my last hook to like say something to hopefully still grab those people, right? And I think this is a great example. It's just like it's worked in, it's interwoven, it feels super cohesive with the track. Everything lines up well, it's performed well, really, really clean across the board. I love that. It feels so authentic, feels so seamless, so professional. Love it.
Muévelo, papi. Muévelo, papi. Muévelo, papi. Baila conmigo y muévelo así. Quiero que tú vengas conmigo.
Yeah, I love it. You're doing all the right stuff.
Awesome.
This is great. And this is a year old too.
Chiquito, dame el chamaquito. Este ritmo está bonito. Este ritmo está pegadito. Suelta que entró ella, no sea carajito. Can't stand being all by myself.
Very cool.
Yeah. Super professional across the board.
Crazy, so anxious, my baby. Why you got my body in motion? Backstroke like swimming in the ocean. Got me feeling staring in your eyes. So get ready for what heaven now.
Super catchy too, which is fantastic.
Yeah, 100%. Let's go, Eric.
Really amazing. Wow.
I love that.
Talented family. I'm gonna follow you, Eric.
Definitely. It's sick. Video production's awesome. Do you have a production company or
Very
something?
talented. I thought you were gonna say you went to LA for that again.
Yeah, let's go. That's sick. Super
Incredible.
polished, man. Super polished. Y'all show some love. This is an artist that you can go stream. Shout out to Eric for sending this in. I appreciate you so much.
Well, you might want to.
It might be time
tap
for a
in.
change, baby.
Yeah.
I love it. That was Angelise Mariah. The song is called Control. Definitely. This song is not currently on platforms, but there are plenty of other songs that you can tap into that you can go
And you
show
can
some
go
love and
stream
support
it
to.
on YouTube.
Yep.
You know,
You can, yeah, 100%. Go watch the
definitely
videos.
worth it.
Amazing.
Okay, so the little tiny thing that I was gonna mention on Spotify that can enhance it a bit and kind of help the algorithm find more of her ideal listeners and stuff like that is going to be tagging people like we were saying, Jennifer Lopez, Selena Quintanilla, maybe even Carol G. You know, that would be a good one.
Mm-hmm.
So those are three
Yeah.
names right there that you know, the algorithm can then see, oh, okay, Angelise Mariah makes similar music to these other artists. So just make sure that whenever you put it in the description, you put the @ symbol, so it almost like pops up, you know, once you're typing it out, it pops up kind of like you're tagging them on a social platform like Instagram, Facebook. And then just make sure that it fully hyperlinks the name. That way it's clickable on the user side of thing. And then the algorithm is fully able to pick it up, if that makes sense. But that's literally the only thing I noticed. It seems like you guys did a really good job of, you know, seeing what other people do, what bigger names do, and copying and pasting. And that's what we're always talking about in here, guys. It's a really, really good foolproof way to make sure that you have your bases covered when you go check out some of your, you know, favorite artists and they have however many million streams and stuff like that. What do they do? How is their Spotify laid out? How do they market? What does their Instagram look like? That type of thing.
Yeah.
Of course, they're gonna always have to, if they're already popular, right? If they're already famous, they're gonna have to do a lot less than we are on the smaller side of things. But it's a really good example of how ideally you should lay things out sometimes.
100%.
It's just a little cheat. Yeah.
I love that, Robbie.
So
Love it.
you can do that on Spotify, and I do highly recommend doing it just so hopefully she can, you know, Spotify will pull some of those
Yeah.
listeners over to her, and she can find some new people that way.
One quick thing that I'll say on Spotify as well, that to me is kind of the secret for her future releases as well, is obviously her monthly, just because you've withheld some releases recently in order to build up this catalog. Perfect. Love it. You're on the right track. She does have, because of the push previously, because of these others, Pray For You.
No worries at all, Robbie.
Pray For You, Leave Me Alone, all those songs that got a big push. You were running ads, you're pushing that in the other music videos and stuff a lot. Her followers on Spotify are fabulous. 32,000 followers.
Oh, that's great.
On Spotify.
That's very rare, yeah.
Is phenomenal. Those are
That's fantastic.
Monthly listeners come and go depending on editorial playlist and satellite radio and so many random things, right? Followers is difficult to get people to stick. That happened. The secret to that, though, is those people, if you release within a 2-week window with your distribution and you pitch to editorial and stuff like that, if you give it at least about 2 weeks in between releases, all of those people are notified of new releases from that artist, an email on their Spotify as new Discover Weekly. It gets automatically, certain tracks will be automatically added if it's if you do pre-save campaigns too, that'll be automatically added to their own libraries and playlists. That's 32,000 people that's an immediate stream. That means none of your songs start at 1,500 streams and 2,600. They're starting at 10,000, a couple thousand streams a day. The odds of them getting noticed by other editorial playlists and taking it to 90,000, 100,000 streams is amplified. It's exponential. So point being, I would get all of your ducks in a row, get the marketing in a row, get your catalog. The catalog's built. You got 50 songs. You got enough songs to release monthly for the next 4 years. You're good, right?
That's fantastic.
You're good. You're ready to go. Start getting songs out, and even beyond that, because the catalog is big, it's deep, and because you have a lot of followers on there. She has a lot of followers on there. I would also recommend working with DJs. Work with people that do Latin festivals, work with people that do especially she's out in LA, work with some DJs out in Miami, start to build up other remixes of these songs and sets of these songs that allow you to release far more often. They'll be split, the royalties, the mechanicals will be split, the publishing will be split with other people with these remixes. But it can allow you to hit that 32,000 people constantly with new music, new versions of the music they already love, radio edits, stuff like that. That gives you so much new information that's so beneficial to the Spotify algorithm that 195 is like history. You know what I mean? It'll push so much. But I would get as much content on Spotify as possible, because the followers are already there. It'd be like if you had 1 million followers on social media and then never posted, right? It's like give them the information because they're there ready for it. They stuck, they followed. That's fantastic.
Yeah, since you're still independent too, if there's ever any way we can help you along your journey, of course, we would be honored to. And you can find all of that info and what we have to offer as far as services and stuff like that through theobsidiankey.com. One more thing I wanted to mention really quick is that whatever the link is in her Instagram bio is a broken link for me, at least. It's not opening no matter how I tried to open it, because I tried several different ways. So that would be a really big one, to just make sure that it leads to some kind of landing page or website. That way it's a one-stop shop. Every artist and producer and musician needs to have a one-stop shop for their fans and anyone who comes across them on any one platform, to just know exactly where and how to plug in, essentially. So those are the only notes that I have, though, because y'all are doing so many things right. You have that really, really clear, identifiable brand. There's a lot of pink, right? There's a lot of, like angel wings and stuff like that. It's really clear. It's like a bold glamour vibe. And so it's really coming across well. And I think it fits her well. Yeah. So y'all are really killing it. And it's a really cool example for this community to be able to see, like, someone who's doing it really well. If you guys do want to hop in the Discord as well, we do have promotion channels in there and stuff like that. So anytime she has a new release, you can post it in there. The Discord can be found on our website, theobsidiankey.com, or the link tree in Torvik's profile.
Perfect. Yeah, you're on it.
Very, very cool. I like that a lot.
It's good.
It's a very 90s feel, which is so cool. I like it.
And that's so back. That's like, it's not like it ever really went anywhere, but it's so
her
back.
Fans will be angels. So cute. I love that.
I love that
really
so
great.
much.
It's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm like
Hi, Katie.
shocked.
Good to see you.
Shocked that she has 195 monthly listeners. Quality's there.
That's just very
Music's
temporary.
there.
That's only because you guys aren't marketing right now.
Yeah,
but it makes sense that it's going to jump right back up to where it was, and it will be completely fine. It's not a big deal at all.
Can't wait to see it happen, man. For one, show some love to Eric. Eric, I appreciate you so much.
What a great dadager.
I appreciate you so much for sending that in. Phenomenal
you
song.
You guys are cool. Y'all
Great
are
quality
doing
across the board.
A lot really well. And honestly, Eric, we would absolutely love to chat with you sometime too about what kind of vein you do operate in when it comes to production and stuff. Like we are looking for more contacts in that way. That way we can funnel people through the Obsidian key and have contacts that way. So feel free if you're interested in having a conversation with us when it comes to that stuff. We would be honored.
Absolutely. Y'all are crushing it. Really, really nicely done.
And that's what I highly recommend doing, Eric. So you guys are doing everything right.
100%
Totally.
on
Like
the ball.
I just really don't have many notes on improvement because you guys are doing so many things so well.
In the meantime, before y'all get ready for those releases, everybody,
Bubble. Good to see you.
please go stream Angelise Mariah. Go stream Angelise. You won't be disappointed. Great quality stuff. Let me see. Who do we got? Last two songs.
Robbie is next.
You are up next.
Then Robbie, no worries at all. We would love to have a more thorough consultation with you sometime, but everyone is at different point in their journey, and that's what this community is all about. Is no matter where you're at, we're here for beginners, we're here for veterans. Any way that we can possibly offer assistance or help along your journey, that's why we're here.
100%.
Of course, we operate well with people who are independent because people will come in here all proud that they have a label and they're like, my label's got me, and their Spotify sucks ass because their label's not really helping them. They're taking advantage of them. But just know that we're here for you at any point in your journey, even if you do have a label like Angelise, but you're doing it in a way that, you're more empowered and you have more control.
Yep, 100%. All right, Robbie Dixon. I'm just a guy who loves Rick Springfield and plays to the part. All right. This is Robbie. I'm a 29-year-old creative with a major passion for power pop music. Let's go in a declining day and age. I would love for you guys to check out my band's unreleased song and just kind of get an opinion on it.
Awesome.
If you think it's marketable, that kind of thing. Thank you in advance for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank
Robbie,
you so much.
So I wanted to send this to. It's the logo ideas we are thinking of. Would love your input if you can swing it. Of course, yeah, we got you. Absolutely got you. We got these here. Logo for what? You talking like brand logo or
for a song,
for an album cover or song,
yeah.
something. Yeah, let me know the specific context for the logo. And let me pull up the Dropbox and let's get into it, man. Give me some context on your role in this band as far as instrumentation, vocals, branding, banding. Got you.
Okay,
talk to me about your role in the production. Is this your vocal? And who's handling the mix? Are you going to studios to track, like little context stuff like that? I love details. This is Good Time Call by Cherry Shakes. Let's get into it. I'm excited. First time hearing, man. I'm super excited for you to be here. Welcome to the family. Last two songs, y'all. Anyone who doesn't get heard, of course, will be saved for the next time we go live, which is probably going to be tomorrow.
Okay, awesome.
Beautiful.
I hear the influence already. Love it.
Got a little money, but a whole lot of love. What you doing later, honey? Do you wanna come on up? Well, I was walking around after paying the time.
So nostalgic.
Driving down the street and then my car started to smoke. Had to stay the night because all the shops were closed. After I checked in, there it was when the door opened. I found your number on the elevator wall of the Taj Mahal. I found your number, ring kind of small and it said, for a good time call. I found your number.
Love the phasing.
Because I knew you were around. Is that a 7 or a 3? Because I just couldn't make it out. The doors kept opening up, so the number got really scuffed. Then I took a chance and decided to put 7. Then you picked it up and told me that your name was Heaven. Over $50 a call, and you said that you'd do it all. Yeah, I found your number on the elevator wall
I like this a lot, man. I like it a lot.
Very cool.
Okay, well, hold on. You've got an analog synth on there. That's an analog filter sweep
Here we
right there.
go.
Unless it's
We're gonna geek out.
unless it's just automated really well. You got to tell me what's going on there. You can't see in this room because my studio's packed up. But I'm an
True
analog
synth.
synth head. I've got a whole bunch of
Yeah,
analog
now he's
synths.
gonna need to know what kind.
Is that is it like an OB8 or like a Prophet 5? I just that resonance sweep is so open while maintain. I gotta it's gotta be either an Oberheim or a Prophet, but it could be so many different things. Anyways, side note, I love synths. They're my favorite thing in the world. Let's get into it from the top. I like this a lot, Robbie. I think there's so much potential, easily marketable. We'll dive into that later.
Absolutely.
The 217 is an OB. Let's go. OB8 probably, right? Or OBXA. God, I love it. It's so fun. It's one of my favorites. The reason why I said that because it's one of the few. So the OB, some versions of filtering on we don't even need to talk about this, but the Prophet 5 too, especially the early ones, you can sweep the resonance and the filter, right? You can sweep the resonance super that big push at the end right there and not lose any low end information, right? Like typically, like even like on my Juno, I have a 106 and I have some other synths that I have. If you filter that and you like push the resonance, it cuts out all the low end information. But that's one of the few, like those early Oberheims and like the Prophet 5, you can maintain low end presence while sweeping and get those huge resonant peaks, which I love. Anyways, nerding out on synths for a second. Let's get back into it. Robbie, I love what you're doing. Gets me fired up about just analog music. You know what I mean? It's a super cool sound. There are some things I think that can potentially be polished, but I do think you're in the right vein. You're doing the right stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Feels authentic, feels real. I think you have you've got a great head on your shoulders when it comes to the music, man. Such great sounds in here of the yes, dude. I love it. Yeah, you're crushing it. I love it, man. I'm excited. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into it. And boom. Let's go. Great punchy intro too. What's up, Brian?
Smoke had to stay the night because all the shots were closed. After I checked it, there it was when the door opened.
Great doubling on the lead vocal. It gives it a lot of. This is a very big mix, right? So it's double tracked electric guitars. They're wide, they're super punchy, and they're really prominent. They're really loud. But you have a good double on the vocal, which does give it some support. It gives you some support in the middle of the mix. One thing I will say, and this is, it's up to you, obviously, if you feel like revising anything or just kind of pushing forward with your catalog and building what you're doing. I do feel like the middle of this mix does get muddied up a little bit, especially, we'll go into the outro of the song here in a second. It's a lot of mid-forward information, right? A lot of, like you just mentioned, double tracked open chords with like muted stabs in the middle of the track, right? So you go back to like the middle of the mix and then you have your stabs of the guitar there. It's a lot of mid information. Then you have your layers of vocals, your layers of guitars, you have your analog synths sitting in a same kind of mid-forward mix, nice and resonant, which I love, but it also is filling that same void, and doubled vocals in the middle of the mix. All kind of right here. There's a lot of mid and high mid information, which I do think sometimes makes it a bit difficult to like distinguish your vocal and like hear what you're saying. And I'm not even talking about like legibility, because I don't mind if things aren't that legible, right? Not every song is, I hate it when people say that sometimes, where it's like everything needs to be super projected.
Yeah, I know, same here.
It's like this needs to be projected and
It's
pure.
like
and
we're not
I
always
can't
in choir,
understand.
bro.
Yeah, like I can't understand what you're saying. And like that's like 90% of songs out there in every genre. So I don't care about that so much. It's not a pop song, right? This is not supposed to be Sabrina Carpenter, right? This is a little bit more grungy, and so I don't mind that one bit, right? but I do, from a channel standpoint, I do still want to distinguish your vocal a little bit more. I wouldn't mind if some of that mid information from like your center block guitar that you have there, and maybe even some of the double track, if there's a little bit of space carved around like 1,000 to 2,000 hertz, where like more of the primary like fundamental frequencies of the vocal sit, if there was like a little bit of space, 2 dB dynamically done or something like that, that was carved in that space to let that vocal shine a little bit more, so that when, like you can hear when the verse hits, let's go. When the verse hits, you get this great clarity from the vocal because that mid channel is opened up and the guitars are plucked a little bit easier, right? Once that hook comes in, once the outro comes in, you do lose some distinction from the vocal. Would love for it to have a little bit more prominence in the mix there. Literally, I think that's like the only thing. I like that this is raw. I like that it sounds natural. I love the double tracks of your vocal and the guitars. Tonally, it's fantastic. The drums, they're raw, they're punchy. I don't mind it one bit. I really, really like what you're doing, Robbie. Even early stage stuff.
Definitely.
Super cool. I don't want to overproduce this. This is not a song that needs to be like auto-tuned and tightened up and overcompressed. I just want to be able to distinguish your lead vocal structure so that you can really understand what's going on.
I love it.
Besides that, I think you're crushing it. Stylistically feels so authentic. Here, I just kind of missed that vocal, and I would love for it to be sharp through the mix, a little bit more like transient, a little bit more punchy. But yeah, that's small details that could help push that forward. Because honestly, I feel like this could be an intro to a movie or a show. It's very sync heavy, and I love that. I think tonally it feels as raw as I want it to be. This
It's
is
also kind of giving Fountains of Wayne a bit. The Stacy's mom.
yeah, I could so hear
And then
that.
there's someone else. Oh, Weezer.
Uh-huh.
Which like I
Yeah.
I mean this as a compliment.
Yeah.
That's high praise in my
I could
opinion.
hear it. I could hear it.
I love it.
It does feel like a coming of age movie, a college show. You know what I mean? Like I can hear and feel all of that like nostalgia that I feel, and I really love it. I like it a lot. I think you are like a revision away from like a prominent record. The skill is there, the musicianship is there,
Absolutely,
the structure
definitely,
is
no doubt.
catchy, the lyrics are interesting and good. Robbie, I think you're so close. I think one revision, 100%, Brian. I think like one revision to regain some prominence and clarity from your lead vocal, and you're ready to go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. It's time. So like that, I found your number, I found your number. That vocal, that's a great line. Like that whole like sequence right there is great, but it's way lost in the back. So like your gang vocals, which are also fantastic. They're positioned well, they're wide. You get a nice stack of gang vocals in the background, but they're lost in the sauce. They're lost in all that mid energy from the guitars and from the lead in the middle. So I think one revision to restructure that and get your vocals back on top, all of your stacks back on top, I think you're good to go, dude. Super cool. Love the phasing there, beautiful.
Take it down because I knew you were around. Is that a 7 or a 3? Cause I just couldn't make it out. The doors kept opening up, so the number got really scuffed. Then I took a chance and decided to put 7.
Let's go, Robbie. I'm so glad you came in, man.
Me too.
Was heaven. Only $50 a car. And you said that you do it all. Yeah, I found your number on the elevator wall.
Great harmonies. Because then you bring in the high E, right? Over like that, the like E major over down to the A. Once you bring in the high like fifth on the synth over the top,
Yeah, I love that.
right over the top. I love the way that it sits there, but it completely takes over all that high-end information from the vocal. So as soon as you hear that resonance get triggered by the synth, that high chord that it does, that's all that high information, you just lose the vocal in the background. And I love both things. So finding some creative ways on the mix side to make sure that they both can coexist in the mix, to me, allows you to have all the analog synthesis that I am obsessed with and love, and also the great doubled vocal structure, and not have to war between the two. And one of them inevitably going to lose because of all that mid information from the guitars. Let's go. You got me hyped, Robbie. You said you were coming in like underground stuff like that, and it has the aesthetic of underground raw music, but the potential of major record stuff like from the late 80s, early 90s, some 70s influence, some really cool, like just really cool aesthetic that you have going on here, man. I'm excited.
Michael, really quick, I saw that you just hopped back in not too long ago. I did want to update you that it doesn't look like you'll be going today since somebody did skip forward. We have Stan as the last song for today, but we will be live already again tomorrow, guys. And then just as a reminder, it's typically around 1 p.m. Central, but we do do an announcement on our broadcast channel on Instagram, and then we also do an announcement in our Discord. So I just wanted to give you that that update there.
What's up, East?
Nor.
Nor.
Michael, you're the best.
What's up, East? Yes, you can. You can.
Yeah, you still can.
It's up to you.
I don't want to encourage a bidding war. If one of you is okay going tomorrow, then yeah, you guys can work that out amongst yourselves, of course. We are gonna have to cut it off at one more song though, just because we have I ran out of water, I need food. Like we're kinda at that 6 hours. We're kinda at that point. But we will be back tomorrow as well. So sure. Of course, if you don't get played today, your credit, whatever that may be, will be saved.
Yeah, completely up to you. Y'all can kind of
and then
work that out.
Really quick, while we're on you, Robbie, I did want to make sure and just encourage you. I hope that you join our Discord, so that you can be more a part of the community, but also so you can drop some fire recommendations like tinted windows in our music recommendations channel. So if you're not already in our Discord, please join it. We would love to have you. I'm happy to update mine. I won't be around tomorrow, but don't want to overstep at the same time. Let's see. Stan, are you still in here?
I saw Stan a minute ago.
Yeah, I thought they were in here still.
Yeah, and it's not, it's not overstepping. It's what the modular board is for.
So y'all can work that out amongst yourselves. Yeah, it's totally fine. Both of you want to go today. We will be live several times this week, so just a reminder on that. But
either way, neither of y'all will. Either way, neither of you is going to miss out on your credit. So if you want to bid it out, it's up to y'all. If you want us to save it, completely up to y'all. But either way, you're not going to miss. So even if you can't come in tomorrow, we'll be live a couple times this week, a couple times next week.
I desperately need some water, so we're gonna have to end it soonish.
100%. Yeah, of course. So whoever is, y'all can see the line at any point. Whoever's at the top of that line is who I'll listen to.
That was really sweet, Michael.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all. But yeah, y'all can kind of decide amongst yourselves, and then whoever's at the top, I'll run it.
East of Anthony, we are closing up for today, but we would love to have you tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow around 1 p.m. Central. Most likely 1, but like I said, we do have a broadcast channel on Instagram. We have our Discord that we announce it to, so feel free to join those things to stay in touch with the community.
100%. All right, let me play out the end of the song, but I think
y'all can hear
Robbie...
my voice already getting kind of like raspy. And we're
hey, end of this song, I think it's
I
sounding
need water.
fantastic.
My mouth is so dry.
All right, I'll grab you some water once I finish this breakdown here. I think, Robbie, you're doing all the right stuff, man. It's sounding fantastic. Slight repositioning there as far as vocal structure goes versus the instrumentation. Golden, you ready to go? Robbie, you're a beast.
Super cool.
I love it so much. Shout out to the OB, man. Shout out to the OB. Y'all give it up one time for Good Time Call by Robbie right here in the chat. So good, man. I absolutely love it. I think you're on the right track.
And then let's go back to...
What's up, Freebird? Let me grab us some water and I'll be right back.
Hi, Freebird. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this pretty much all you have going as far as visuals so far, Robbie? Let me know. I mean, I love it, especially the first one. I feel like, you know, it's just so classic, that font and everything. I feel like that's really cool and fitting. Okay, so then with where you're at, I would still highly recommend doing that Pinterest route that that you've heard us talk about all day today. Sometimes it just really works out that we talk about the same stuff over and over again, which we do anyway, but it works out where like day to day we'll get a lot of the people that are in the same, you know, spot. So I feel like I've talked about it so much today, but of course, if you have any specific questions as far as Pinterest goes or like what the purpose of it is and anything, like I can dive deeper into it. But I would do a little bit more maybe, you know, discovery in that way. You have never used it. Okay. I highly recommend getting on there. I don't know how many of you there are in the band, but I would say get like 2 of the, you know, top members, not top, but just, you know what I mean, the ones that tend to head up, make the decisions, stuff like that. I highly recommend getting over there and you can collaborate on a board. Thank you so much. 1 second, guys. This will hopefully help me not to sound like I'm a chain smoker.
Yeah. Johnny Walker, what's up? It's a little tough talking.
Okay. That's a bit better. Let's see. There's four of you. Okay, so you can all join it. I'll just say, like, if you're all very opinionated, it might get a little tough in that way where so many people are going to have so many different ideas, and then it's going to be a bit more hard to find like cohesion in that Pinterest board. If 2 of you kind of tend to take the lead on things, then I would recommend maybe you 2 heading up the Pinterest, stuff like that. Really, the Pinterest just helps you begin to figure out what you want your visual aesthetic to be, and that is where your branding will be developed from, if that makes sense. So you have you know, that logo that could end up being, you know, what you run with, but you still need a full brand and aesthetic to an identifiable brand, right, to market and to really fully launch. So I highly recommend hopping over there, and if you ever have any questions on it, of course, feel free to stop in here. But it's a really helpful tool, and like I'm always talking about, it's just really fun too. It's just really fun to get inspired and to have a mood board of like, you know, what your visual looks like and how it fits with the music that you make and stuff like that. So that's what I would recommend as far as next steps go. And then I know you said you don't have any platforms established. All of that I really don't recommend worrying about until you have that brand. The brand truly is the foundation. And then from there is when once you have that established, from there is when you can start, you know, creating all of your individual platforms and making sure they're all cohesive as far as the aesthetics go and all that stuff. And then it's just going to be about consistently releasing music and marketing it on all of those platforms that already have that that identifiable brand. Yeah. Thank you, Freebird. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. So I hope that makes sense, and let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah.
And then Stan, you're next.
Y'all, show some love to Robbie. Robbie, I appreciate you sending that in so much. I am super excited for your future. Super excited. You've got a lot going for you. All right, y'all. I believe we're closing it up here. And then again, we'll be live again tomorrow. But we're live all the time. So if
and then Michael, I know you said you're probably not going to be available tomorrow, which is totally fine. I hope something changes for you because we just can't wait to hear it. And I wish we could take it tonight, but I'm sorry. We got to cut ourselves off. Otherwise, we'll continue going, and pushing ourselves. And then if we don't have our health, we have nothing, right? So
And
we have
also,
to set those boundaries.
what a lot of people don't know is in between all of these, like we go live usually 2 or 3 times a week for a couple hours, and sometimes more if we have the capacity to.
Perfect,
but
Robbie. Sounds good.
I work full time as an audio engineer and producer. So if I'm not on this live listening to y'all's music, I am constantly listening to other noise and music loud. So I also have to make sure that
just
my,
as a reminder,
my
our
ears are
website is
protected.
theobsidiankey.com too. You can check out what services we have to offer and stuff like that.
Absolutely, Michael.
Thank
Yeah,
you so much, Michael.
We'll always make sure you're taken care of, man. Always, 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 man. So glad you're a part of the community, man. Let's get into it. This is Stan Adu. I'm excited. This is games. Stan, give me details, give me context, give me some background on what we're about to listen to as far as production, mix. This is YouTube beat, 2-track, so on and so on.
I'm a new artist, and this song is my first project I made last year and just received the mixing. Nice.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, is it YouTube beat, 2-track? You produced it yourself, so on and so on.
So Stan, really quick, Torvik, is Cherry Shake something that you would be interested in mixing? Obviously, going forward.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that one bit. 100%.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'd love to. I think
That's
already
pretty
mentioned.
big because he doesn't take on a lot of solo, just mixed strictly clients.
Yeah.
He mostly only does mixing for the people he produces for.
Yeah,
so
like
the
top,
fact that
bottom
he'd
projects.
be willing to take you on as a mix client is really telling that he
I
loves your
love-
music.
I love mixing for bands. My start, I've been an engineer for 13 years or so, 12, 13 years-ish. But when I was kind of growing up in studio and I got my audio engineering training in studio, did a 2.5 year private mentorship in a studio. My start was live mixing and band production and tracking for bands. So when I first was learning audio engineering, the core of that, I've been a musician my whole life. So I played drums since I was 4, played guitar since I was 8, piano. I was classically trained pianist since I was 6 years old. Always played music, and then I got my start in audio engineering, tracking for bands in a studio. So
I like the name Cherry Shakes too. I
That's
can
cool.
just picture
That's
a lot
cool.
of merch in that way and stuff. I'm just excited for you guys. I
Yeah.
feel pretty pumped and motivated to help you guys however we possibly can. We have through Obsidian Key, we have all kinds of services that we can help you guys with. Specifically, just between the two of us, of course, we have all the mixing services that not mixing, but music services that Torvik does. And then my background is actually in personal and editorial styling. I'm a licensed cosmetologist, so anything in the vein of fashion or merchandise, graphic design, branding, anything visual basically or design based is gonna be where I shine. So between the two of us, we have a lot of a wide skill set, and we would just absolutely anytime there's somebody that comes through here that we just feel passionate about, we're like, hey, thank you so much for the resubscription.
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate
Love you, Retrack.
I appreciate you.
But yeah, anytime somebody comes through here, we feel personally really passionate about you and what you're doing. It's really exciting because we just kind of feel like we want to back you up in whatever you do.
100%.
And that's how we feel about you, Robbie. So any way we can help your band, definitely keep us updated.
Yeah, and all that to say, I started my engineering journey tracking
I'm
for
obsessed with
bands
the Beatles,
and
so
stuff
now
like
you're-
that. So I would absolutely love to.
Now
mix
you're
for y'all in
getting
the
me even
future.
more excited, basically.
All right.
You just know all the things to say, Robbie. You're talking dirty to us, man.
Let's go. You're saying you want me to mix your band? Let's
Okay,
go. Let's get into
love
Stan.
feedback on the mix and my vocals and structure too. Okay, so
Perfect.
Stan, where it sounds like you are is working on your catalog, right? What are your plans as far as distribution goes? Do you have a timeline for that? And just let us know what some of your goals are as far as music career goes.
All right, song is mixed and mastered by 2 producers. Found the beat online.
Robbie knows how to talk dirty.
Did you? I know, right? That's the engineers talking dirt. We say we had if you're a subscriber on TikTok, you get there's a talk nerdy to me one on there. Anytime I start talking about analog synths and engineering and stuff, everyone puts in the talking nerdy to me one in there. All right, this is Games by Stan Adu. So it's a beat you found online. Let me know really quick if you did get the multi-track for it, or if you had the mix off of the 2-track, being just the beat versus all of the track outs or the multi-track.
Okay, but Robbie, in the meantime, definitely start that Pinterest board, okay? That way,
Hell yeah.
and anytime we do get to work in the future together, we have a bit more guidance and just that confidence that you guys have been on the same page and it's going in the right direction.
All right, let's get into it, Stan. This is Games by Stan Adu. Let's get it.
I'm really fiending. I'm type
Cool.
fiending. And now I'm bleeding. Tonight I'm bleeding for you. I'm really fiending. I'm tight, really
Hashtag
fiending. And now I'm bleeding. Tonight I'm bleeding, girl. I'm really fiending for loving now, trying to find the one that cares. The way you move, do you ever consider me? It's hard to walk away, I dare you. Text scene ain't
Nice.
coming now. Do you wanna be my girl? What you doing now? Time Wayne, tell me God, what's the answer? Tell me why this girl just won't stay with me. Gotta find the reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that you stay by my side. Believe.
Absolutely
Damn, I should know.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Please
Appreciate
just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't stay with me.
Catchy.
Gotta find the
Good hook.
reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that you stay by my side. Believe. Tell me, damn, I should know. Maybe please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't stay. I promise I won't let you go. So you'll never be the lies that you see and the games that I know. Oh, every piece of your heart, every piece of your heart, designed that you glow. So you'll never be the lies that you see and the games that you know.
Nice vocals.
The high mix voice is beautiful, dude.
Trying to find the one that cares. The way you move, do you ever consider me? It's hard to walk away, I dare you. Text scene, are you coming now? Do you wanna be my girl? What you doing now? Time Wayne, tell me God, what's the answer? Tell me why this girl just won't stay with me. Gotta find the reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that you stay by my side. Believe.
Hey, Bo, it's good to see you.
What's up,
Baby, please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't stay with me.
Such a good melody.
Reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that you stay by my side. Believe. Tell me, damn, I should know. Baby, please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't. I promise I won't let you go. I promise I won't let you stay. You stay. Tell me, damn, I should know.
Cool.
Baby, please just don't go. Tell me, damn, I should
This is Games by Stan Adu. Let me get a pin.
Baby, please just don't go. Baby, don't go. Damn, I should know. Baby, please just don't go. So why don't you?
Yeah, the intuition for the like melodic structure is really great.
Yeah.
It's just unique enough, you know. It's really cool.
Tell me, damn, I should know. Baby, please just don't go. Tell me, why don't you stay? Really fiending. I'm tight, really fiending. You know I'm bleeding.
Kaylin's Vox in the building. What's up, Kaylin? Good to see you, man. Caught us right at the end.
You
Last
said
song.
Kaylin and I started fumbling. I'm just kidding. What's up, Kaylin?
Good to see you, man.
I said Kaylin. I love Kaylin.
Let's go. Y'all give it up one time. Give it up one time. That is Games by Stan Adu. Let's get straight into it, man. I really like your voice. You have phenomenal vocal range. Phenomenal vocal range. There's kind of three things that I want to target as far as, last song right here. Three things I want to target. A little
We'll
bit
be
of
back tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. A little bit of a later live today. Three things I want to target as far as structure and vocal mix. And then I think you're about ready to go, man.
That's so sweet, Kaylin. I don't think for today, but if you want to hop back in tomorrow, I'm sure there will be someone.
Yeah.
You're the best.
We're only saving one person today. So
Yeah.
it's been a little bit
I
light.
can't wait to hang out, Kaylin.
Seriously.
We're like counting down the days.
It's crazy
I
that
think
we're,
it'll
like,
be much easier once we're like obviously in
our
town.
home. Yeah.
Right now we're like, bro, it's crazy. Like we're just
been
realizing how much it takes for us to get into town with where we're at.
It's wild.
It's like a full hour.
It's like, it's a bit chaotic for the next month.
It is,
And then it's been crazy. It's been crazy.
But we'll keep you updated.
100%. All right, Stan, Let's get into it. I'm
Stan,
excited,
really
man.
quick, do you want any feedback on the no, literally it's an hour. It's like we're not even if we might as well be like in Austin.
Yeah, and we've had a bunch of like issues our first like week here, so it's been
Yeah.
it's we've spent half the time that we've been even out here just driving into town and back into town and around town and across town, and we've literally it's been crazy after driving 6 hours to be here. So
But Stan, really quick, let me know if you want any feedback as far as the visuals, marketing, branding, all that kind of stuff goes, or if you just want the music feedback for today, that's
Yeah.
totally fine as well. Just let us know.
100%. All right, let's get into it, man. I'm excited.
I'm really fiending. I'm type really fiending.
You got great melodies, good vocal
Now I'm
structure.
bleeding.
Perfect.
Tonight
Okay,
I'm
great.
bleeding for you. I'm really fiending. I'm type really fiending. And now I'm bleeding. Tonight I'm bleeding, girl. I'm really fiending for loving now. Trying to
Okay, so let me address the first point really, really early on because it happens a bunch throughout the rest of the song. So one of the things that I notice on the mix, on the vocal structure itself, you can hear some pretty big distinctions between like amplitude and levels between different vocal takes. So some of the punch-ins that you did, maybe there's some comps, some of the punch-ins that you did, maybe a track for the hook versus a track for the outro versus the ad-libs versus like your first verse right here. There's 5 dB difference between some of those different levels. So what happens is there's not always like a clear indicator on like the lead vocal and where the lead vocal should sit in the mix, right? Like in this instance, you have your background that comes in. And it's nice and filtered out. It's I like where that sits in the structure of the mix. And then the lead vocal comes in really, really prominent with a lot of low end energy. So it's a little bit boomy in the low end. So, you know, between 100 and 300 hertz, I would even take 100 and 300 hertz. I would take that down by like 2 dB. Nothing crazy, right? It's not
Yeah,
crazy
definitely,
muddy or
Brian.
anything. You absolutely should, Brian. That's just the way to go. That's the modern age, baby. Between 100 and 300 hertz, it's a little bit boomy. I would take some of the energy down on your verse lead vocal. It's different for your hooks because on the hooks, my intuition is that you're backing off the mic and doing your really high mixed voice and falsetto a little bit farther off the mic, so you lose some of that low end information. But on your verses in this low register, you're really close and you get a lot of boom in the vocal, a lot of low end mud. So I would clean that up around 100 to 200-ish. Okay, let me go a little bit further. And that happens a couple times, right? So then you get into your hook and the vocal feels way quieter, but your ad-libs are still loud. So sometimes you're kind of switching energy between things where your lead vocal should be front and center prominent and supported by your ad-libs. And sometimes that ad-lib jumps in front of the other vocals in amplitude and stuff like that. So something to keep in mind. Make sure that your like lead vocal structure feels like a lead throughout the structure of the song and is supported by your ambiance, supported by your other vocals, and they're not trading places too much. Otherwise, you kind of the brain. Sometimes it gets hard to like distinguish where should I listen, what should I really focus on. But let's get a little farther into this.
find the one that cares.
Today has almost been too productive, Joseph. Let's go. I like to hear that. Welcome over on
Yeah,
YouTube
that's
as well.
great. Good job.
The way you move, do you ever consider me? It's hard to walk away.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you.
You text scene, are you coming now? Do you wanna be my girl? What you doing now? Time Wayne, tell me God, what's the answer? Tell me why this girl just won't stay with me. Gotta find the reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that you stay by my side.
So nice, man.
Believe.
Doesn't stay with me. That little chop that you have there. Chef's kiss. I love it. That's one of those like unique parts of the song structure that just makes it really unique and catchy. There's a lot of beats like this. You do have a unique voice. Like your vocal is really cool. You have great vocal range, but it's those little textures in the mix, those little stylistic decisions that you're making to make the song special, make it unique in the way that you are actually performing. Love it. Keep doing stuff like that. This is also an example of where that lead vocal cuts back a little bit. Your low end double track that you have, so that bass vocal that you have is a bit more prominent. I would push that lead vocal forward and make sure that your mixes are getting overtaken by those low octaves, which I love. They're textural. They're really, really cool. I love that you have those low octaves in there, but be careful that they don't overtake versus the lead vocal, which is probably a couple dB quieter than your verse. So something to keep in mind.
I should know. Baby, please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't stay.
I actually think that low octave is a double of your vocal form shifted down. Is that correct? You might, you or the engineer would maybe know. listening to it now, I think it's format shifted down. So you have like a low octave copy of your vocal doing that. So just make sure that that's a little bit more suppressed in the mix so it doesn't overtake it.
With me, gotta find the reason why you can't be mine. Tell me, kinda crazy that
Yeah, because it's the exact same phrasing.
you stay by my side. Believe, tell me,
Great voice though, man.
damn, I should know. Baby, please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't stay. I promise I won't let you
Hell yeah.
go. So you'll never be the lies that you see and the games that I know. Oh, every piece of your heart, every piece of your heart.
So here, right, you push off the mic a little bit and you have great high, that face of your heart, your high falsettos, your high mixed voice, gorgeous, chef's kiss. I love it, dude. It's offers such texture and character to the song. Now here you hear the dryness of you have a lot of more ambience, delays and reverbs and stuff on that lead. The dryness of the background vocals and the prominence of it versus where that vocal sits makes those ad libs feel a little bit loud, almost like louder than the lead vocal, even though they're like a lower register. I'll play it again.
You see and the games that I know.
I really like the mix on the production though, especially off a 2-track. It's a clean, saturated mix on the production. I like it.
Every piece of your heart, every piece of your heart.
That's
You glow.
So here,
So you'll never be the lies that you
so some of those doubles there, that's where you're getting, I think, some of that like prominence coming back into the mix. The other thing too, I obviously don't know the structure of this mix. I do know that a lot of some of the vocals in there are doubled. I am curious if you're also getting some phase correlation issues on the background vocal there too, or it could be some auto panning and some other things going on. But there's sometimes every once in a while I'll hear like your wide doubled ad lib in there that has all this energy, right? And you hear it, it feels nice and prominent, and then all of a sudden it kind of collapses to mono, and you get some like rubbing, you get some like phasing and kind of pilling in the background there. I'm assuming that that's probably a phase issue with the double. It could be effect. It could be some auto panning that might also be going on. But just because it's very random when it happens, where you'll hear like this wide double of the vocal, and it is a left and right double, like it's been duplicated, and then I kind of hear it collapse back to mono, tells me there might be some phase issues going on with those backgrounds as well. Might happen with the double low octave you have as well. Something to be careful of. It's not like it sounds bad. Honestly, it's a good song structure. I really like your voice, and I think your melodies are really distinct. They're really, really cool. Just be careful if you are going to duplicate any, and I would always recommend that you double track all of your vocals if you're going to create a double. But if you are going to duplicate a vocal to create a double, just make sure that this is on the engineering side, but make sure that you do some things to mitigate that, whether that's changing timing, color, shape and form of that vocal, compressing it differently, EQing differently, stuff like that. Changing the timing by a millisecond, 2 milliseconds. That way you don't run into as many phase issues where it collapses back to mono and it doesn't feel wide anymore. Small detail with a huge impact in the mix.
That's so sweet, Kaylin. Thank you so much. We love you, dude.
Appreciate you so much, bro. I got you.
I'm really feeling for love.
And then you hear, since you're backed off the mic, all of a sudden this gets super loud, right? So when you hear the, you have this high octave that you have going on there. As soon as you back off of that, and then you introduce your verse vocal again, super low end present, it's super boomy. There's a huge contrast between the two. Those are the things I want to find like a middle ground between.
Yeah, Kaylin's the best.
Caitlin is the family,
Super
man.
supportive
Appreciate
of this
you so much,
community
bro.
and other artists.
So you hear the thinness, and
I
then
love
big
that
vocal.
part. It's beautiful.
I'm really feeling for love now, trying to find.
Just a little bias towards low end presence there. Sweet spot between the two, I think, would be really cool. Let me skip forward a little bit. I think there's only one other thing I want to listen for. Let me see.
Stay with me, gotta find the reason with me, gotta find.
Okay, so this is the last detail to me, and this is completely stylistic, Stan. So ignore what I'm saying if you don't like the idea. This is not a right or wrong answer. This is just something that I hear that I think would polish the structure of the song and make it a lot more sharp. And I think it kind of needs that. So this is my professional opinion on it. But if you don't like that and you want to keep the song structure the way it is, run with it. You're the creative. You got to stay authentic, right? Okay, so the way that I hear this song structure, you're at just under 4 minutes. You're at 3:56. For a song structure like this, that's long. That's going to limit your playlisting. That's going to limit your placements. That's going to limit a lot of the exposure that you're going to get, especially if you're trying to grow at a really, really low, like a low time in your streaming right now. You're starting to just now build out your streaming and release stuff. There's a perfect edit point. This usually happens 90% of the time when this happens. It happens because it's a YouTube beat or an MP3 or like a lease from BeatStars, where you have a song structure. They give you a beat. The beat's 4 minutes long, so you feel the need to fill the whole thing. They sent me a song that's 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I'm going to fill all 3 minutes and 45 seconds. But that might not be the best thing that serves the song, will get you the most exposure, will get you the most fans of your music, and give you just a tighter, like pop R&B, like dark alternative R&B structure that works the best for your voice and your songwriting ability, right? In my opinion, there's a perfect exit point in this song at like 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Let me find it here really quick, where I would just do your last hook, start doing some ad-libs and fade out while you're doing ad-libs, while you're doing some vocal runs and stuff like that. Let it fade. And then you literally cut like a minute to a minute and a half off of this, probably like a minute to a minute 15 off of the song. It's sharp, it's punchy. You have 2 or 3 gold hooks in there. It's locked in, and there's no wasted space. There's no filler. Because what happens is once your last hook ends, the song kind of just floats and you just have to fill it up. So you do a couple more ad-libs, a couple other runs, and they're nice, but I think you could fade off with them and it would be way sharper. And I can almost assure you will get way more replay value, way more streams because of it. So let me find the end of the hook.
The reason why you can't be mine, tell me.
Keep this locked in.
Kinda crazy that you stay by my side, believe. Tell me, damn, I should know. Baby, please just don't go. Tell me why this girl just won't.
Just here, the beat already cuts.
The other option is doing a radio edit if you want a longer version and the radio edit. I do see that you already have a current song that is a radio edit, so obviously you're familiar with that concept. But yeah, I could really see that working well.
Let me get this back real quick.
Please just don't go. Tell me why this girl.
And you can let it go for a minute. Like let it go for like 10 seconds. Get some of those high notes in there. 2 bars, and then start. There's some notes in there you'll want to melodyne to. Some of those, some of those are out of tune, so you just need to manually drag them into place or retrack them to get them locked in, because some of them are being targeted to a different note, maybe chromatically, depending on how auto-tune's set up for you. Just make sure those are hitting the exact key. But that will bring you down to that cuts a minute off of the song. The reason, if you want to do a radio edit, usually when a radio edit's really beneficial is if you have extra song structure that's really beneficial to it. So like you add another bridge, you put a guitar solo in the end. You want to do like something extra that makes a 4.5 minute song really worth it. And you cut it down to 3.5 minutes when that stuff would start. Makes it a little bit sharper, right? In this case, you can tell there's more filler, and what you're doing is good. Like you have a good voice, so it works, but it's definitely more, it's just ad-libs towards the end of the song and repeating what you already did a minute before. Personal opinion, of course, do a radio edit if that works, but it's not like beneficial to the song. It's not something I would like want to stick around for, because I've already heard those notes. You already have a great vocal range early in the song where you've targeted a couple times. I'd start fading out at 2:45, fade out for about 10 seconds. All of a sudden, your song went from 4 minutes to 3 minutes. Way more playlistable, way more plays. You're gonna get way more placements. You're gonna get a lot more out of it. That's my personal. Of
course, at the end of the day, it's completely up to you and what you want as the artist, and it just 100%. It's up to you.
100%, 100%.
But what if you want to get to them? And then Stan, really quick, I actually don't know if your Spotify has been claimed.
Yeah, I don't think it has, because there's no listeners on it either.
So that would be a really big thing, and that's your first step. With once you go into your distribution, you want to claim your Spotify. That way you have control over it, and that way you can log in and do all the things that we recommend, to fully get your Spotify set up.
Yeah, so whoever you're distributing through, let's say DistroKid, TuneCore, CD Baby, Symphonic,
and then I knew with that to be true, or whatever that name is. It's hard to read on here. How much credit did you have?
Yeah, and let me know the name that was under, and I can look it up. If you sent it in, I still have it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, through DistroKid, you need
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
and
yeah.
claim all of your public profiles. So you need to claim YouTube on an original channel, claim your YouTube, claim your Apple for Music, claim your Tidal for Music, Amazon, whatever, and of course claim Spotify. That will allow you to do your bios, your cover work. Otherwise, it defaults to artwork.
Exactly.
So you can see that it's defaulted to the Doing to Me, right? Yeah, Doing to
And
Me.
we will have a checklist available. Okay, awesome. We'll double check for that. We will have a checklist coming out for free very soon that will have all of the different platforms and, like things you want to make sure to have on each individual platform, stuff like that. So, if you want to double check for his thing, I just don't want to forget.
Is that the name that was under, or did you possibly submit under another name? So I know.
But yeah, so really quick to go over what that would be on Spotify, it would be to make sure to get a banner in the aesthetic of the identifiable brand that you have established. And then it would be to get a description. Spotify specifically gives you 1,500 characters to work with, so that should tell you, you want the description to be pretty thorough. What I would recommend doing in the meantime is going to some of your favorite artists and just scoping out several different artists and what they do for their um Spotify, how they lay it out, how they lay their descriptions out, stuff like that. And just getting a feel for that. That way you can work on yours. And then you would also want to get your, of course, a profile photo on there. And then you would want to get your Instagram and Facebook if you have it linked through there as well. Absolutely, of course. And then the other thing you wanted to go over was marketing. So, marketing comes.
Yeah, I got you. I knew it. I got you.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I got you. You're set.
Okay, perfect.
I had it under I knew it, so I was trying to make sure I got the right name.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So I knew it. We will be back tomorrow. We're aiming for around 1 p.m. Central, but we do announce it on our Instagram through our broadcast channel and then also on our Discord. So if you want to be a part of those, you can join those. The link to the Instagram is actually in the Discord. So funnily enough, it's all through the Discord.
Yeah.
In a way. But we do announcements before we go live in those two channels whenever we happen to go live.
Yeah, we'll run through the whole thing or whenever you have a chance to hop back in.
Basic listen through interview. Yeah, that's not really actually even what we do here.
Yeah.
So we do it pretty thorough and we want to give you the time, you spent the money and we want to honor that. So
yeah, we'll listen multiple times. We'll get into it. Yeah, I got you. We'll always make sure you're taken care of on the list.
But yeah, no, of course.
You got 20 waiting for you.
Yeah, definitely. We want to make sure that you get your value, and we want to make sure that other people get to hear your full song and stuff like that.
Yeah, you gotta get all the love.
But man, we got to cut ourselves off today. So
Yeah,
this is our last one for today. You caught us at the end of our live here, but we will be back tomorrow and probably Friday as well.
Sure.
So thank you so much for your patience and thanks for hopping back in.
Of course.
Thanks for the roses. So sweet.
Hey, I appreciate you, man.
But yeah, so Stan, as far as marketing goes, that comes after all of the platforms are established with that cohesive brand and aesthetic that we were saying. And so that's kind of the order of things that you would want to get in order, like we've been talking about. If you're not already on Pinterest, I highly recommend utilizing it as a tool to begin to develop that aesthetic and that visual identity that you would want to be known by. It's just as important as the sound. So highly recommend hopping over there. The brand would be the foundation. Then you would establish every single platform, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, whichever ones you want to have. Those are some of the top ones that we recommend. Facebook, not always. Facebook is good for like DJs and bands and stuff like that. If you're doing live events, we highly recommend having a Facebook, but it's not always necessary. Instagram and YouTube are like non-negotiables. You got to have them, right? So it would be establishing the brand as a foundation, establishing every single platform with that cohesive aesthetic that you have, the identifiable brand. And then from there, it's releasing consistently, and then just marketing and stuff like that. And we can always go into different marketing ideas when the time comes and stuff like that. So if you ever have any specific questions, of course, we're here. We do offer longer form consultations. If you guys are ever interested in what services we have to offer, this is just a little tiny taste of what we do. We like to offer this live as a teaser for our services and our company. The obsidiankey.com is where you can find all of that information.
Huey, I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love, man.
I'm planning on streaming every day of May, and I feel like I don't know what I'm getting myself into. That sounds like a nightmare to me.
We're like trying to do
I'm
less.
like, yeah, I'm like, man, we're both kind of what's it called?
Burnt out.
No, yeah, that too. We're both kind of introverted.
Yeah.
So this takes a lot for us in a way. We much prefer the one-on-one consultations and some of the services that we have to offer, right? But we love this community, and this live stream has been a really good way for us to grow that community. So we do appreciate it still. But yeah, man, I'm trying to do less live streams.
Yeah.
Not
Because I
more.
have so many other just production and mix clients and stuff that I gotta get to, and it's hard.
Thank you for hopping in, Coolest. Good
I
to
appreciate
see
you.
These
aren't there aren't
more like
music
consultations,
reviews per
yeah.
se, but these are professional consultations. We do dig into the music side and the branding side, her specialty and then mine.
Huey, that's so sweet. Thank you so much.
And yeah, we get into like I've been a professional engineer for 13 years, done music my whole life. I'm a classically trained musician, so we get into the nuance of the production structure, mix and master, details like that, and of course into branding, aesthetic, image, things like that.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of us can relate to being burnt out right now,
for
right?
sure.
We are like serial entrepreneurs, so we just have
Let's
been
go, coolest. I love it.
like,
Welcome
doing
to the
so many
family.
random different things. And
Thank you, appreciate you.
Obsidian Key is the one we're most proud of, though, and the most passionate about. So we're really excited to be building that. It's just building that in this point in time with
Is
these
real.
unprecedented times that
Oh,
people
God.
keep talking about it's not for the faint of heart. I'll just leave it at that.
For sure, for sure.
But yeah, if you want to check out our website and you happen to be on Twitch, I'm dropping it in the chat right now. We would absolutely love to have you check it out. Join the Discord, just see how you can get involved with the community. We say it all the time, but we really are just the facilitators. You guys really are the heart of the community and, everything that we do. So
Yeah. So kind,
very cool,
Huey. I
coolest.
appreciate
We
you.
will be back tomorrow and Friday,
Yeah.
so we would love to maybe give you a breakdown sometime.
And real quick, just shout out to Stan. Stan, I appreciate you so much. Stan and you, you're a beast. I love your intuition as an artist, man. I think you're on the right track, and I'm excited to see where you take this whole
Big
music
love,
thing, man.
Stan.
Welcome to the family. Really, really appreciate you. That's gonna close this out today, y'all. We'll be back again. Anyone who's still on the list, we got you saved, of course. No questions asked. We'll be back again tomorrow.
Thank you
at
so
some
much
point.
for saying the website is beautiful. I worked really, really hard on that.
I love it. Coolest.
thank you.
I can't wait, man. Yeah, we go deep. Each of these breakdowns tend to be pretty long. We listen multiple times. It's not a review. We don't like listen. There's
I'm
no,
so hungry. I
There's
can't
no
wait to
ratings.
eat.
There's no polls. There's no trash pass. We get into the nuance. Get into the details.
Very
which I
cool.
love.
Yeah, you fit right in, Coolest. Thank you so much for the good vibes. And here's also the Discord if you'd like to join that. Just as a reminder, guys, we do announce when we. Oh my god, if I could spell and talk at the same time, that'd be fantastic.
That'd be a win for us today.
We do announce when we go live before we go live on our Instagram broadcast channel and then also on our Discord. So
100%.
just in case, you guys. Thank you so much, Michelle.
All right,
So
y'all.
sweet.
Love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow, hopefully.
Mad love.
Have a
Vibe
great
Tribe.
rest of your
Y'all are
night.
the best.